In a desolate, sandy hill, wind and sand raced, obscuring the view. It seemed like a desolate desert, but amidst those sand dunes stood a towering building. At the foot of the building, a boy holding a small notebook looked up, appearing very mysterious. A boy named On Meyer kept looking up at the building, then down at his notebook, flipping through it as if confirming something. Inside the building, two large figures holding weapons stood guard. Strangely, their builds and clothes looked normal, but their faces were not. Black sclera and white pupils, their bodies also had strange black marks, seemingly not human. Seeing the boy looking towards the building, one asked the other, "What's that?" The other asked, "Where?" Both looked towards the boy standing amidst the sand dunes and asked, "Is that a person?" The other replied uncertainly, "Probably." As if to be more certain, one of them chuckled and said, "That's definitely a person." Confirming he was human, the creature grinned a grotesque smile. Its mouth stretched almost to its ears, with pieces of skin still clinging to the corners, as if its mouth had been torn open. The two approached him. At this moment, he wasn't paying much attention, still focused on his notebook, until he heard an unfamiliar voice and looked up. As soon as he looked up, he was met with their menacing appearance. Their eyes glowed red, their smiles even more grotesque than before. One leaned down close to him. "Kid, what are you loitering around here for? Don't you know it's dangerous around here?" The creature's smile widened to its ears, the red in its eyes brighter than before. It stared at him, its voice mocking. "So, the one we caught this morning is your friend, right? You came here to save him, huh, little bro? How brave. I bet you're even tastier than him." With that, they looked at each other and snickered. "We've got a good treat today, buddy. 2 humans in one day. I guarantee Lord Craven will be very pleased." Hearing the name Craven, the boy fell silent, gently tucking his notebook into his pocket. He looked at them with cold, lifeless eyes, tilting his head to crack his neck. His hands tensed, fingers clenching and unclenching. In front of him were 2 large, non-human figures, but he showed no fear. Quick as a flash, with a swish, the heads of the 2 creatures flew off, their faces still smiling. They didn't even realize what had happened, showing no sign of pain. At this moment, on the top floor of the building, it seemed someone was having a party. The sound was very loud. "Cheers, brothers! How long has it been since we last ate human flesh?" Inside the top floor of the building was a tall tower made entirely of human bones. The ground was caked with dried black bloodstains. "Finally, after a long period of starvation, we finally have food." Creatures resembling the 2 guards filled the hall. Some were laughing and talking, others cheering excitedly, like an organization of some non-human species. And the one in the middle looked the most ferocious. Perhaps he was the leader here. He grinned grotesquely, revealing teeth much sharper than the others. His large, 8-packed body, his hand literally gripping a young man's head, he said, "I'm the one who caught him, you know." After saying that, he burst out laughing. The young man looked at the piles of skulls around him in terror. His body broke out in a cold sweat. He probably guessed his fate. The others seemed very excited to have caught him. They kept screaming, dancing, singing, laughing, and talking non-stop. At this moment, footsteps echoed. The feet were very small, but the sound suggested considerable weight. Each step created a small force, causing dust on the ground to rise. The leader was quite surprised to see the person walking. The other young man was equally astonished, perhaps even a little worried for the newcomer. It was On Meyer from downstairs. His eyes, dark and lifeless, stared at the group before him. One hand still held the notebook, the other hid something behind his back. The leader looked at him, confused. "What's with that human brat? Aren't the guards doing their fucking job?" Someone from behind heard this and said, "No, sir. I definitely saw them guarding the entrance earlier." Suddenly, On Meyer threw out what he was hiding behind his back. It hit the floor with a thud and rolled. It stopped in front of the leader. It turned out to be the heads of the 2 guards. They rolled to the leader's feet. astonishing the young man beside him. Seeing the heads of his two subordinates, the leader was furious. Veins bulged on his face, his eyes glaring at Meyer. The young man next to him stared wide-eyed, disbelieving what he saw. The leader's face darkened. He crossed his arms, looking menacingly at Meyer, who seemed unafraid and opened his mouth to ask, "Excuse me, is Craven here?" His face remained lifeless and emotionless. He held up his notebook, showing him a drawing of Craven. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the leader became enraged. His face contorted, his eyes bloodshot, he shouted, "What the fuck is this?" Meyer calmly continued, "So he's not here? I was told Craven was here, though." The group in front of him, their faces darkening, looked at him with apparent fury, their eyes glaring, wanting to kill him. The blond young man, who had been witnessing this, was sweating in fear. He looked at the boy, feeling both confused and worried for him. "What is this? What does this kid want?" The leader's face was now full of murderous intent. He sneered, "Is this brat your friend?" Without hesitation, Meyer calmly replied, his face still lifeless and emotionless, "Not at all. I've never seen him before." The murderous intent on the leader's face became even clearer. His face darkened so much his features were indistinct, his eyes still glaring at Meyer. He asked, "Then why did you kill my guards?" Meyer pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, "Because they were quite annoying." At this point, the leader could no longer hold back. His eyes bulged, bloodshot, as he glared at the boy. He ordered the one wearing an eye patch behind him, "Gep, eliminate him!" Gep glared at the boy, then acknowledged the leader with a "Yes, sir." At this, Gep's pupils dilated as he asked, "And the menu?" The leader frowned, glaring, and said, "Do it hotel style." Gep, holding a blade, rushed towards Meyer at extreme speed, so fast no one could follow. In the blink of an eye, he had moved from behind the leader to right in front of the boy. The leader continued, "Mince him for me." Gep heard the order, his eyes still on Meyer, and replied, "Yes, sir." The blond young man looked at him worriedly, wanting to shout to attract Gep's attention, to at least buy the boy some time to run. But his mouth was gagged, so he could only manage a few muffled nasal sounds, which of course did nothing and didn't attract any of Gep's attention. Gep, holding his blade, slashed repeatedly at the boy. Piece by piece, his body was hacked apart, falling in different places. No part of his body was intact except for his head. Blood splattered everywhere along with small pieces of flesh. The leader, seeing the boy chopped into pieces, his facial muscles relaxed. His eyes glinted with satisfaction. He watched the pieces of the boy's body fall to the ground and smirked. Gep then lowered his blade, looked at his boss, and said, "The meat preparation is complete." Suddenly, behind him, the pieces of the boy's body floated up, startling him. Each piece, each segment of his body, as if sentient, rearranged themselves into their correct positions. Drops of blood reconnected, shattered bones mended. Cells joined together, yet seemed completely independent. Severed blood vessels gradually reconnected. Even his clothes were regenerated. "That alone isn't enough to kill me." Gep looked towards the source of the voice. His body and blade were also splattered with blood. Seeing the sight before him, his eyes widened in fear as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. Sweat poured out. "That's what I mean." Before him was Meyer, leaping up, his body poised to kick. Dust around him swirled up with the force of his jump. "Don't mess with me." He looked at Gep with emotionless, bottomless eyes. He kicked Gep with force. A small-bodied boy kicked a large figure nearly 2 meters tall from the middle of the floor, sending him flying out of the level, breaking countless concrete pillars. Gep had no strength to resist. How could a small human possess such terrifying power? Kicking him and his blade literally out of the building was truly a disgrace to his kind. The leader, seeing this, was also astonished, his jaw dropping. The blond young man was not only surprised, but also terrified. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes was real. As a normal person, he naturally couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. Did his body just reattach itself completely? The leader was also stunned by the boy's actions. His face showed an inability to explain. It seemed in his entire life he had never encountered such a situation. Recovering his senses, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "That bastard! Where are my brothers? Get that dog!" The surrounding creatures heard their leader's command and simultaneously rushed towards the boy, roaring to show their ferocity. "It seems he's using some trick to deceive us." He lost his composure and yelled, "You can't use the same trick twice. How dare you step into Zed human territory and then—" He pointed at the boy's face, his own face contorted with anger. His mouth wide open, he cursed, "Kill my best subordinate too! Brothers, avenge Gep!" The subordinates, with enraged faces, roared ferociously, one by one rushing towards him. At this moment he remained indifferent, his face showing no change, his deep black eyes looking towards them. He slowly raised his hand as if preparing to throw something. He swung his fist down onto the floor, causing several cracks to appear. Suddenly, countless bone fragments shot up from the ground towards the Z-humans rushing at him, catching them off guard and unable to react. They stopped, looking at the bone protruding from the ground with curious eyes. Bones? Suddenly, he bent down, grabbed the bone, and lifted it from the ground, making the one in the lead seem frightened. He held the bone, swung his arm once, and before the creature could dodge, its head was severed. Blood spurted from its neck in the direction the head fell. The leader, seeing this, also stared wide-eyed, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, disbelieving what had just happened right before his eyes. Now he stood before the corpse of the one he had just decapitated, turning his head to look at the fearless ones behind who were screaming and charging forward. Quick as a flash, he jumped right behind him, still holding the bone poised to strike. The creature, suddenly not seeing him, was stunned, eyes wide, mouth agape, a hint of fear in its eyes. He fell with gravity, his hand slashing vertically towards it, splitting its body in two. Blood gushed out along the bone like a waterfall onto the ground. He watched the two halves of its body fall, lying in a pool of blood, seeming a bit bored. He tossed the bone in his hand aside, before the fearful and confused eyes of the Zed humans behind. Suddenly he raised his hand, his fingers clenching. He decisively plunged his hand straight into his own waist. Blood splattered everywhere, a very grotesque sight. The blond young man, seeing such a sight for the first time, was so astonished he couldn't blink. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he seemed to feel no pain at all. He pulled out a length of intestine. The stabbed part of his waist naturally healed itself. He seemed to be playing a game, swinging the length of intestine in his hand everywhere. It was as if pulling out his own intestines was merely switching from a short-range to a long-range weapon for him. Wherever he swung his hand, Z-human heads fell, blood spraying all over the ground. He swung the intestine up into the air and then slammed it down. Its corpse was smashed to pieces, body parts flying everywhere, blood and gore splattered. The intestine was also punctured after that slam. He didn't seem to care much, just picked it up and glanced at the hole. He threw away the intestine in his hand, making the Z-humans behind even more curious. Some started to get scared, not knowing what he would pull out next. Once again, he plunged his bare hand into his stomach. Quick as a flash, he turned and threw something at the heads of the remaining ones who were watching, so fast that the hole in his body hadn't even closed yet. The standing ones couldn't dodge in time. They were impaled through the head by what he threw. He continued to put his hand into his stomach, his face still indifferent, without a hint of pain, as if he were just playing a game. He pulled out another length of intestine. The pulling force was so strong that the surrounding air was drawn in the direction of his hand. He forcefully threw the intestine in his hand at the three in front. They couldn't dodge, only able to receive the full impact of the thrown intestine, which cut their bodies in half. He maintained his posture, indifferently looking towards them. The hole in his body also began to regenerate. Blood vessels, small cells reconnected, replenished until the hole in his body disappeared, without even a scar. The remaining Z-humans stood staring at him, making meaningless but loud noises. Hearing them, he turned his head, his dark eyes looking at them, seemingly very fed up. He muttered to himself, "So annoying." Then he raised his hand. From his fingertips, cells and blood vessels extended and then converged. Only when a brain appeared in his hand did the cells and blood vessels retract back into his fingers. At this point, the Z-humans began to tremble in fear. They sweated, making meaningless sounds. One of them had a brain thrown straight at its head by him, shattering it before it could react, causing the remaining one to cry in fear, covering its head with its hands. He continued to create another brain, threw it into the air, used the bone fragment as a bat, and got into a stance as if playing baseball. He swung forcefully. The brain flew straight to the head of the remaining one, causing it to fall to the ground, its head shattered. He continued to hit as if this were a baseball field and he was just hitting balls. Each of his hits meant an unlucky Z-human. They couldn't do anything, only receive his blows one by one, each brain hurtling towards them, shattering their heads. Countless times. The floor was covered with their corpses, blood soaking the ground red. He relaxed his hands, standing indifferently in the pool of blood. The leader, seeing his subordinates killed by him, was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't know if this was an illusion or if it was truly happening. The blond young man was no different. From worrying about him, he became surprised, then terrified, wondering if the boy was truly human. The leader sweated, glaring at him and shouting, "What did you just do, you beast? What the fuck are you?" Unknowingly, the boy had appeared right in front of him, stunning him. The blond young man also looked at him with fearful astonishment. Only then did the leader, terrified, look down at the small Meyer, sweating profusely. When did he get here?" At this moment, the boy calmly looked up and said, "May I ask if you are Craven?" The leader's face now began to darken further. He looked down at the boy. "What?" The stuttered word made Meyer pay attention. "Why are you looking for Craven?" He sweated profusely, slowly asking the boy, his face dark, but also showing some fear. The boy was silent and thoughtful, his face seemingly emotionless. After a moment, he said, "Someone told me that a Z-human like him could kill me." Hearing this, veins and blood vessels bulged on the leader's face, his angry eyes dark and chilling. "You audacious bastard! Who do you think you're kidding?" He angrily raised the mace in his hand, intending to smash the boy. "If you want to die that badly, let your old man send you off." Meyer lowered his head, his lifeless eyes unwavering. "If you are not Craven." Suddenly, something blue wrapped tightly around the leader, immobilizing him. "Then don't stand in my way." It turned out to be blood vessels emerging from his hand, extending from his fingertips like threads. Each seemingly small blood vessel was unusually strong. The blood vessels wrapped around the leader began to contract, tightening around him as if to cut his body into pieces. Blood oozed from the constricted areas. Every muscle in his body strained against the vessels coiling around him. Finally, his body couldn't withstand it and exploded. Chunks of flesh and blood splattered everywhere like a bomb. The blond young man next to him was also thrown off balance by the shock wave. The giant mace fell due to gravity, the severed arm of the leader still gripping its handle. "What the hell is this?" The young man stared at him in astonishment, his clothes also splattered with the leader's blood. How could he kill all those Z-humans in the blink of an eye like that? The scene now consisted only of Meyer and the young man. One standing, one kneeling, surrounded by the corpses of hundreds of Z-humans he had killed, blood splattered all over the floor. Now the young man looked at him. Seeing him turning towards him with dark eyes, he whimpered in fear. The boy turned his head towards him, making him even more scared. His eyes wide, he kept whimpering. He sweated, trembling. "Is he going to kill me?" Finding his thoughts a bit pessimistic, he reassured himself. Probably not. The boy reached out and ripped off the tape sealing his mouth, making him yelp in surprise. "Wait! Do you know where Craven is?" Meyer held his notebook, showing him the drawing of Craven he had, which momentarily confused him. Only then did he realize the boy didn't want to kill him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "That guy," he gestured with his eyes towards the mace on the ground. "The one you just killed over there, that was Craven." He awkwardly avoided the boy's gaze. "I don't know if I'm wrong in saying that." The boy just sat quietly in front of him. The boy turned his head, looking towards him, emotionless. "So that means Now, there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "So I've failed again." He stood up and said, "I understand," then walked forward, preparing to leave this monstrous place, causing the young man kneeling on the ground to cry out in panic, "Wait! Hold on!" He turned back, his dark, lifeless eyes looking at him, and asked, "What is it?" Seeing his eyes, the young man flinched in fear. Then he lowered his head and said, "It's nothing. Thank you for saving my life." He just gave an emotionless and continued walking, leaving him still tied up. Watching his retreating back, he felt helpless, afraid that if he called out to him one more time, he'd be done for. He remained seated there, watching him go. The sandy hills were still desolate, the wind still howled, restricting visibility. He walked out of the old building, but now a large section of its top floor was further damaged. Neighboring floors were also affected, with large cracks appearing. He walked while writing something in his notebook with a pen. He drew 2 diagonal lines across the drawing of Craven. He kept looking at the notebook, lost in thought. Many years ago, due to a zombie virus, the entire world was destroyed. Some people managed to survive. Gradually, their species evolved over time, becoming monsters called Z-humans, a fusion of humans and zombies. Amidst the sand he walked through, countless human bones had been buried over the years. This could be called the outbreak of Z-humans and the end of human civilization. Meyer had tried to live like a human. He still walked aimlessly on the sand, walking on and on. He approached an old grave. The writing on the tombstone had faded with time and was no longer legible. He had become immortal. He stood motionlessly, looking down at the tombstone. He was silent, his tired, lifeless eyes holding a hint of sorrow. "Mom, I'm sorry." He looked at the cracked, moss-covered tombstone. He sat down, hugging his knees in front of his mother's tombstone. "I couldn't die again today." The blond young man was still tied up in the building. He sat amidst the corpses, struggling to untie himself. Damn it. If you're going to save someone, why not untie them completely? Suddenly, someone called his name loudly. "Q-Ho!" Hearing it, he was a bit scared and slowly turned his head. How could anyone call his name here, surrounded by corpses? "Captain!" And Dong-Ho, too. Before him were 2 friends who had survived the zombie pandemic with him. Seeing him sitting in the middle of the room, surrounded by corpses, they were also somewhat horrified. Seeing him tied up, Dong-Ho rushed over to ask, "Are you okay, Q-Ho? What happened? Why didn't you respond on the radio?" Seeing them so worried about him, Q-Ho felt somewhat guilty. He lowered his head and apologized softly. Dong-Ho paid no attention to his apology, just quickly knelt down to find a way to untie him. Q-Ho, seeing this, explained, "I thought Craven wasn't here, so I intended to scout a bit, and as a result, I got caught by them." The person Q-Ho called Captain said nothing, just glanced around, her face slightly pale. Her eyes fell on Craven's arm still holding the mace, and she fell silent. She quietly asked Q-Ho. Her voice stuttered slightly as she looked at the pile of Z-human corpses scattered across the floor. What happened here?" Q-Ho quickly explained. "A student appeared earlier." The captain, hearing this, was also surprised. "A student? You mean just a kid was able to single-handedly wipe out all these Z-humans?" Q-Ho quickly confirmed again. "I know it sounds a bit absurd, but it's the truth. I don't understand why he suddenly appeared. And wiped out this whole place?" The captain was surprised, thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you know where he went?" Q-Ho fell silent, hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't know. I was going to ask when he was about to leave." He hesitated again, then continued, "But that was it." He remembered Mier's tired, emotionless eyes when he called out to him, which made him shiver a little. He trembled, lowered his head, and said, I didn't dare ask further because I was too scared." Dong-Ho, seeing him behave like this, asked in confusion, "Scared? So is he a Z-human?" "No, he's definitely human," Q-Ho quickly explained. Dong-Ho, still not understanding, asked again, "Why is that?" At this moment, the captain was looking around as if searching for something. She bent down to observe, silently touching a footprint on the floor. It seemed she discovered something and looked up. She asked, "That student was wearing sneakers, right?" Dong-ho had just finished untying Kyu-ho, and they both stood up. Kyu-ho, rubbing his wrists, heard the captain's question and immediately looked at her, replying, "Yes, I think so." At this, the captain bent down again, lost in thought. The scene shifts to On Meyer, sitting and hugging his knees in front of his mother's grave. "Is that him?" A voice came from a bush not far from where he was sitting. "It's true. He really just looks like a student." Dong-ho looked at him with a confused expression. "He could wipe out all those Z-humans?" Kyu-ho and the captain standing beside him also just looked at him, silent. Kyu-ho, hearing Dong-ho's question, just hummed in agreement. "But what has he been doing here all this time?" Before he could finish, the captain asked, "Are you sure?" Kyu-ho, hearing this, was also surprised and turned to ask, "What?" Mir seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look at the three of them, his eyes still full of exhaustion. Unknowingly, the captain was right beside him, her hand holding a knife, raised and ready to stab him. With extremely fast reflexes as the captain swung the knife down, he managed to lean back, narrowly dodging the blade. He looked at her with a confused expression, his face still tired and gloomy. "I really intended to kill him with that last strike." The captain gave a sinister smile. Kyu-ho and Dong-ho, watching from the bushes, cried out in alarm, "Wait, Captain!" Dong-ho clicked his tongue helplessly. "There goes her erratic temper again." The captain's eyes were now deep, making it hard to know what she was thinking. "I'll say one thing." "Never mind." At this moment, a line of blood, as if from a knife cut, trickled down Meyer's neck. "I'm still faster." At this moment, he raised his hand, intending to grab his head. The captain, seeing his action, was also a bit surprised. She took out her gun and fired repeatedly at the head before it could fall to the ground. "Now what are you going to do?" He sat down on the ground. One hand still reached up, the other supported his body to sit steadily. Now, feeling he could no longer retrieve his head, he slightly withdrew his hand, pondering. Suddenly, he directly inserted his hand into the cut on his neck. He grabbed something and pulled it up. An intact head was pulled out from his neck, causing the captain beside him to gape in shock. At this, her face turned slightly pale and she forced a smile. "So it's true then. You really can't die." The captain seemed scared, standing motionless. Suddenly, he said, "Please stop bothering me and leave, can you?" The captain, hearing this, was confused. "Bothering you?" Suddenly, she grabbed her gun, swung it hard upwards, the butt of the gun hitting him squarely on the chin. "In that case," she turned, then kicked him straight in the stomach. Unprepared, he was sent flying 100 meters away. The captain then ran in the direction he was thrown. Then she raised her gun again, aimed and fired repeatedly at him. He was now in a dilemma. His body still flying, not yet hitting the ground, and dozens of bullets were hurtling towards him. He just turned his head, looked at the bullets with a weary expression, then extended his hand. The blood vessels on his hand elongated again. Each bullet heading towards him was intercepted by the blood vessels, falling one by one before the captain's astonished eyes. Seeing the long, thin blood vessels block all the bullets flying at extreme speed, she was somewhat astonished. "What are these things? I've never seen anything like this before." Meyer now stood before her, saying sarcastically, "Quite impressive, huh?" She frantically gripped the gun in her hand, her stance still firm, looking at him provocatively. He looked at her with dark eyes, extending his arm covered in blood vessels, and said, "Because I was planning to kill you for real, too." She smirked sarcastically. "Thanks for the compliment." His blood vessels stretched out, gradually becoming sharp and pointing towards her back, making her a little apprehensive. At this moment, she lowered her head, adjusting her hat to cover her eyes. "So he won." Suddenly, he retracted all his blood vessels, his expression tired and dejected, and said, "I don't understand why you're doing this, but please go. I don't really like killing humans." Just as he finished speaking, with a sudden whoosh, the captain dashed off. She rushed quickly towards Meyer, surprising him. She stopped in front of him, holding a knife close to his neck, while he stood still, his face unchanging. She suddenly smiled and asked, "How long does it usually take you to recover from wounds?" Meyer looked at her, a confused expression on his face. "What do you mean? The cut on your neck, it doesn't seem to have healed yet, does it?" Indeed, the wound on Meyer's neck hadn't healed. His face changed slightly. Surprised, he touched his neck and asked, "What's this?" The captain, still smiling, pointed the knife at him. His hand touched the unhealed cut on his neck. His eyes widened in surprise. "It's really not healing?" he pondered, touching his neck several times to confirm. "This has never happened before." He turned his head to look at the captain and asked, What did you do?" His hand kept touching his neck. The captain adjusted her hat and said, "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Lee Kai-young." She took off her hat, revealing a pretty and strong face. "I am the commander of the Latho squad." "May I ask if you want to join the squad?" Lee Ki-young asked, to On Meyer's astonishment. Before he could understand, she continued, "You are a valuable talent. Immortal kid." Dong-ho, hearing this, looked confused. Immortal what?" Kyu-ho, standing beside him, also felt helpless. "The captain is really being bold," Lee Ki-young continued. "Of course, it's not just about joining our team. You'll be compensated accordingly." Meyer just looked at her without replying. "I heard what Kyu-ho said. That wish of yours," Lee Ki-young once again pointed the tip of her knife at Meyer to his astonished face. "I will make it come true." Meyer, hearing her say this, was a bit skeptical. He asked again to confirm, "What did you just say?" Lee Ki-young looked at him with a determined gaze and said, "We have a scientist who can do that. He will find a way to kill you." Meyer still didn't believe her words. It was understandable, as he had tried so many ways to die. He looked at Lee Ki-young, a bit impatient, and said, "How can you be so sure it will work?" At this, Lee Ki-young said something that made him even more disbelieving. "Who knows? You go ask that scientist," she replied nonchalantly while still pointing the knife at him. Meyer's face darkened upon hearing this. Lee Ki-young, seeing this, added, "You see, this knife was made by him." Her nonchalant tone was a bit irritating, but one had to admit, her words, though sounding a bit absurd, were also somewhat persuasive. Meyer frowned, looking at her thoughtfully. Perhaps he was wondering whether to believe the words of the person in front of him. "Just try it out. I'm pretty sure this is the first time something like this has happened to you," Lee Ki-young said firmly. "Quite tempting, isn't it?" Meyer was still hesitant and thoughtful. He just looked at her, then at the knife, without saying anything. After a moment, he spoke. "This matter, are you really sure that—" He lowered his head, his weak voice carrying a hint of hope. "You can kill me." Hearing him ask this, Lee Ki-young smiled like a victor. She knew she had persuaded him. She smugly asked him, "What's your name, kid?" He looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she was asking his name at this moment. He involuntarily asked, "My name?" After hesitating for a moment, he slowly replied, "I am On Meyer." She flipped the knife, pointing it downwards, gave a thumbs up, her voice firm, resolute, and as solid as a nail driven into a post. "Then don't worry, Meyer. You will join us in wiping out the Z-humans. The day human civilization is restored." Lee Ki-young crossed her arms, her posture firm and resolute. "I guarantee I will kill you." A gentle breeze blew past where they stood. Meyer stood before his mother's grave, listening to Lee Ki-young's words. Something stirred within him that he couldn't quite distinguish, perhaps because he had lived alone and lonely for too long. Until then, I hope we can fight side by side. Right, Comrade Meyer? Lee Ki-young stood with her arms crossed, a smile on her face as she asked him. He still had his head down, hand on his chest, wondering what this fluctuating emotion was. Meyer slowly raised his eyes to look at Lee Ki-young. Slowly, his voice full of hope, he said, "Can you promise me?" Lee Ki-young looked at him, smiled, and nodded in agreement. "I promise." Meyer looked at Lee Ki-young, swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. Someday, I will be able to die. How long do we have to wait, Garam? It seemed this person was losing patience and shouting. Hey, wait a minute! Mir, Lee Ki-young, Kyu-ho, and Dong-ho seemed to have been waiting for a long time. It appeared there was some trouble on the other end. Garam's voice was intermittent, and she seemed very panicked. The car's accelerator is... Her voice cut out again. It seemed Garam was having trouble with the car. After a moment, she said, But never mind, I'll be there soon. Hearing this, Lee Ki-young smiled helplessly. All right, hurry up. But Meyer beside her seemed a bit impatient. Kyu-ho suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Dong-ho, Hey, does Garam have a driver's license yet? Dong-ho looked a bit dazed and replied, I don't think so. At this moment, on the dirt road leading to the forest, a car was speeding towards them. Lee Ki-young quickly shifted her attention to the car, exclaiming happily, She's here! Garam was now in the driver's seat. Perhaps because she didn't know how to drive, she also didn't know how to control the speed. The car sped along, making her scream in terror. The car, speeding at full throttle, suddenly braked hard right in front of everyone. Inertia caused the rear of the car to lift slightly and then drop. Everyone stood looking at the car without saying anything, as if they had already anticipated this would happen. Garam quickly opened the car door. She got out looking flustered, quickly saying, Sorry, everyone, am I too late? Lee Ki-young walked over and patted Garam's shoulder. Not at all, you worked hard. Let's get in the car now, Meyer. Garam, hearing her call an unfamiliar name, asked curiously, Meyer? Only then did Garam see On Meyer standing in front of her. She asked curiously, Huh, who is he? Lee Ki-young turned back and explained, He's a new member and will operate under your authority, Garam. Dong-ho said nothing at this point, just quietly walked over. Kyu-ho also walked while turning his head to look at Mir, saying, Well then, let's get in the car. Garam's eyes lit up hearing Lee Ki-young's words. Excitedly, she said, Is that true? I finally have a subordinate. She turned to Meyer with a radiant expression, extending her hand to shake his. Hello, I'm Zin Garam. Meyer didn't seem to care much. He coldly walked past Garam and got into the car. Meyer, please sit in the front seat. Garam watched his retreating back. The situation was a bit awkward. She no longer had the excited, bright-eyed look from before. The smile on her face became strained. Is he shy or something? After everyone had settled in, Lee Ka-young started driving towards the Lee Tho squad's base. In the car, she told Meyer that he would join the reconnaissance team in Jinhae, which was currently occupied by the Red Sun. He asked back, puzzled, What is Red Sun? Lee Ki-young was a bit surprised that he didn't understand. You've never heard of the Red Sun? It seems you've been isolated from the world for a while to be so clueless about these things. But then she patiently explained, Red Sun is one of the few types of Z-humans, stronger and more unpredictable individuals. They have managed to conquer many cities currently. Lee Ki-young said while driving, Our primary goal is to eliminate the Red Sun, but to do that, we first need to determine the location of their leader. Dong-ho, sitting in the back, added enthusiastically, So we're going to scout Craven's territory. Kyu-ho beside him also explained further, That guy is also a member of the Red Sun. Meyer looked at them and replied with a but he didn't seem very interested, which disappointed Dong-ho and Kyu-ho. He has no interest in us at all. Lee Ki-young didn't pay much attention to them and quietly continued. In Jinhae, there's a guy who is a guardian of the Red Sun. He's one of the leaders, so he should know something about the leader's location. So I want you to partner with Garam in tracing the leader. Craven only leads a small group, but a guardian rules an entire city. If there were a contest between Craven and that guardian, it would be like a mouse writhing in resistance before a tiger slowly enjoying its meal. Honestly, it would be better to go together, but Lee Ki-young scratched her head, looking a bit troubled. We also need to check other places. So we've arrived in Jinhae. Garam and Meyer got out of the car. He still had his usual indifferent expression, but Garam looked very tense. Behind them, Lee Ki-young was watching them. "From here, it's better to go on foot than by car," Lee Ki-young said. "The area is quite rugged. Ms. Garam will explain the details of the job and everything to you." Very good," Lee Ki-young said, then returned to the car and drove off. When the car was out of sight, Garam turned to look at Mir with a determined expression. "All right. This is my first mission. I'm so nervous, but now I'm a superior. I have to set an example for my subordinate." With that thought, she shouldered a huge backpack and ran towards Jinhee City, not forgetting to tell him, "All right, follow me," right at the entrance to the city. The scene here was desolate, as if abandoned for decades or centuries. "Okay, we've entered this place safely." Garam suddenly became tense. "Now, towards the city." "It's really unbearably tense." She hid behind a heavily damaged car, under Meyer's puzzled gaze. Tensely, she quickly flipped through a search notebook. "This city is a gathering place for many different species. Here we might have to face many other creatures." In the notebook was a small map marking the gathering places of Z humans. "This is not an ordinary city. Here, Z animals will also appear." Garam looked at the notebook. In her mind, all sorts and types of Z humans they might encounter appeared. "It's just that we don't know when we'll encounter them." She stealthily turned her head to look behind. Meyer still stood there calmly, watching her with a helpless look. Her eyes became more determined. "We need to heighten our vigilance." At this moment, somewhere high up, a pair of eyes was following their every move. "Are they okay, Captain?" Q-Ho asked curiously. "Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? I don't think letting them go alone is a good idea." Dong-Ho beside him was no less curious. He looked towards the two of them, pondering. Lee Ki-young held binoculars, silently observing. Hearing Q-Ho's words, she reassured him. "It's fine. With Meyer here, things won't get too out of hand," she reassured him and explained. "And also, this is because I need to check a few more things. I want to see," she said while staring intently at Meyer, "whether he will follow my orders or not. He is an ambitious person, but—" Lee Ki-young slowly lowered her binoculars, revealing her seemingly determined eyes. "Currently, I'm still not sure about that kid's intentions. So I want to check if we can trust him later on." The three of them sat on a high cliff nearby, silently observing Meyer and Garam. "Let's just observe a little longer." Q-Ho looked at Captain Lee Ki-young thoughtfully, perhaps understanding some of her intentions. Down below, Garam was surprised to see Meyer still standing still, looking at her. "Hey, why are you still there? Come over here and hide quickly." She urgently called him. Meyer still stood calmly and asked why, making her exclaim helplessly, "Seriously?" "How can you ask that?" Garam impatiently stood up and questioned him. "They could appear at any moment." Just as she finished speaking, two Z'd animals appeared. They were talking to each other as they walked, perhaps not having spotted them yet. One asked, "For real, bro?" The other replied, "Yeah, for real, bro." Garam, hearing their voices, was horrified. She plopped down behind the car, her face pale with fear. "Damn, they're here! Why so early?" She was scared, starting to think random things. "Is that a tiger or what?" A tiger and a lion were talking. The tiger turned to ask the lion, "So Craven is really dead?" Before the lion could answer, he saw something that surprised him. "What's that?" The tiger, alerted by the lion, also looked ahead. Before the two Z'd animals stood Meyer, looking at them calmly and lifelessly. Garam, seeing him standing still like that, was also worried, fidgeting, not knowing what to do. Lee Ki-young, observing from above, was also surprised by him. "This is tense." "We're done for." The lead tiger lost patience. He shouted loudly, "Hey, who are you? What is a human like you doing here?" Faced with his question, Meyer remained silent, standing still without moving. "Is he crazy?" Garam looked at him, scared and worried. "Even without being told, one should know enough to hide. That's obvious, isn't it?" Excuse me. Meyer looked at her, pointing towards the Z animals, and asked, I just have to kill them all, right? Garam, hearing this, cried out in alarm. Wait, wait! But it was too late. He had already rushed off somewhere, so fast she couldn't see him, only a slight afterimage and a cloud of dust. The blood vessels on his fingers elongated again, this time denser than before. He was now in midair, creating a giant brain from the elongating blood vessels on his hand. The brain was like a large dark cloud, forming lightning bolts around it, drawing all the Z'd animals' attention towards him. What's that, a whole swarm? He swung his arm and threw it down. The giant brain, along with the lightning bolts, fell straight onto the heads of the Z animals. Almost all the Z animals were crushed beneath the brain. A few standing on the periphery were also made unsteady by the impact's shockwave and the lightning. The shockwave of the impact resonated for hundreds of meters, creating a small earthquake. Roads and already damaged houses collapsed further due to the tremor. Garam, hiding behind the nearby car, was also thrown into the air by the shockwave. She screamed, not understanding what was happening. What was that just now? Does Meyer have special abilities? She was completely shocked watching what happened before her. I thought he was just an ordinary person. No, I was wrong. More accurately, he's unbelievably strong. They couldn't believe what had just happened before their eyes. A cat Z animal trembled and asked, Hey, bro, that guy? What's with him? A rabbit Z animal was also skeptical. Is he really human? Suddenly, Meyer, quick as a flash, rushed towards them. The blood vessels on his hand elongated again. He brought his hand back in a stance, to the astonishment of the Z'd animals. He swung his arm, and the blood vessels on his hand sliced all the Z'd animals in half. Even the car Garam was hiding behind was cut in half by him, making her scream and cover her head in fear. He brought his hand back again. He created another giant brain and threw it at the building in front, causing it to collapse. He quickly spun around. He continued to create more giant brains, throwing them at buildings where Z animals were hiding. The already desolate streets were heavily ravaged by him. The three, Lee Ki-young, Kyu-ho, and Dong-ho, watching from above, were completely shocked. Kyu-ho exclaimed, Look, Captain, what's happening down there? Lee Ki-young stammered, It's truly extraordinary. Lee Ki-young couldn't believe her eyes. I never expected things to turn out like this. At this moment, in the distance, some Z animals saw the buildings being demolished by the giant brains and were surprised and curious, not knowing what was happening. Two of them sitting on an old wrecked car asked each other, What's that? What's happening over there? As a group of Z animals ran closer, they saw a few Z animals escaping. They stopped and asked, Hey, what's going on? The escaping ones kept running, shouting for their kind to flee as they ran, confusing the Z animals who had just arrived. Flee from what? At this moment, the one in the lead saw Meyer punching the ground and asked curiously, What is that guy? Before his question could be answered, he and his comrades behind him were thrown into the air. Meyer punched the ground and then rushed towards them, knocking them up, sending dirt and rocks flying along with the Z animals. At this moment, a few also ran up behind Garam. They look like humans, Garam heard them and flinched in fear. Oh dear, she turned her head, her expression somewhat helpless. If you're already fighting, I guess I have to join in too. This is a human. All of this is your doing, right? A Z animal rushed to confront her. How can a human do this? Garam quickly flipped through the book in her hand. It's really tough having to face a situation like this. She knelt on the ground, flipping through the book as if casting some spell. Each character from the book floated up, turning blue. The characters flew around her body. A mark appeared on her forehead and her face became more resolute. Activate transmission ability, knowledge boxing. She rushed quickly towards the Z animals. Weaving through each one, any she passed received a punch so painful it crushed their internal organs. Meyer was now leaping across car roofs, moving so fast one could only hear the impact of his feet on metal but couldn't see him. He appeared above three Z'd animals, surprising them so they couldn't react in time. One, seeing him, immediately wanted to flee. He swooped down and kicked once. The heads of all three flew off their necks. He landed on the ground in front of the Z animal corpses. He swung his leg and kicked again. The ground cracked and rose up. The corpses on the ground and those still running were thrown up, flying tens of meters away. He continued to rush forward quickly. Everywhere he passed was shattered. No Z'd animal could hide. Finished, he rushed back behind Garam. Her clothes were now covered in mud and Z animal blood. She panted tiredly, turned her head and called to him, "Hey, slow down a bit." "Are you planning to destroy the entire city like this?" Garam angrily asked him. "Now even more Z'd humans will come here." In front of her, a surviving Z animal lay on the ground in fear. Meyer just silently looked at her without saying anything. He ignored what Garam said, picked up a bone fragment and walked towards the surviving Z animal, his gloomy, cold face terrifying it. It looked at him, crying, retreating in fear, trying to avoid his gaze, making meaningless sounds as if begging him. "What's wrong with this one?" He looked at it, puzzled. "Can't it speak normally?" Garam, hearing this, asked back, "What? You can still say that after slaughtering all of them?" She panted, trying to catch her breath, her voice a bit broken. "Well, it's clear that's just a low-level Z human." Mir looked at her curiously. "Low-level?" He remembered when his mother turned into a Z human. She also spoke meaningless words to him, her face covered in tears. He didn't understand, only knew to hug her and call out, "Mom." He frowned, looking at the Z animal in front of him. "Go." It was unclear what he was thinking, letting it go like that. It seemed equally surprised by his words. Seeing it still curiously lingering, he added, "Get out of here quickly." Hearing that, it bolted, fleeing for its life, quickly leaving the area. Garam was also surprised by his action. She asked curiously, "What? Why did you let it go?" "Humans, get them!" Garam activated her ability again, crying out angrily, "Please, don't come anymore!" Meyer behind her slowly turned around. The fight resumed. It's unknown how long it lasted. They only remembered it was still light when they started fighting. When it ended, the sun had set. Garam panted exhaustedly. Meyer looked at the pile of corpses in front of him and nonchalantly asked, "Which one in this pile is the Guardian?" This made Garam a bit angry. "What are you talking about?" She wiped a smudge from her face, not wanting to bother with this weirdo. "I think the Guardian probably died ages ago." Though she said that, Garam thought to herself, "Actually, why hasn't the Guardian shown up? Isn't this enough to provoke him?" Garam looked around, searching. Or maybe he's already dead somewhere around here? The more she thought, the more confused she got. She decided to stop thinking, sighed. "I don't know anymore. For now, let's just hide for a while." Mir, hearing this, was puzzled. "Why do we have to hide?" Garam, hearing this, explained helplessly, "Why? What if those Z humans come again?" Meyer nonchalantly replied, "Then we'll just kill them all again, though none of them look like the Guardian." Garam, 70% angry and 30% helpless, looked at him and said, "Hey, we came here to gather information, not to commit genocide on the entire city." Meyer continued nonchalantly, "But we can do both at the same time," which confused Garam. "What?" Garam looked at him thoughtfully. After a moment, she angrily confronted him. "Listen, I know you're very strong, but I can't fight all day." "You're too strong, so you don't have to worry about life or death." Garam got close to his face and scolded. "But I'm not that strong. I could die." Meyer lowered his head, pondered a bit, then said, "So what's the big deal?" "It doesn't matter if you live or die." He looked at her nonchalantly and said, "As long as we complete the mission." Garam, hearing this, was furious, not understanding what he was thinking to be able to say such things. Meyer looked up and said, "It doesn't matter if you live or die, as long as we complete the mission." His words struck Garam psychologically. She looked at Meyer, both bewildered and frightened. She said to Meyer, "Are you really serious? You don't care about life or death at all?" Meanwhile, Lee Ki-young, observing from outside, heard their conversation through her earpiece. Meyer's voice came through, Yeah, I don't really care about that issue much. Every word Meyer uttered also made her think. Meanwhile, Mir and Garam were still arguing. Garam seemed angry, clenching her fists and shouting, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" She approached Meyer, pointing at his chest, and continued, "The purpose of us doing this is to save the remaining lives, including our own. No matter how urgent the mission is, it's not worth sacrificing our lives. To be frank, I want you to be less reckless." Garam said a lot, but Mir didn't speak or show any reaction. He just looked at Garam very thoughtfully, which made her even more puzzled. Finally, Meyer spoke. "I'm not like that." Garam was suddenly astonished. Before she could understand Mir's meaning, someone shouted, and a foot stomped hard on the road. The seventh guardian appeared, looking smugly and asking, "What's going on here?" The appearance of the seventh guardian made Meyer and Garam suddenly think, "That's..." Blades ran along his body and also a lion mask on his back. "We're done for." The reconnaissance team, still observing from outside with binoculars, also seemed surprised. Garam, still terrified, looked at the seventh guardian standing there, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Why now of all times? I don't have enough strength to fight anymore. And even if we really fight, can we win?" Craven stood there imposing, along with his cronies. The surrounding space also became darker. Garam was still thinking, when the opponent is the Z-Human Legion and the city's guardian. At this moment, the seventh guardian spoke. "I heard my brother Craven died, so I was planning to pay a visit. But what's this situation now?" One of his subordinates, Jeb, recognized Meyer. Jeb looked at Meyer and said to the seventh guardian, "That's him, boss, the one who killed Craven." The seventh guardian, upon hearing this, was skeptical. He turned back to Jeb and asked, "What? That guy?" Jeb replied quickly without hesitation, "Yes, sir, I'm absolutely sure. After killing Craven, he also slaughtered all the brothers there." The seventh guardian was enraged, growling out each word, "Is that so?" He gripped the blade on his back and said, "I've also heard that among those humans some possess so-called special abilities. Who would have thought such nonsense was true?" The blades on his back activated. Wind rose, accompanied by thick dust and smoke. He continued, "I don't know why you killed him, but you've touched my family, so prepare to leave your life here." Lee Ki-young, observing from outside, saw the situation was not good and said, "This is not what I expected. We need to get there quickly." Q-ho, sitting beside her, didn't understand and just asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Without saying much, Lee Ki-young immediately left, leaving the dazed staff member calling her name. Inside the city, Meyer seemed to want to approach the seventh guardian, but his hand was quickly grabbed by Garam, who said, "Hey, are you crazy? That guy's on the Red Sun's management board. Don't be reckless anymore and run with me." Garam, fearing Meyer's impending decision, warned him, "No matter how strong you are, you can still die, you know?" Meyer glanced at Garam. Immediately after, he quickly shook off Garam's hand and said, "I hope so." The seventh guardian rushed forward angrily, saying, "I'll chop you into pieces and then I'll eat you." Meyer stood there calmly, without a trace of fear, unlike Garam beside him, who was anxiously worrying and advising Meyer to run. The two sides clashed. Face to face, Meyer and the seventh guardian both unleashed their techniques. Meyer initially defeated the seventh guardian's subordinates. The Z-human's limbs were all cut into many pieces. The seventh guardian watched his subordinates die one by one, his jaw dropping. Jeb looked at his guardian, his body now cut in half and floating in midair, calling out, "Boss, boss!" The guardian, now at the peak of his anger, roared, "You bastard! How dare you! Slaughter my family right before my eyes?" Meyer stood amidst corpses and blood, the guardian charging from behind. Meyer, unafraid, looked him over. The guardian said, "Now what are you going to do? If I just pass by you, my blades will tear you apart. You can't even keep up with me. Now I'll start tearing your flesh apart. This is all your own doing." Meyer's body at this moment seemed to be torn apart. Meyer remembered what Garam said, "No matter how strong you are, you can still die." His face expressionless, he was surrounded by the guardian's attacks. Soon Meyer's body was severed into pieces. Garam, terrified, covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes watching her friend being cut into pieces with utter horror. The Guardian, thinking he had defeated Meyer, gloated, "Serves you right, you brat." However, not giving him a chance to be arrogant for long, Meyer reappeared and counterattacked, hitting the Guardian with a blow that sent him flying backward. The Guardian was now full of doubt and wondered how Meyer could do that. "Something's a bit off. I didn't miss my slashes, did I?" A voice rang out. "I knew it, The voice left the Guardian stunned. "I'm not dead yet." A mysterious figure appeared, large and overshadowing the Guardian. He looked for a moment. He was so scared he almost turned to stone. Then he immediately fled. His legs trembled, his heart full of doubt. What? What the hell was that just now? Why did I feel so terrified? Garam also didn't understand what was happening. She wondered, what's going on? The Guardian hadn't given up yet. He ran around Meyer again, attacking while provoking him. "You're just a human. You won't be able to keep up with my speed." Dust swirled around Meyer. "You'll regret messing with my family. I won't let you escape." Meyer inside that circle, his expression unchanged. Meyer's eyes turned cold. He indifferently asked the Guardian back, "Family?" The Guardian, seeing the situation was not favorable, thought, "I can't win. That guy, he's something else entirely. I have to report to the leader immediately and summon all the other managers." He created a circle to hold Meyer back and fled. But how could Meyer let him escape so easily? He broke out of the vortex, flew up right behind the Guardian. A punch landed on the Guardian. Having dealt with it, Meyer landed gently. He recalled the Guardian's words and said to himself, "Family. I used to have something like that too." His hands elongated like sharp swords, stabbing straight into the Guardian's chest. Meyer remembered an image from the past. At the dinner table, his mother caringly asked him, "Is the food good today, son?" He also replied cheerfully, "Yes, it's delicious." His mother smiled gently, looking back with affectionate eyes. But his mother quickly turned into a corpse, and Meyer was the one who killed his own mother. He sank back into his thoughts. Was Mom the only family I had? In reality, the Guardian seemed to have been defeated. He still had the strength to curse Meyer. "You damn beast! Do you think the other managers will let you off, brat?" Meyer didn't care much, just said, "Don't blame me for everything. I'm doing this only for my family," he said as he finished off the Guardian. Garam, standing aside and witnessing the entire process, was still dazed, seemingly not having understood what had happened. At this moment, the reconnaissance team also arrived. 2 male staff members went to Garam to check on her, while Lee Ki-young ran towards Meyer. But Meyer was fine. He stood there safely. Lee Ki-young looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. Meyer turned back and said to everyone, "Let's stop. The mission is over." Lee Ki-young: "Meyer, I told you to investigate and scout around Jinhae, but you slaughtered everything. Doing that, we can't find any information or anything similar." Lee Ki-young didn't say much. She arranged the immediate task. The entire unit was to withdraw. Everyone quickly got to work. Lee Ki-young still couldn't escape her thoughts about Meyer. She thought, "I feel there's something strange about him. If not, then he definitely has other intentions. Although he can kill enemies, it's not necessary to be so brutal. If you're still human, show some humanity. Even those Z-humans just now looked pitiful. Oh, God. Maybe I went a bit too far somehow? Because maybe I've brought back the wrong kind of monster." Lee Ki-young was thinking about her previous decision. Maybe I went a bit too far somehow? Because maybe I've brought back the wrong kind of monster. Lee Ki-young stopped her thoughts and reminded everyone, "There might be some Z-humans on the way back, so don't let your guard down." Everyone agreed in unison. The road in the gloomy city was chaotic, covered with corpses and blood. A hand wiped a bloodstain on the road, observing and assessing. Bloodstains are scattered all over this area, but there isn't a single drop of human blood here. These 2 newcomers were also city guardians. The girl was Io Yere, the 5th-ranked guardian, and the other one was Risuru, the 6th-ranked guardian. Risuru, hearing Io Yere say that, felt annoyed and yelled, "This is so frustrating. Now even humans can be this strong." Io Yere sniffed the lingering scent in the air and said, Perhaps they haven't gone far yet. She turned to Risuru and asked, "So should I call the other managers?" Risuru, feeling dejected, told Ieoyere she was crazy. He seemed to become serious and said, "We will track down and wipe out those humans. If you want to argue with me, then—" Ieoyere was quite surprised by Risuru's attitude, but didn't have much to say and quickly agreed. The two of them quickly went searching. Risuru didn't forget to instruct. "We have to eliminate them quickly before the Management Council finds out about this." A small fire was lit. A voice rang out, "We'll rest here for a bit and then continue." It turned out to be Myers and Lee Ka-young's group. They were resting in a small cave, everyone tired and unable to go on. The atmosphere among them seemed tense. No one knew what to say to each other. Lee Ki-young, seeing this, could guess some of it. She also felt somewhat awkward. While eating, Lee Ki-young thought, "We still have to continue that mission, even though we nearly destroyed half the city. Now we can't determine what those Z-humans will do after this." The problem now was... Lee Ki-young's gaze shifted to her two staff members and Garam. But then she quickly looked towards Meyer and thought, "He's the only one we have who can deal with them. The situation is truly critical now." Lee Ka-young spoke up. Hey! Meyer, I was just trying to test you earlier." Meyer didn't understand what Lee Ki-young meant and asked back, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Lee Ki-young also answered. She looked up at Meyer and said, "It was to see if we could trust you, and I monitored you throughout the entire mission. I told you to investigate Ginny City, but you ended up destroying nearly half of it, and unnecessarily forced Ms. Garam into combat. She could have been in mortal danger. Luckily, we won that last battle, but if by chance you had lost, everyone sitting here could have died. So I conclude that you are not trustworthy at all." Meyer thought for a while. He also retorted, "Didn't you tell me we needed to clean out the Red Sun? I did what you wanted." Lee Ki-young reached into her back pocket for something, saying as she did, "Well, yes, I did say that." She pulled out a knife and held it firmly. Lee Ki-young continued, "But I also said to investigate, not to destroy the city. And I also emphasized that I want to restore human civilization." She stabbed the knife in her hand into her seat, her face still cold and expressionless. "If we keep doing things your way, even humanity will be wiped out. Based on the foundation of human society, what you do will put an end to that society." Lee Ki-young pointed the knife at Meyer and said to him, "Meyer, I brought you here because I need your help to restore society, and you will have to obey my orders because you need me to help you die. But your reckless actions will endanger all of us. You want to die, right? Then do as I say." Lee Ki-young's face had now become stern. What she had just said left everyone around stunned for a moment. Meyer finally agreed. He said, "All right." Receiving the answer, Lee Ki-young also retracted her knife and didn't forget to reaffirm with Meyer, "So be it then." Having spoken clearly with Meyer, Lee Ki-young felt somewhat less worried. She continued eating and thought, "Everything is probably fine for now." Anyway, the biggest problem here is still the fact that he destroyed the city and, at the same time, killed the Guardian, a member of their management council. This is no different from declaring war on them. Surely the other managers have already started to act. Hurried footsteps were the two city guardians, Ieoyere and Risuru. The two of them had quickly found the cave where Meyer and Lee Ki-young's group were resting. Standing at the cave entrance, Risuru asked Ieoyere, "Hey, are you sure they're inside?" Ieoyere also affirmed, "Sure, I can smell them coming from inside." Risuru said triumphantly, "So we found you, you damn brats." The two of them headed towards the cave entrance. Reaching the cave entrance, Risuru couldn't hold back and roared, "Hey, you scum! Pay for what you've done!" But the only response he got was silence. The cave had long been empty. Only a crackling fire remained. Risuru put his hand to his face in frustration, saying, "We've been tricked." Ieoyere analyzed the situation. "They masked the smell of blood with food, huh? Now it's a bit difficult to find them. These guys are pretty smart." Risuru beside her felt there was no way to find Mir's group anymore and could only lament, "There's no way." Risuru, seeing that things had gone wrong, said, "We tried to handle this quietly, but now we have to report it to the others. The situation is different now." "Those humans. What a disgusting bunch!" in Busan City. On the road, traffic was bustling. In her car, Lee Ki-young was focused on driving while Mir sat beside her, his arm resting on the car door, looking thoughtful. In front of them was a group of people carrying things on their shoulders, struggling to cross the road, while another group stood shouting and ordering them around. In the car, Lee Ki-young asked Mir, "Have you ever been to Busan, Mir? This used to be a beautiful city, and now everything has changed. Now humans have to serve as slaves for others, or they will die. These are the only two options for them. It's quite difficult for humans to survive here." Mir looked at the scene outside the car, and with Lee Ki-young's words, his expression became even more pensive. Outside, two people were shouting. One of them said, "Hey, aren't you going to stop that car?" The other replied, "Stop what? Look at the license plate. That's just a slave car. They have to transport things and stuff. Stop standing there like an idiot. Pay attention to those carrying things." The other person remembered what needed to be done and didn't say much more about the car. Mir and Lee Ki-young's group arrived at their destination. Everyone got out of the car and followed Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young led everyone. This seemed to be a sewer. The smell was unpleasant. She said to everyone, "It's a bit shabby, but bear with it. This is the only way to our headquarters." After walking for a while, the group emerged from the sewer. Lee Ki-young said, "We're here. This is the headquarters of the Litho Squad. I'd love to show you around, but we—" Lee Ki-young hadn't finished her sentence when someone spoke up. "Good heavens, you guys are here." Commander Cho Nuri pointed at Lee Ki-young and shouted angrily, "Lee Ki-young, what the hell have you done? Security in the city has been tightened now. I thought you were investigating. What are you doing here?" Faced with Nuri's barrage of questions, Lee Ki-young just smiled wryly and answered vaguely, "Oh, that? I'll tell you about it later." Nuri didn't seem to want to let her off and retorted, "Why not now?" Lee Ki-young said, "Well, first of all, I have something I need to do." Seeing her serious, Nuri was curious. Lee Ki-young called Mir. "Hey, could you come here for a moment, Mir?" Mir walked over to Lee Ki-young. Mir's appearance made Nuri curious. She asked, "What are you doing all of a sudden? Who is that kid?" Kyu-ho, standing beside her, was about to tell Nuri, "Oh, that kid is—" Lee Ki-young spoke to Mir. "Mir, in the future we will have to confront the Management Council. I don't know how many of them there are or what their abilities are. But there's one thing I know for sure. The Guardian you killed was only the weakest among the managers. Now attack me. And this time don't hold back, I'm serious." Lee Ki-young's words also confused Mir. He stood stunned for a moment, then asked her back, "Is this an order?" Lee Ki-young said very firmly, "Yes, this is an order." Kyu-ho, standing outside, thought worriedly, "Captain, what else do you need to confirm?" Kyu-ho recalled the time in the cave. "Ah, right, they fought each other before. It's just that back then the boss didn't use her special ability. Could it be that the boss wants to test Mir with her superpower, so the boss intends to see if she can beat him? Lee Ki-young thinks Mir is very strong, and from now on, he will participate in the upcoming campaign. So what I need here is assurance. To ensure that Mir could defeat the Management Council, Mir and Lee Ki-young both prepared for battle. Both of them launched their first moves. Lee Ki-young very seriously said to herself, "Let's fight!" Kyu-ho, observing from outside, seemed worried. He thought, "Captain, Mir is the strongest among us, and he also possesses a rare and special superpower of a completely different level, Super 5. Those who possess this superpower are usually overwhelmingly stronger than or on par with members of the Management Council. He is the only Super 5 carrier in our team. In fact, both Garam and I possess superpowers, but the captain has always been the strongest in this squad. Because she not only possesses countless combat techniques and abundant practical experience, but also has superpowers." Lee Ki-young, unafraid, calmly activated her absolute vision ability. She dodged Mir's first attack. It made Mir quite surprised. Lee Ki-young told Mir, "I can predict the opponent's movements with absolute vision." Now Lee Ki-young not only dodged, she counterattacked. Each blow struck Mir on the chin. Next was the stomach. Mir was hit by Lee Ki-young and sent flying. But Mir didn't fall. He regained his balance. Kyuho, watching them fight from outside, assessed, Meyer, to defeat the captain, he must become the ultimate human existence. Mir was thinking. It seemed he had discovered something. Lee Ki-young took off her hat and said to Meyer, "Now it's for real." Meyer also stopped attacking with his fists. He unleashed his own techniques. He swung bone fragments from his hand towards her. Lee Ki-young put her hat back on, looked at Meyer, and thought, "Bones this time, huh?" He changes his fighting style constantly, along with quite diverse attacks. She used her absolute vision to look at Meyer. With absolute vision, Lee Ki-young saw a total of 9 pieces hurtling towards her at an average speed of 70 km/h. After a quick observation, she said, "Still too easy," and reached out to meet the attack. Lee Ki-young caught Meyer's bone fragments one by one with ease. Everyone outside watching Lee Ki-young was completely shocked and couldn't believe it. Nuri shouted, "Don't destroy my headquarters!" Lee Ki-young felt something was wrong. The pile of bones in her hand suddenly vanished. Immediately after, Meyer counterattacked from somewhere, surprising her. But Lee Ki-young managed to dodge that attack. Meyer landed on the ground and continuously attacked Lee Ki-young without rest. Receiving Meyer's attacks, Lee Ki-young assessed, "Truly magnificent, completely different from the first assault. To put it clearly, my superpower is to dodge bullets, but Meyer's attacks are even more brutal and terrifying than bullets." Meyer still attacked with high-damage techniques. It brought Lee Ki-young excitement. She smiled. "He's even better than I expected." Meyer was about to attack again when Lee Ki-young interrupted, "Stop, I lose." Meyer, thinking she was joking, asked back, "Really?" Lee Ki-young was certain, "Yeah, that's enough." Meyer, though not understanding anything, didn't ask much. The fight between the two, plus the brief conversation, left those outside completely clueless as to what Lee Ki-young was thinking. Garam watched the battle with her mouth agape, thinking, "The captain could only dodge and couldn't counterattack at all." The battle was truly spectacular. Meyer is incredibly strong. A new hope has emerged. Perhaps we can overthrow the management council. And restoring a society, a new world, is no longer an impossible feat. Because now we have Mir. Lee Ki-young didn't waste any time. She approached Nuri and said, "All right, let's start preparing." In contrast to her very busy boss, her staff member asked, "For what, boss?" After the battle with Lee Ki-young, Meyer fell into deep thought. He looked at his hand. He glanced at Lee Ki-young and thought, "I couldn't land a single hit." Meanwhile, Lee Ki-young was talking to Nuri. "Nuri, can I see you privately for a moment?" Lee Ki-young and Nuri went to another place. Nuri crossed her arms, her face worried, and asked Lee Ki-young, "What are you going to do now?" Lee Ki-young, surprised, replied, "Huh? I haven't said anything yet." Nuri pushed her glasses up and said, "Do I need to tell you? Look at the extent of the problem. The entire city's security has been tightened just because of that Meyer kid. It's always like this. Whenever you find someone interesting, you just bring them into your team. By now, you've probably smashed up some city." Lee Ki-young laughed loudly and said, "Nuri, you're pretty smart." Nuri glared and retorted, "Trying to be sarcastic, are you?" Lee Ki-young stopped joking and said seriously, "Let's get down to business. The situation has become more serious than I thought." Lee Ki-young said, pointing at the map. "First, we need to move to Oryukdo." Nuri asked back, "Oryukdo, a city that also enslaves people?" Lee Ki-young continued, "Yeah, there's a big war about to happen there, so we'll need a lot of weapons. Scientist Yeon is doing fieldwork in that area, so I'm planning to pick her up right now." Nuri, hearing this unexpected decision, was a bit worried and asked back, "Pick her up? Right now?" Lee Ki-young replied, "Yeah, we need her to make better quality weapons with better capabilities, so she's quite important." Lee Ki-young held the knife in her hand and turned to ask Nuri, "And do you remember Yeon made this knife?" Nuri still remembered it was a knife to deal with the managers. After Nuri finished speaking, Lee Ki-young returned to Meyer's issue. She said, "I brought Meyer here because I promised to grant him death, as this knife had an effect on him." Nuri became increasingly confused and asked back, "What? Why does he want to die?" But it seemed Lee Ki-young herself didn't know why Meyer wanted that. As if something struck her, Nuri pointed outside and said, "But wait, does that mean that kid is immortal?" Lee Ki-young wasn't too surprised because she had been surprised before. When she found out about this, she had the same reaction as Nuri. The two continued their conversation. Nuri asked, "So that kid doesn't age?" Lee Ki-young could only reply, "Yeah." Returning to the main issue, Lee Ki-young explained further, "But this knife still can't kill Meyer. It only slows down his recovery process. And to be able to control Meyer to turn him into our trump card, Yi-an needs to return here as soon as possible." Nuri, hearing this, thought, "So we have to go to Oryukdo no matter what." Nuri also quickly made a decision. She pushed Lee Ki-young aside. She picked up the map and studied it. "Let's see, if you want to go to Oryukdo, then—" A plan was drawn up by Nuri. She gathered everyone, pointed at the board, and said, "All right, everyone gather around. The Oryukdo campaign strategy meeting begins now." Nuri began to speak passionately about each step of the plan. "First, we have to escort Yi-an back. Then next, let's recruit more powerful members. As we know, the Litho squad only has this many members. For the future revolution, this is unbearably few. Of course, some have been sent out for reconnaissance, but even with them, our numbers are still very lacking. Therefore, this campaign will be to escort Yi-an back and recruit more members to strengthen our unit. Now for the details of the upcoming campaign." Listening to Nuri speak so enthusiastically from above, Lee Ki-young below could only smile to herself. "You really think that far ahead, huh? Nuri is truly different. If it's a battle of wits, I'd lose to you." Kyu-ho raised his hand with an opinion. "Commander, I have a suggestion. If we're going to Oryukdo, we need to steal a large enough boat. What about the Z-humans in the port area?" Nuri didn't care much and asked back, "So what?" This made Kyu-ho sweat and stammer, No. I mean, how should we deal with them?" Nuri replied, "I don't think the problem lies in their numbers. You should know what's best to do." Kyu-ho didn't ask anything further. One morning at the harbor, Meyer jumped down and landed gently. A voice came through the earpiece. "Meyer, do you copy?" Meyer also replied, "Yes." The voice from the earpiece continued, "There are many Z-humans in the surrounding areas. Try to stay hidden as much as possible." Lee Ki-young stood in a corner, commanding, "We should also hide and find a boat. Everyone take care, don't get hurt." Meanwhile, in El urban area of Busan City, Red Sun Society, the meeting between the 7 members of the Management Council was over. Risuru said seriously, "The humans have destroyed Jinhae City, and also killed the 7th Guardian. We of course tracked them, but couldn't pinpoint their location." 4th-ranked Guardian Nat spoke up, "Humans? So you mean all of this was done by humans?" 5th-ranked Guardian Io Iere also spoke up from this side. "They are definitely humans because their smell is very similar to human smell." 3rd-ranked Guardian Aloe also said, "But if they can kill a Guardian, then they must be superpower users, right?" 2nd-ranked Guardian Spectre on this side remained calm, smiled, and replied, "They're all just humans. Why be so scared?" "Risuru, do you have any more detailed information?" 1st-ranked Guardian Trait asked. "It can't be just that." He continued, "For now, let's block all exits and entrances to the cities and strengthen security in areas under our control. Because we don't have any concrete evidence yet, don't be hasty. And Risuru, if you find them, then you better not lose them again. This is the last time I'll tolerate your incompetence." Risuru, hearing this, could only reply, Right. I won't fail again this time." But in his heart, he thought, "This is fucking tiring." Eoier looked at him and said, "So where are you planning to look first?" He thought for a moment and replied, "Let's see. First, we'll check our own area." At Busan Port, a voice echoed, "Meyer, can you hear me clearly? There are many Z-humans around, so try to stay hidden as much as possible." "Yes, there are also many humans working here. Try not to harm them." "All right." The two were engrossed in conversation when Meyer suddenly rushed forward. He told himself, "I'll deal with them quietly." They were talking cheerfully, unaware of what was about to happen. Meyer kicked their heads off. He landed easily, his face showing no particular emotion. And then he continued running, thinking to himself, successfully hidden. Garam and Dong-ho hid behind 2 train cars. They whispered to each other, "Garam, how's Dong-ho over there?" Dong-ho made a hand gesture and whispered, "Nothing at all. How about you?" Nothing here either. Let's move to another area now. Two Z-humans were gradually approaching this way. Dong-ho asked Garam, "But where to? You know this place is a bit—" Meyer charged out from somewhere and kicked the heads off the two, to Dong-ho's astonishment. "Huh, what?" Garam and Dong-ho stared open-mouthed at what had just happened, turning to look intently at him. Garam forced a smile. "Let's try over there now." Dong-ho could only say one word. "Okay." The other two moved forward. Kyu-ho, however, continued to hide behind. He thought to himself, "Everyone else is struggling to find a boat while I'm completely lost. Where did my teammates go?" A piercing scream made Kyu-ho whirl around. What was that sound just now? It sounded like a woman's voice, didn't it? A girl crawled on the ground, terrified, asking, "Why are you guys here? I just finished today's work." Two Z-humans standing nearby seemed unconcerned and disgusted. "I wonder if that girl tastes good?" "Probably delicious. Whatever she looks like, as long as she's delicious. But is it okay to eat a slave?" "They don't care." "That's right. I'm also a bit annoyed that they reduced our food rations. We only get to eat one fresh human a month, but only guardians, not us. We're even forbidden from eating you slaves. We'll have to make an exception today, huh?" "Blame our policies, not us." The girl struggled. "No, stay away from me." A young boy ran out to shield the woman. "Don't touch my mother!" The girl called his name. "Dong-suk-chan! Mom told you not to follow me." The two looked at him with disdain. "What's this?" One of them grabbed the boy's head and pulled him up, ignoring his struggles. "Where did you crawl out from, kid?" The boy screamed. "Let me go!" He sneered mockingly and said, "Too bad we can't eat children, can we? You have to live to breed your kind, so get your ass aside and we'll deal with it later." Then he threw the boy aside, ignoring the mother's loud cries of her child's name. Kyu-ho witnessed these scenes. The boy shouted loudly, "Leave my mother alone!" Kyu-ho on this side wondered, "Huh, the boy's mother?" He rushed in. "Hey, what's going on here? Stop it now!" The girl also stopped crying. These Z-humans frowned. "Now who's this gynecologist?" The boy clutched his sleeve and cried, "Mister, please save my mother!" Kyu-ho, bewildered, said, "Huh? Oh dear, what should I do now? I dragged myself here, but I'm not good at fighting." This guy smirked in front of him again. "So what are you going to do now, mister? Humans like you can't kill us anyway." "Ah, whatever. In for a penny, in for a pound." He punched him in the stomach, letting out a sound to boost his spirits. "Hi-ya!" But the blow did nothing. Instead, his face was grabbed. The child beside him screamed in terror, "Mister!" He was about to strike again. Kyu-ho knew it, but could only close his eyes and brace himself. Suddenly, his head was gone. Kyu-ho suddenly landed on his body and let out a small cry. The one on the other side, holding the girl's head, also had to shout in fear, "What?" Meyer stood there calmly, looking at them. "What the fuck are you—" Before he could finish his sentence, Meyer threw a brain, smashing his head. The boy ran into his mother's arms, sobbing and saying, "Mommy!" The mother hugged the child tightly and called his name. "Dong-suk-chan, are you okay? Mommy, are you hurt?" Mir still stood there stiffly, while Kyu-ho beside him said, "Thanks, Mir, almost met my ancestors." The mother and son kept hugging each other and crying. He saw that scene. Although his face showed no other emotion, he was actually thinking about something. Kyu-ho asked caringly, "Hey, Meyer!" The other two bowed low before Kyu-ho and said loudly, "Thank you so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you." "Huh? Oh no, miss. I didn't help with anything. You two should leave here." Thank you so much," he replied shyly. "Oh, it's just a common courtesy." He turned his face forward, then saw Mir's solitary figure walking straight ahead. Kyu-ho thought to himself, why have you become like this? Since when did your face carry such a heavy, sorrowful sadness?" The radio in Kyu-ho's body crackled. "Hello! All units assemble immediately. I've found a usable boat." Their group on the boat, cheerfully examining everything. "Wow, I can't believe the boss found a boat while we were running around all over the place." Lee Ki-young asked Dong-ho, "What's with those clothes?" He replied, "Oh, this? They look pretty good, don't they? This is the port worker's uniform. How could I refuse this item?" "Is that so?" "Oh my God, is that a dead body?" Hey guys, someone died here! A group of people shouted loudly. Someone told us we have to go right away. The reply was a single, Roger! In a moment, the boat successfully set sail. Garam looked at the book in panic and whispered to herself, Do this, then do that! Mir sat enjoying the cool breeze, his face exuding an indescribable sadness. Kyu-ho approached and spoke. Meyer, he immediately replied, Yes? Did you know that I can also use superpowers? My ability is enchantment. To be more precise, I can manipulate people's emotions. Let me give you an example. Then he activated his enchantment ability. Do you feel better now? But that power couldn't reach him. He asked back, See what? He replied in confusion. Huh? Why isn't it working? Seriously? His depression is even stronger than my superpower? He suddenly covered his face, feigning tears. Oh, this poor kid, how sad must he be? He sat there with a bewildered expression, not understanding anything while he said, Well, anyway, if life gets too hard, you can confide in me about it. After all, I'm a doctor. But he only replied, Ah, yes. His face still maintained a sad expression. Thank you. Kyu-ho was embarrassed. Oh, well then, call me whenever you need. Yes. Dong-ho came over and asked, Kyu-ho, I need to ask you something. Aren't you afraid of Meyer? He asked back. Why do you ask that? He doesn't seem to show any emotion or anything. Something's not right. And why does he want to die? He stood there gazing into the distance. It's just... From my point of view, Meyer is currently extremely sad and desperate. And the reason he wants to die is because he no longer has any reason to continue living. Dong-ho asked in surprise. Is that true? In the cockpit, Garam suddenly asked, Captain, is there... The captain looked up and asked her, Is there what? Someone there? Beep! Report! Bodies discovered scattered around Busan Port. Request deployment of a reconnaissance team to survey the surrounding area. A stranger reported over the radio. This is Feeder. A suspicious fishing boat has been spotted. We'll begin interrogation immediately. What's wrong? Risuru asked. The other person turned his head and replied, Yes, sir. There's a suspicious boat in front of the ship, sir. A suspicious boat? One said. We found a suspicious fishing boat ahead. Risuru frowned and asked, Suspicious boat? The one in the white suit replied, It doesn't look like the boat in the report. Should we continue the search? Risuru turned and left. Up to you. I'm too lazy. Not going. This one immediately replied, Roger! The giant bow of the ship cast a large shadow over the small fishing boat. A voice boomed from the loudspeaker. Vessel ahead, stop! If you do not cooperate, we will open fire, Garam said in panic. Captain, what do we do now? Lee Ki-young calmly said, if only we could just slip past them. Lee Ki-young thought to herself, fight or not fight? Or Yukdo Island is right in front of us. What if Jinhee City gets wind of us? Dong-ho suddenly appeared from behind. He said fearfully, Boss, what is that thing? It's a Z-human ship. Should we inform Meyer? Lee Ki-young suddenly had an idea. She said, Dong-ho, put this on. Just as Dong-ho was holding an orange outfit, he said in astonishment, Huh? So suddenly? The group stood stiffly on the boat, the man in the white suit standing before them. Are you transporting people to Oryukdo Island? Yes. Dong-ho and Garam answered in unison. They thought to themselves, how did we say that so perfectly? The other guy flipped through the notebook in his hand to check. Strange, there's no transport schedule for today. Garam panicked and stammered, Oh, that? Suddenly, Dong-ho interrupted her. We are newly added staff. Garam turned to look at Dong-ho in surprise. Newly added staff? The man in white asked back. He nodded, still flipping through the notebook. This kind of thing happens every time. Dong-ho was so nervous he was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, thank goodness for our ancestors. Why you guys, though? But why do you have to do it? The other guy suddenly looked straight at their group and asked. Huh? Dong-ho replied, stunned. He said, usually Z-humans do this kind of thing. Why humans now? Dong-ho stammered. That's... Kyu-ho, panicked, turned and whispered to Lee Ki-young, Boss, we're dead for sure." Lee Ki-young smiled and whispered back to him, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen." Dong-ho, tense and sweating profusely, stammered, that—" He silently reassured himself. "Calm down, Dong-ho. Dealing with situations like this isn't strange. You've acted this out 100 times." Dong-ho clenched his fists. "Before the Z-humans broke out, your dream was to become an actor. A talented actor, recognized by everyone. Dong-ho had once practiced acting extremely diligently. Now it was time for him to showcase his abilities." Dong-ho regained his composure and said seriously, "Mr. Kim Cho-soo ordered us to." Garam was stunned, her mouth agape, thinking, Kim Cho-soo, who the hell is that?" Inwardly, Dong-ho thought fearfully, "With so many Z-humans at the port, there must be at least one named Kim Cho-soo. We were all human once, after all." Kyu-ho, panicked, turned and whispered to Lee Ki-young, Boss, I swear, there's definitely someone named Kim Cho-soo. Isn't that name cool as hell?" Lee Ki-young said nothing, just sweated and looked down. Kim Cho-soo ordered you?" The other guy suddenly approached and asked. Dong-ho froze, sweating, and replied, Yes. The other guy's expression suddenly changed, frightening Dong-ho. He thought to himself, not even a single Kim Cho-soo? But is he still working here? The man in white suddenly asked. Dong-ho replied blankly, Yes. The other guy put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. That bastard Kim Cho-soo! His work ethic is rotten. Just a single report and it's so hard to do. And what's wrong with him lately? All his hair has fallen out, he asked. At this point, Dong-ho was so scared he was about to cry. He said, Alive. Thanks, zombie Kim Cho-soo. Meyer was speechless, he thought. Just kill them and go. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why is it taking so long? Everyone's attention was drawn, and they all turned to look. The other guy said, Mr. Risuru. Risuru walked over with his hands clasped. What's wrong? Lee Ki-young stared intently at Risuru. Nothing, sir. These kids were sent by Kim Cho-soo, the man in white replied. Kim Cho-soo? Risuru asked back. What's wrong with that Z-human? There's something different about him, isn't there? Risuru asked. Are these all newly added staff? The man in white nodded and said, Greet him quickly. This is Leader Risuru, he said. This remark caught Lee Ki-young's attention. The other guy continued his introduction. This gentleman is the prodigy manager of Oryukto Island. Lee Ki-young stared intently at Risuru. Risuru said, let's see. Risuru suddenly noticed something. In a flash, Risuru appeared right in front of Meyer's calm face. Have we met before? Risuru asked. Lee Ki-young glanced around, observing the situation. What? It must be my imagination. Hey, hurry up and finish, Risuru said as he turned to leave. Yes, sir. Should we give these subordinates a ride? We're going to Oryukto Island anyway, said the man in white. Risuru replied, Do whatever you want. Stop asking stupid questions. Meyer, Lee Ki-young called. He glanced over and replied, Yes. That name, remember it well. Lee Ki-young stared intently at Risuru's retreating back and said, We'll have to fight him eventually, it's only a matter of time, she said. Oryukto Island Slave Human Breeding Farm. 2 gatekeepers enthusiastically bowed low in greeting. Welcome, Mr. Risuru. Risuru led the way, followed by the man in the white suit, then Meyer, Lee Ki-young, and Kyu-ho, and finally, Garam and Dong-ho. Who are the ones following behind? The gatekeeper asked. The man in the white suit replied, They're all new recruits. Arrange a room for them. Then he turned and said to Garam and Dong-ho, You two can go. Help me send my regards to Cho-soo. Dong-ho replied, Yes. Lee Ki-young turned her head and whispered, Dong-ho, find a few more boats on your way back. Dong-ho asked, puzzled. Find what? Garam replied, Boats. She said boats. We'll need them when we return. The sky today is very clear. Garam said to Dong-ho, While the captain is looking for Yeon, we'll find more boats. Dong-ho replied, Yes, yes, that's right. Let's see. White Hat team to room 25 and you two to number 7, said the guard leading the way. The group of 3 followed. Lee Ki-young observed her surroundings. Human slave breeding farm, literally, this place truly breeds human slaves. Some exploited human labor, forced to do heavy manual tasks like mining gems underground. Some were raised for distant purposes, while some were for their amusement. These people were selected and categorized, then sold to various other places. But they all shared the same fate, to become slaves. Lee Ki-young's gaze shifted to an open room door. A group of people sat inside, trembling in fear, treated as a form of food, then slaughtered in the morgue. If one wanted to be chosen as a slave, one had to prove oneself more outstanding than others. A person pushing a cart of clothes walked in the opposite direction of Lee Ki-young. His expression changed when he saw her. That guy intentionally bumped his shoulder into her as they passed each other. This brutal place should be called a survival battlefield. "Meyer!" Lee Ki-young called. Hearing her, he turned and replied, "Yes." "Unless I order otherwise, keep an eye on Juho," she said calmly, her eyes still looking straight ahead. Though he didn't understand, Meyer still replied, "All right." Lee Ki-young glanced around, thinking to herself, "I probably need to be wary of humans, more so than Z-humans." The guide stopped and said to Juho and Meyer, "Here, this is room 7. You two go inside." "Ah, yes," Juho replied. The two opened the door and stepped inside. Lee Ki-young watched them, thinking, "Well, I don't know if it's okay. Hopefully, but Meyer is with them, so..." The guide continued up a flight of stairs. Lee Ki-young followed, observing her surroundings and wondering, but where could Ye-an be? Juho and Meyer stood by the door holding their clothes. Inside the room were 3 other people. A young girl with long hair cowering in a corner, an old man sitting by a table, and a tall, bald man. Juicy spoke first. "Who are you? This is room 7. Get out." Meyer's face remained expressionless, unchanged. Juho seemed flustered and said, "That. We came to save everyone. I'll explain slowly." Suddenly he realized, stunned. Yusi seemed to not care at all and was pulling a woman's hair, dragging her up, ignoring her struggles from the pain. "You came here to save us? What are you doing?" Juho, stunned, approached Ajusi. He said loudly, "Ajusi!" Ajusi calmly asked, "What?" Juho sought help from the others in the room. "Brothers! Brothers!" The old man turned his head away, indicating he wouldn't get involved. "These dogs!" The long-haired girl was still curled up, crying. "What's going on? The atmosphere here is a bit strange," Juho thought in fear. "Oh, these guys are outsiders?" Ajusi said, throwing the woman away, causing her to scream in pain. Ajusi's expression became terrifying. "This is the first time, so you probably don't know. Then I'll teach you." "What do you mean, teach?" Juho hadn't finished speaking when Ajusi's fist physically impacted his face. Juho was sent flying and fell to the ground. Juho's face was already injured. Ajusi grabbed his hair and pulled him up, veins bulging, and said, "Don't be ridiculous. Listen carefully. From now on, you are my dog. You have to ask my permission for everything. No sneaking around. Understand?" Ajusi said, glaring. Juho frowned and replied, "Uncle, what the hell are you talking about? We came here to save everyone." Ajusi arrogantly raised his hand, ready to strike again. This dog. You think it's that easy to trick people?" Thump. Ajusi's hand was stopped by a foot. Ajusi, stunned, looked at the person who had stopped him. "What the hell?" "Excuse me," a voice rang out, startling Juho. Meyer calmly said, "Can I kill this bald guy?" Meyer looked emotionlessly at the uncle in front of him and coldly said, "Can I kill this bald guy?" The bald man in front, seeing his arrogance, roared in anger. "How dare you? Are you tired of living?" Q-Ho, standing beside him, also broke out in a sweat and stepped forward to mediate. "Meyer, don't! You can't kill people." In the next second, that uncle swung a fist towards his face, arrogantly asserting, "You guys must be tired of living. You think I wouldn't dare beat up kids like you?" With that, he punched him hard in the face. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment, thinking, "What the hell? Why is this kid's face as hard as a rock?" My hand hurts more than his face. The bald man, seeing his face unchanged, without any damage, looked at him in fear and thought, "What the hell is this damn kid made of?" Meyer stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed the corner of his shirt, startling him and making him stare at Mir. Q-Ho hastily reminded him, "Meyer, wait a moment. Use a light force, like a forehead flick." The bald man stared at his finger lightly touching his forehead and unconsciously blurted out, "A forehead flick?" He gently flicked him on the forehead, instantly sending him flying a distance, crying out in pain. The bald man flew quite a distance, his mouth wide open in astonishment. The auntie standing beside, witnessing such a scene, gaped, her eyes wide and unblinking. The other girl was no different, so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. The bald man, just from a forehead flick, even had a bloody nose and couldn't believe it, thinking, "What the hell?" Behind his emotionless face, Q-Ho was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Is this what you call a forehead flick? With all this noise, won't the Z-humans come to check?" Just as he finished speaking, a Z-human prison guard burst through the door, shouting, "What's that noise?" Seeing this, he thought helplessly, "No!" Q-Ho clutched his head, screaming internally, "We haven't found Yeon yet. The rescue plan hasn't even been thought of. We can't fight." The prison guard stood before the bald man and shouted, "Is it you again this time?" Hearing this, he blankly replied, "Yes." The prison guard rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and pulled him up, saying angrily, "You dog, how many times have I told you to keep your mouth shut?" He immediately became so scared he stammered, "No, it's just a misunderstanding. It wasn't me." The prison guard paid no attention to his words. Coldly, he said, "Forget it. Let me teach you a special lesson." With that, he was dragged outside, to the astonishment of everyone in the room. His explanations could still be heard from outside. "It wasn't me." Q-Ho looked towards the door, silently assessing. This kind of thing probably isn't the first or second time. Luckily, we escaped death. Then, as if remembering something, he thought fearfully, "But a special lesson? He's not going to die, is he?" Suddenly, he turned to Meyer and said, "Meyer, don't be too sad. It's all that guy's fault." Hearing this, Meyer just replied with one word, "Fault?" He immediately replied, "Nothing." The two women in the room were staring intently at them. Seeing this situation was a bit awkward, he quickly spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Ah, right. How should I put this? Everyone?" Before this young man could finish, an old man knelt down before him and shouted, "Please let me out of here." Q-Ho, not understanding why he was making such a request, asked blankly, "What?" The old man, his hair completely white, cried and bowed his head, begging him, "It's been a long time since I was assigned work. If this continues, I'll be sent to the morgue. Please save me." He looked at the old man in alarm and asked, "What are you doing, uncle?" The auntie standing beside wanted to help him up, saying, "Uncle, why are you kneeling? The children are watching. Aren't you ashamed?" He seemed to have understood, thinking to himself, "Ah, so that's how it is." The auntie looked at the old man reproachfully. "How can you be so selfish?" He immediately roared back, "Otherwise, should I just sit here and wait to die?" The auntie quickly explained, "You know I didn't mean it that way, right?" Q-Ho, hearing their argument, realized the problem. They're considering who will be the new boss. He stood still, his face full of empathy, thinking, "So this is how they've had to live all this time. Better to be selfish and stingy than to become a pile of rotting meat." Q-Ho clenched his fists, stood before them, and affirmed, "Don't worry, uncle, you won't die here." The old man, hearing his words, just said, "Huh?" He swore with all his credibility, with full honor, "I just said it. We came here to save everyone. We will definitely help everyone escape this place." In another room, a man covered in tattoos stood before a girl, trying to show off. "You're new, huh? Let me explain the rules here." Lee Ki-young's expression remained unchanged. She just indifferently replied, "Yeah, you can do all my work. Do as much as you like." With that, she sat down in a corner of the room, arrogantly saying, "I'll rest here." The man in front suddenly became flustered because she had seen through his thoughts. He said, "What? How did you know?" regardless of him constantly jumping around happily like a madman, occasionally muttering, "Whatever, at least I don't have to go to the morgue." She just sat in a corner, head down, thinking, as expected, it's no big deal. What's so fun about that? We'll escape this place soon enough. Lee Ki-young put her hand to her chin, deep in thought. I have to find Yeon first, then think of an escape plan. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from the loudspeaker on the wall. Time to work, you flies! Report to your superiors when you move to the work area. After hearing it, she just silently thought with excitement, Great, let's go. But, where have I heard that voice from the speaker before? It's so familiar. Maybe I'm just too anxious? Inside the prison, securely encased in steel, Kyu-ho was carrying a pile of wood on his head, panting heavily, thinking, what a load! Why do I have to do this? In the courtyard, groups of prisoners were assigned to carry wood. The guards nearby shouted, Hurry up! He immediately thought irritably, where will I find time to look for Yeon? He worked until sweat poured down his face, gritting his teeth in endurance, silently thinking, I wonder what job Meyer was assigned. Is it harder than what I'm doing? Whatever, I just hope it doesn't dishearten him. In another room, Meyer emotionlessly watched the person in front working on a sewing machine. After working for a while, that person stood up and said to him, Here, do it like this. Try it. He replied, yes. A second later, he sat down at the sewing machine and immediately pedaled into his own hand, causing blood to splatter. The person from before, seeing this, screamed in terror, Hey, your hand, let go! With that, he made him sit in a corner and watch. Blood flowed from the back of his hand, dripping onto the floor, yet his expression remained unchanged throughout. The man, annoyed, yelled, Sit there and watch! Don't touch anything! Sitting in the chair, he noticed the young girl in the room approaching him. She held a pack of bandages in her hand, blushed shyly, and said to him, I have these bandages. Shall I bandage it for you? A moment later, the back of his hand was covered with dozens of overlapping bandages. The girl hastily said, Done. You're badly injured. He held up his arm, bandaged with cute plasters, and said coldly, I don't need them. Hearing this, she said in alarm, You don't need them? If you leave it like that, your wound will swell up. After speaking, she returned to her normal demeanor and timidly asked him, By the way, what's your name? He only replied with the name Meyer. She sat hunched over, looking down at the ground, and replied, So it's Meyer. You know? The little girl smiled innocently, looking down at the ground, and said to him, Thank you so much for keeping the peace in our room. She continued, That bald Ajusi guy took all our work. We were very scared we'd be sent to the morgue. Suddenly someone approached them while they were talking and said, Ha Yeong, where are you going? Hearing someone call her name, she looked up and replied, Sister. With that, she rushed to her sister and hugged her, saying, Meyer, this is Ji Zian. She's a very good person. Her eyes sparkled as she rattled off to him. She's the only one who takes care of me and dares to stand up to that bald Ajusi. Ji Zian, seeing her like this for the first time, was a bit surprised and thought to herself, Why is she so excited? After speaking, she ran back in front of him and said happily, Oh, and I'm truly grateful, and... As if mustering all her courage, she pulled out a small notebook with the words she wanted to say written inside. You're really handsome. He saw it but didn't understand what she meant. Conversely, Ha Yeong shyly ran away, hastily saying as she ran, See you later? Sister Ji Zian watched her run off, confused, and said, Why is that? With that, she came and sat next to him, smiled, and asked him a vague question. Surprising, isn't it? He just indifferently replied, What? She then explained, I'm talking about the atmosphere in our room. Looking at the scene of the prisoners quietly working at their own tasks in the sewing room, she said, Other rooms aren't as harmonious as this, because they live in a competitive environment. After speaking, she leaned back a little, comfortably saying, Even though our room has a big boss, it's still much better than other rooms. It's all thanks to you that things have gotten better. She looked into his eyes and said sincerely, I am truly grateful to you. Meyer is your name, right? He heard her ask him, but he just stared at her without replying. He saw a faint image of his mother in her. His eyes seemed to waver slightly. He stood up and walked away. Ji-seon, curious, followed him and asked, "By the way, what did Ha-yeong write on that paper?" She watched him walk further and further away without answering her question and wondered, did I say something wrong? He walked over to the sewing machine and continued working, but the result was the same. He still got his hand bloodied by the machine, and the instructor, annoyed, yelled loudly, "I told you to get out of the way!" The evening sky was beautiful. In the void, a voice echoed, "It's not." Lee Ki-young stroked her chin, deep in thought. Yeon isn't here. She had come to the farm. Even the producer had arrived. She remembered standing and gazing through the door for a long time. Training room. I searched for her all day, but I couldn't find her anywhere. She sat cross-legged neatly in the room, her mind constantly thinking, this is so tricky. Or is there somewhere I forgot to look? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Yeon has already left? That would be the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared an announcement, interrupting her thoughts. "You flies! Stop working! That's enough for today!" Hearing this, she realized something and thought to herself, "Wait! This voice?" Her face began to sweat more. Her eyes held a hint of panic as she thought, "It sounds so familiar, this voice. It can't be Yeon." And at this moment, a girl with distinctive blue hair was energetically shouting into a microphone, "Report to your superiors, then you can leave." Lee Ki-young heard the familiar voice. Her eyes widened and she thought to herself, this voice sounds so familiar. She thought of Yeon speaking into the mic. "Report to your superiors, then you can leave." The inmate in the same room stretched his shoulders and said comfortably, "Ah, today was tough." She looked at him and suddenly asked, "Hey, brother, do you know where the broadcast is coming from?" He was a bit surprised and answered Lee Ki-young uncertainly, "Broadcast? Probably from the surveillance office, right?" She patted his shoulder again and asked, "Hey, is there any work to be done there?" He didn't quite understand her meaning and asked back, "You mean cleaning? I'm doing it now." Hearing this, she was a bit stunned. He continued to ask, "Oh, and also, when are you going to give me my name tag? You said you'd let me do your work, right?" Seemingly a bit annoyed by her dazed attitude, he raised his voice slightly. "I need a name tag to do your part." Only then did she understand. "Ah, so you need my name tag." Suddenly, Lee Ki-young swung her fist straight at his face, making his head tilt to one side. "Sorry, I'll definitely apologize properly next time." This guy, attacked unexpectedly, lay unconscious on the floor. She took the number from his shirt and stuck it on her chest, wondering, "Which way is the surveillance room?" Lee Ki-young approached the surveillance room. In front of the door, a guard was sitting with his arms crossed, dozing off. Lee Ki-young, holding a mop and broom, quietly asked the guard, "Excuse me, may I come in?" But the guard was sleeping soundly like a log and didn't answer. She thought to herself, so careless, not even guarding people. She opened the door and looked inside, thinking, whatever, it would be great if she's here. Luckily, Yeon was sitting in the room, her hands covering her forehead, looking very tired. Lee Ki-young was overjoyed to see Yeon and sighed inwardly. "Ah, found you, Yeon. Who knew you'd become a supervisor now?" Lee Ki-young stood at the door, only daring to whisper, "Yeon." Yeon heard her and turned, not yet reacting. "Huh?" Yeon slowly looked at the girl standing at the door. As if realizing something, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears and she cried out, "Captain!" Yeon couldn't hold back her emotions and rushed to hug Lee Ki-young tightly, sobbing, "Captain, this isn't a dream, right?" Lee Ki-young gently asked her back, "What on earth happened?" Hearing this, Yeon choked back tears and recounted, One day I was scouting the situation and got caught. After that, I had to work hard to survive and somehow I became a supervisor." Lee Ki-young was a bit stunned. "How are you so good?" Then she said to Yeon, don't worry. We came here to save you." Yeon's eyes were still streaming with tears as she softly asked back, "Get out of here?" Yeon said chokingly, "It's not possible." This made Lee Ki-young extremely surprised and asked back, "What?" Yi-yun almost knelt down and said to Lee Ka-young, "There's no way to escape from here." Night fell. Ji-yeon spoke up, "Everyone gather." She held a small notebook and said, "Don't just sit so far apart. How about we each write down our wishes here so we can understand each other better?" Everyone in the room looked at her. Kyu-ho seemed a bit surprised and asked back, "Wishes?" In contrast, Ha Yi-young seemed very interested and supportive, saying, "Sounds great." Ji-seon patted the little girl's head and said, "The bald guy isn't here anymore. We should get to know each other a little, right?" Ha Yi-young cheered excitedly again. "I love it." Kyu-ho, watching the scene, thought to himself, "Do we need to get along that well?" He rubbed his chin and thought, now that you mention it, I haven't really talked much with Meyer. I guess this is a chance to talk to him. Thinking this, Kyu-ho felt much more enthusiastic and said, "All right." Meyer said he also wanted to join. In contrast, Meyer beside him looked like he didn't understand what he was saying. Ji-seon then said to the old man, "You join too, uncle. Don't sit there looking sad." He nodded. Okay." Everyone was given paper to write on. A rare silence fell over the room. Suddenly, Mir asked Kyu-ho, "Hey, what should I write?" Kyu-ho, hearing this, thought carefully. He rubbed his chin again and explained to Meyer, Think of something to write. Write down what you wish for and explain it simply." Meyer asked back, "Is this also an order?" Kyu-ho replied cheerfully, "Yeah, it's an order." Then he thought to himself, "A small order just for me." Meyer thought silently. Seeing him start to write, Kyu-ho couldn't help but feel excited and thought to himself, "Oh, he's writing. I wonder what he's writing." Ji-seon spoke up again. "Is everyone done writing?" Then she instructed, "Let's start with the oldest person." The old man choked up as he read out his wish. "I want to see my grandchild," he said sadly. "Since the world changed, I haven't seen the little ones at all. So before I die, I want to see them again. Just once is enough." Seemingly unable to contain his sorrow, he raised his hand to cover his face, as if to hide his tears. "I hope they are all safe and sound. This incompetent old man can't visit them and only causes trouble for everyone." Ji-seon rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with great understanding. She comforted him. "All right, we understand." Then she continued, "All right, now it's my turn." Ha-young beside her clapped her hands enthusiastically in applause. Ji-seon read out her wish. "I want to cook." This surprised Kyu-ho quite a bit. "Cook?" Ji-seon explained her wish. "The humans. A few years ago, I couldn't find anyone trustworthy, so I hope to gather with good people and cook a delicious meal together." Kyu-ho was deeply moved by this, tears streaming down his face. He thought to himself, "Good heavens, these people are truly angels. I must help them get out of here at all costs." Meyer, on the other hand, felt confused by Kyu-ho's sudden conflicting emotions. Now it was Ha Yi-young's turn. Hearing Ji-seon call her name, Ha Yi-young suddenly felt shy. She stated her wish, "I want to get close to someone." Ha Yi-young's eyes sparkled as she looked in one direction. Ha Yi-young noticed Meyer had caught her gaze and her cheeks flushed red with shyness. She hesitated and retreated to a corner, her words unclear. "Get close, that's it." Kyu-ho, seeing this, was also quite confused. "What?" Suddenly, his name was called So Kyu-ho-si. Kyu-ho jumped, his back suddenly straightening as he replied to Ji-seon, Actually, I haven't thought of anything yet. How about Meyer goes first?" Ji-seon compromised. "All right, Meyer, you go." Meyer, hearing his name, silently looked at the paper he had written on. Kyu-ho, from behind, looked at Meyer, very curious, thinking, "What did he write? He wrote so much. There's no space left." Meyer slowly stated his wish. "I want to die." This made Ji-seon go, "Huh?" in surprise. "Die for my mother?" Meyer thought back to when he was little. "Meyer, come look at this. A beautiful woman holding a camera called Meyer like that." Meyer at this time was a little kid. Seeing his mother, he couldn't help but exclaim happily, "Mommy!" on a cold winter day. I killed my own biological mother. So I also said goodbye to Ye Rang. And before I left, I also said goodbye to young Woong. Meyer's mother listened to her son's story, then kept encouraging him. Oh my, our Meyer is so polite. Oh my, our Meyer is so polite. Meyer, hearing this, his eyes lit up as he looked up at his mother. Really? Can I become president? His mother replied, Tsk, of course not. Just being polite isn't enough. Little Meyer, hearing this, couldn't help but get annoyed. He squirmed and said, What? Are you teasing me, Mom? Meyer's mother pursed her lips and smiled, thinking to herself, So cute. Teasing him is so funny. Suddenly, Meyer saw his mother's face darken and worriedly asked, Mom, are you okay? The woman quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm fine. I just laughed too much and it's hard to breathe. The mother and son continued to play around. Meyer whined, Stop teasing me. But his mother was still cheerful. No way, it's fun. The two of them didn't notice someone approaching from the front. That person was talking on the phone. Yeah, I'm coming. As he passed Meyer, he heard the person say, It's okay, probably just a cold. I'll be home soon. Meyer was young and didn't understand what the other person was saying. He looked up at the stranger. Ahead, Meyer's mother had reached the gate and called him. Meyer, go inside first. Mom's working. She'll be home soon. Meyer quickly replied to his mother, Yes, Mom. Be safe. Meyer's mother seemed unwell. She wondered, Strange, what's wrong with me? She left Meyer behind, watching her. Something wasn't right that day. Mom took me home as usual, but for some reason I felt like I would never see her again. Due to the rising unease in his heart, Meyer spoke up when his mother hadn't gone too far. He called out, Mom! Meyer said loudly, I want to go with you. Meyer's mother thanked the guest who had just left. Meyer still didn't feel safe. He sat sulking in a corner, making his mother a little worried. Meyer's mother turned back and asked him, Meyer, did Mom do something wrong? Meyer said no. She continued to ask, Then why are you still sulking? Meyer pouted and replied to his mother, I don't know either. This attitude made Meyer's mother unsure how to handle it. She asked again, Then who knows? Then thought, Meyer is so cute. As the night grew later, Meyer's mother asked him, Aren't you bored? He replied confidently, No, I'm fine. Meyer's mother chuckled, gently comforting the little boy. Our Meyer is so lively. Just wait a little longer, we'll go home early today. Meyer sat in the back watching his mother busy, and heard his mother say cheerfully, With Meyer here, Mom feels even more motivated. Seriously, I'm very tired. The strange guests, the surrounding noise lulled me to sleep. Meyer's mother continued to work, greeting customers. Ah, welcome. However, it was a very happy time. I felt extremely exhausted, but those peaceful moments with Mom were wonderful. Here's the bill. Meyer's mother glanced back and saw her son fast asleep. She replied to the customer, Ah, yes. I hoped this moment could last forever like this. Suddenly, Meyer's mother collapsed. As if enduring excruciating pain from her chest, Meyer's mother bowed her head, unable to stand firm. She was in so much pain, she was no longer lucid, wondering, What's wrong with me? Meyer was still lost in thought, always together. Meyer's mother had collapsed in the middle of the night. Meyer's mother weakly collapsed. The sound also woke Meyer up. The little boy worriedly approached his mother, asking, Are you okay, Mom? The woman still gently replied, I'm fine, Mom. Meyer's mother was drenched in sweat, comforting the little boy. I'm probably just not feeling well today. Meyer immediately said, Should I call an ambulance? She quickly dismissed it. No need, dear. Meyer's mother tried to stand up, head down, thinking, Maybe Mom is just sick. So let's close the shop early today. A little rest and I'll be fine. Meyer stood beside her worriedly, seemingly not believing his mother's words. He asked her, Are you telling the truth, Mom? Despite Meyer's worry, his mother still replied gently, Yes, I'm just a little dizzy. It was late at night. The sound of chopping echoed in the house. Meyer watched his mother humming and cooking on one side, still very worried, thinking, Is Mom really okay? She looks fine on the outside. Then he turned his face away, smiled, seemingly believing his mother was still healthy, and told himself, "Thank goodness." The mother and son ate dinner. Meyer's mother asked him, "Meyer, is it delicious, son?" Meyer replied happily, "Yes, it's delicious." Meyer's mother looked at him with eyes full of warmth, reminding him to eat more. Then suddenly, Meyer's mother stood up, as if remembering something. "Ah, that's right. Mom has a gift for you." Leaving Meyer holding his rice bowl, bewildered, wondering, "A gift?" Meyer's mother took out a set of clothes, showing them to the little boy. Meyer exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, no way, it's a uniform." Meyer's mother held the shirt and explained, "Your clothes are all worn out, so Mom really wanted to buy you a new set." Meyer stood up happily and asked, "Wow, can I try it on right away?" And he received an affirmative answer from his mother. "Of course, go try it on quickly." Meyer put on the new clothes, excitedly asking his mother about the outfit. "How is it? Is it nice?" Meyer's mother looked at him, silently thinking, "It seems a bit big," but still answered his question. "It's very nice." Meyer didn't seem to quite believe it and asked again, "Really?" He immediately lay down on the mattress, excited. "Thank you so much, Mom." Meyer's mother, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle and ask him, "Meyer, what are you doing? Are you going to wear it to sleep?" Meyer replied cheerfully, "Mom gave it to me, so I have to wear it to sleep." Meyer's mother was overjoyed, but also reminded him, "Really? Finish eating first, then go to sleep, dear." Meyer replied with a very obedient, "Yes." Late at night, 1 a.m., the lights were off. Announcement: the current program is broadcasting. "Please repeat." Meyer heard the TV. He woke up in the middle of the night, rubbed his eyes, and asked his mother, "Why is the TV on, Mom?" He didn't notice that his mother beside him had disappeared, and the blanket and mattress were covered in blood. Coughing sounds from the kitchen caught Meyer's attention. He suddenly woke up and asked, "Are you okay, Mom?" Only then did Meyer see the blood beside him. He ran to his mother in panic. "Why is there blood here? Are you still sick, Mom?" But the person who turned to look at him now was not the beautiful woman anymore, but a gaunt, hideous zombie. Meyer, stunned, looked at the zombie before him and softly called, "Mom?" Suddenly, the zombie lunged at him, causing Meyer to scream in alarm, "Mom!" But the zombie no longer had consciousness. It lunged at the boy, pouncing on the mattress, and bit Meyer despite his screams. Meyer endured the pain, tears streaming down his face, not understanding why his mother had turned into this, constantly asking, "What are you doing, Mom?" The heartbreaking screams, the boy's calls for his mother echoed incessantly in the dead of night. The zombie was covered in blood. Meyer, drenched in tears, begged it, "Please!" The zombie slowly sat up, blood still dripping profusely. The ticking of the clock echoed. A few minutes had passed. The clock struck 1:15 a.m. Meyer woke up with a start. Huh? He seemed unable to believe the truth. The zombie had disappeared at some point. Meyer held his hands in front of him. His shirt sleeve had been torn by the zombie. Beside the pillow was a pool of blood. Blood was also splattered around the mattress. Meyer wondered, what happened? He looked at the clock on the wall, still running, extremely frightened. No way, was it a dream? Meyer was stunned, not noticing the torn sleeve or the blood on his face, and comforted himself. Thank goodness, that was so scary. That's right, it was just a dream. How could Mom turn into a monster? While he was still thinking, Mom must be outside, the zombie appeared again, lunging at him. Meyer's eyes widened in fear. Meyer's mother, now turned into a zombie, her mouth wide open, lunged terrifyingly towards him. Meyer looked at the zombie right in front of his face. Only then did he realize what was happening. He screamed in terror. "It's not a dream! This is definitely not a dream! Mom, wait a minute!" Meyer shouted loudly. "Mom!" He used all his strength to push the zombie away. Surprisingly, the monster was pushed back forcefully by him, as if by some immense power, causing its body to slam against the wall. Meyer was equally surprised, his hands still frozen in midair. He couldn't help but be astonished by his recent strength. He lifted his hands, looked at them. They seemed no different, yet possessed immense strength. He wondered, how? Since when did I become so strong? The zombie by the wall let out a groan, pulling Meyer back to reality. He stood up, immediately assessing the situation. Meyer dashed outside, shouting, "Help!" very loudly. He ran endlessly through the deserted street in the middle of the night, seemingly wanting to get as far away from this place as possible, also feeling endlessly confused. What the hell just happened? Meyer ran, his thoughts racing along with him. If it wasn't a dream, then how am I supposed to live like this? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, Meyer stopped, his eyes wide and stunned. Huh! Before him now was a completely ruined landscape, seemingly with no signs of life, which made him exclaim, "What the hell?" A sound echoed from a corner, attracting Meyer's attention. He saw that it was full of terrifying zombies like his mother at home. Meyer quickly hid under a car, extremely frightened, not believing what was happening before his eyes. What is this? Suddenly, Meyer saw two living people arguing ahead. One cursed, "Damn it, what do we do?" The other, holding a phone, was no less anxious. "Who knows?" The young man frantically ordered his friend. "What the hell are they? Quick, look it up." The other, his hands trembling, opened his phone and replied irritably, "I don't know. There's nothing. If they bite us, do we become Z-humans?" Meyer, lying under the car, repeated the key word the other person had just said, Z-human? On the other side, the young man's argument still echoed, "You were bitten just now, and you're fine." So hungry. Suddenly, a few zombies lunged towards the two young men from before. Meyer, startled, covered his mouth with his hand. Right in front of him now was a zombie with pitch-black eyes and a wide-open mouth. Meyer couldn't suppress the rising fear and screamed in terror, "Run!" But that zombie was very fast. It leaped forward in one bound. A kid like Meyer couldn't run far and was immediately knocked down by the zombie. The zombie had bitten one of Meyer's arms. The little boy cried out in pain, tears welling up, remembering his mother again, constantly calling, "Mom!" Meyer gathered all his strength, closed his eyes tightly, and growled at the zombie, "Let go!" Along with the shout, "Let go now!" Meyer struggled up, using all his strength to pull himself away. His arm remained in the zombie's mouth, torn from Meyer's body. Meyer kept running, blood dripping from his severed arm onto the road. The little boy returned home, panting, in pain, and collapsed in a corner, holding his severed shoulder with his remaining arm as if trying to stop the bleeding, but to no avail. Meyer held his shoulder, feeling a strange sensation in his body. A miracle happened. Another arm grew from the severed spot. Meyer, drenched in tears, felt the pain. He cried incessantly, wailing, "It hurts so much! I'm in so much pain, Mom!" Meyer sat in a corner calling for his mother, not realizing that the zombie his mother had turned into had woken up and was approaching. The zombie seemed to confirm something, its mouth opening wide, uttering strange words. Then it immediately lunged towards Meyer. He cried out in alarm, "Mom!" Meyer pressed himself against the wall, holding his hands out in front, constantly warning the zombie, "Don't come near!" He was terrified to the extreme, backing into the corner of the wall, shouting, "Don't come here, Mom, stop!" It's unknown if the zombie understood his words. Its speed seemed to slow down a bit. Meyer closed his eyes tightly, shooing it away. "Go away, you monster!" "I said go away," Meyer shouted very loudly. Surprisingly, his voice destroyed the very zombie in front of him. The sound seemed to carry a strange power, piercing through every part of the zombie's body, causing it to kneel on both legs, its body as if half hollowed out, blood splattering a large area on the wall behind it. Meyer was still sobbing, his hands covering his face, saying to himself, "Please stop!" The zombie, as if hearing his voice, as if understanding Meyer's words, suddenly he heard it call his name, "Meyer!" Meyer woke up stunned. The zombie's hands, full of sharp claws, reached forward. "Mom is sorry." That's what Meyer heard at that moment. He was enveloped in a warm embrace, the embrace of his mother who had turned into half a zombie, seemingly regaining a final shred of human consciousness. He cried again, sobbing and calling for his mother, "Mom!" Suddenly, the zombie, Meyer's mother, seemed to have exhausted her strength and staggered, falling beside him. The zombie, its body mangled, lay on the mattress, surrounded by blood. It had no strength left, no longer a threat to Meyer. Meyer's hands were still covered in undried blood. He was bewildered, his whole body trembling, as if not believing what was before his eyes. Meyer, terrified, turned to look at the dead zombie beside him and softly called, "Mom." Meyer fell against the wall, aghast. "No." He kept denying it. "No, no." Meyer couldn't believe what had happened. Meyer covered his mouth with his hands, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear. Although he desperately wanted to deny it, he couldn't. Mother's voice getting fainter and fainter, weaker and weaker. The person I killed with my own hands was my own biological mother. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by someone's foot. Risuru, hands in his pockets, swaggered into the house, looking around. I clearly heard someone inside. He walked into the room, and as if seeing something, he quietly exclaimed, "Oh!" Risuru called out, "Hey, over here!" The two outside heard his call and asked, "What?" Risuru carried Meyer out with one hand, saying, "Found some food. He was really hiding here." His two accomplices, seeing this, couldn't help but be delighted. "Oh, not bad. I was about to knock on other doors. Almost missed a tasty morsel." He grabbed Meyer's hair. "Hey, look up. Let's see its face before we eat." Meyer's eyes were completely white, which surprised them a little. "What's this? Scared stiff already." That guy still held Meyer's head, laughing loudly. He must be scared of us. Then he suddenly heard Meyer say, "Excuse me," which made him go, "Huh?" Meyer emotionlessly begged them, "Please kill me." He, helpless, forced out each word. "I killed my own mother." Hearing Meyer say this, they not only felt no sympathy, but laughed loudly. "What the hell is he saying, brat? If you're begging like that, then we'll have to grant your wish." That tall guy grabbed Meyer's head with one hand, lifting his entire body high, and said with satisfaction, "All right, since you've kindly begged like that, and we're in a very good mood, you know." He continued, "Just a few seconds ago, we were just some Z-humans. Suddenly, memories came flooding back, and then we became this strong. How did that happen?" Another shorter one standing beside him added, "Yeah, that's right. Normal Z-humans can't even utter a proper word, can they?" Hearing this, he felt it was correct. He rubbed his chin with an air of wisdom. "Exactly. We're taller, and we think more clearly, like humans evolving into Z-humans, right?" Then he thought, "But I hate this hand." Then he suddenly perked up. "Well, since I'm happy, I'll grant your wish, little bro." His hand quickly pierced Meyer's chest in an instant. A bright red, bloody heart was pulled out. His comrade beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so impatient, brother." That guy encouraged, "Doesn't my brother look just like a killer from a movie?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but reply with amusement, "Yeah, right? How about it, cool?" Suddenly, Meyer's voice called out, "Hey, over there!" startling him. Meyer, his eyes completely white, stared intently at him. "I told you people to kill me. Why are you still standing there?" He looked at the bright red heart in his hand, surprised. "What the hell is this?" His comrade standing beside him also jumped and shouted, "What's wrong with him? Kill him already!" This made him freeze for a few seconds. "What?" Then, without further thought, he immediately started fighting Meyer, hitting and saying, "Ah, yeah, die, kid!" He kicked Meyer far away, then cursed, "Damn it! Seriously, what's with these weird things?" Meyer slammed hard onto the road. The voices of those people still echoed around. "Hey, you suddenly ruined my fun! Go away!" The shorter one suddenly said to him, "Bro, but you just tore him apart, right?" The guy also froze and replied, "I probably just accidentally tore something." Then the two of them saw Meyer slowly getting up from a distance. The tall guy, who had just hit Meyer a few times, seeing this, couldn't help but be terrified. "What the hell?" Meyer, like a demon rising from hell, stared intently at them. "What? What the hell are you doing?" The three of them, terrified, kept shouting, "What's wrong with that brat?" Meyer's eyes, bloodshot, stared intently at them. He said, his voice gradually rising to a shout, "I beg you, I told you to kill me." Meyer suddenly charged forward, flying towards the tall guy from before. His two hands grabbed his head. He was surprised and couldn't react in time. "Huh!" Meyer's face was covered in blood, his eyes also bloodshot. He shouted in his face, "Like this! Do it like this! Kill me!" Meyer hung on to the tall man before the stunned eyes of his comrades. And yet, He had ripped his head clean off his neck. Meyer, enraged to the extreme, still didn't stop his actions. He raised his hands high continuously. Like this, like this, like this, Meyer kept repeating in fury. Blood splattered all over a corner of the street. The tall man had died under Meyer's brutal attacks. Risuru and the short one stood on either side, utterly stunned. Then, as if realizing something, they quickly ganged up, shouting, "Run!" and immediately ran far away. Meyer stood there, looking at his blood-covered hands. He thought again, "It hurts so much. I'm the one who killed, but why does it hurt so much?" Meyer's hands clenched tightly, resentment and regret surging with his thoughts. "Mom must have hurt more, right?" Meyer stood there with the corpse, his mind replaying images of his mother. "Your clothes are all worn out, so Mom wants to buy you a new uniform." Those words kept echoing in Meyer's head. He stood up and walked away aimlessly. Meyer's shoulders slumped heavily as he walked on. As Meyer walked, thoughts kept flooding his mind, extremely painful. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Mom." I wandered aimlessly. Kyu-ho looked at him, seemingly not knowing what to say. And the old man. And Ha-yeong, everyone was stunned. Everyone in the room directed their gazes towards Meyer. Silence was not because it was scary or because it made others feel pity. We didn't know how to comfort Meyer. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Meyer look up. "Pathetic? You look truly pathetic right now." Ji-zeon said so. Kyu-ho was surprised to hear Ji-zeon say that and hesitantly reminded her, "Ji-zeon." Meyer also asked her back, "What did you just say?" Ji-zeon's reply to his question was another question. "Why do you have to die?" "Do you really not know what your mother wanted?" Ji-zeon said seriously, as if criticizing Meyer. Meyer didn't seem to expect her to say this. He asked blankly, "What?" "Wait a minute, Meyer. What Ji-zeon means is—" Kyu-ho, afraid he would be heartbroken, spoke up to mediate, but Meyer cut him off. "Then what is it?" "I'm the one who killed her. It's only natural that I want to die." Meyer still calmly recounted that painful event. He wondered, did I say something wrong? "You're wrong. If I were your mother, I wouldn't want to see my child like this either," Ji-zeon sternly replied to Meyer. Kyu-ho worriedly stopped Ji-zeon. "Ji-zeon, that's enough." But Meyer's eyes had already darkened. Meyer suddenly stood up, stunning Kyu-ho as well. Meyer stood before Ji-zeon, warning her, "Don't act like you know everything." Ji-zeon was sitting and talking to Meyer. He said, "Don't talk like you know everything." Ji-zeon said angrily, "Are you sure you don't know? After that, your mother apologized to you." Ji-zeon jumped up and said, "So, what do you think? Was it because she bought a uniform that didn't fit you or because there weren't enough side dishes?" Meyer thought deeply and said, "Shut up." Everyone in the room collapsed, terrified, saying, "What was that? Was it an earthquake?" Kyu-ho, alarmed, thought to himself, I have to calm Meyer down, otherwise who knows what will happen." Kyu-ho stood up and approached, saying, "Meyer, stop! This is an order." Ji-zeon thought deeply. Ji-zeon suddenly said, "I always thought you were emotionless." Ji-zeon continued, "But I was wrong. Just after saying a few words about your mother, you're just an ordinary person who can get angry." Ji-zeon said forcefully, "You love your mother so much, why do you keep wanting to die?" Ji-zeon continued, "Do you think your mother would be happy if you died? Would she be satisfied then and say, 'My son died so well'? Is that it?" Meyer said angrily, "Stop blabbering." Ji-zeon said firmly, "Your mother knew you would end up like this. That's why she apologized to you then." Ji-zeon said sadly, "She apologized because you would have to live without a father or mother later on." Meyer seemed to awaken. In the auditorium, Ji-zeon gently advised, "Meyer, let go of the mother you've always kept in your heart." "What did she say quietly?" Ji-zeon said with a sad face, "That is the only apology you can give your mother." Meyer's face seemed to light up. He thought to himself. At that time, their figures overlapped. The image of Meyer and his mother looking at each other affectionately made him think to himself, "It's as if Mom is standing right in front of me, talking to me." Kyu-ho looked up at the ceiling and said, "The earthquake is over." Everyone in the room focused on Meyer sitting in the corner saying, "Meyer!" The old man in the room suddenly asked, "What happened? Was that earthquake just now caused by that student?" Kyuho replied in surprise, "Ah, that." On Meyer sat in the corner, his face buried in his knees. On Meyer, his face full of contemplative thoughts, he thought. "No." Yan, her face full of worry, said decisively, "I'm saying, if you want to escape from here, you have to kill that leader Risuru." She continued, "I don't know what laws there are here, but outside this camp there are fences everywhere. You can freely enter this place, but you can't leave. It seems that Risuru guy has played some trick." She cried worriedly, "It means we have no other choice but to fight that Risuru guy. We don't know what the damage will be in the process. And I'm not familiar with the terrain here, so it's very difficult to come up with a plan. It's true that I'm a genius scientist, but I'm at a loss when it comes to an escape plan." Lee Ki-young replied, "I know." Yian replied with a sigh of relief. Cho Nuri looked at the paper on the table and said, "There's no escape." Lee Ki-young asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "It's highly likely that the human breeding farm is controlled by the leaders, so it's understandable that entry and exit are not free." She rested her hand on the table and continued, "Yian wouldn't know the structure of the floors. In the current situation, she hasn't contacted us back yet. It's possible she's still alive, thinking of ways to help people escape." "I don't think so. Maybe she's resigned herself to her circumstances." Lee Ki-young pointed and said, "That's what she said." Yian said resolutely, "I knew Commander Nuri would say that. Truly an outstanding person." She thought, "As a genius scientist, I only admire her." In Yian's pocket, a bell sound rang. Lee Ki-young asked, "What's that sound?" Yian replied, "Ah, sorry, this is my alarm." Yian said cheerfully, "Do you remember the bell stick I made? This is a device that will temporarily erase memory, and it also has an alarm function." She continued, "It's also time for a shift change, so my alarm went off." Lee Ki-young wondered, "Oh?" Suddenly someone entered through the door. Lee Ki-young thought, She wondered, "What should I do?" She crossed her arms and said, "If Yian doesn't know anything, how are we going to get out of here?" Cho Nuri replied, "Don't worry." She placed her hand on the map and said, "Even if the world turns into a mess, there are still plenty of kamikaze people like us out there. Wherever you go, there will be many people seeking justice." She thought, "It will be the same here." An image appeared of a young man named Hojang entering, carrying 2 large scrolls of paper. Hojang walked into the room and said, "What? Another change of janitor? Yan, you worked hard today." She replied, "Ah, yes, you too, Hojang." Hojang looked at the 2 drafts and said, "Huh." He said thoughtfully, "How about this? Escaping shouldn't be this difficult." Lee Ki-young thought to herself, "That annoying Nuri girl is useful sometimes." She leaned her head in and asked, "Let's see, is this the draft of the breeding farm?" Hojang replied, "What?" She smiled and said, "You, come with us and leave this place." Hojang replied, "What are you talking about?" Lee Ki-young picked up the draft and asked, "Is this red line the escape route?" Hojang said flusteredly, "Hey, don't touch it. What's wrong with this person?" "Yian?" Yian replied, "Ah, about that." Lee Ki-young looked at the draft and continued, "If we follow this path," Hojang said angrily, Hey, if you're done cleaning, then leave. Don't joke around." Lee Ki-young turned and said, "Hey, I'm not kidding." Hojang thought to himself, "She's not kidding? What the hell is wrong with her?" He snatched the draft from Lee Ki-young's hand and said, "Give it back. What if the Z-humans catch us? We'll die." Lee Ki-young replied, A Z-human seemed to be in excruciating pain. Lee Ki-young pinned the monster to the floor. Hojang shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Yian screamed, "Captain!" The Z-human said, "Tsk! What's this? What are you doing, you dog?" Lee Ki-young replied, "Mouth." Lee Ki-young punched the guy in the face, twisting it, and said, "I said, watch your mouth." The Z-human rolled onto the ground. Lee Ki-young said, "Too easy!" Hojang thought to himself, how did she deal with the Z-human as easily as eating rice? Bellstick placed on the Z-human's face emitted a sound, "Bell, bell, erase memory, erase memory." Lee Ki-young smiled and said, "These untrained Z-humans, I can take on 100 of them. In my kamikaze squad, there's a kid who's even stronger." Bellstick kept ringing, "Bell, bell." Yeon wondered, who is it? Silently thinking, is there someone even a scientist like me doesn't know? Bellstick rang out, "Erase memory! Erase memory!" Lee Ki-young smiled and said, "Great. Now this guy won't remember anything, right, Yeon?" She replied, "Ah, yes." Hojang, terrified, thought to himself, "What the hell did I just see?" Lee Ki-young turned and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Hojang replied flusteredly, "Huh? Ah, no. I mean..." Lee Ki-young thought to herself, probably not enough trust yet. Lee Ki-young put her hand on her chin and thought, "Was I too gentle?" Hojang hesitated and said, "All right." Lee Ki-young replied, Hojang said resolutely, "Yes, even though you're a stranger. Anyway, I've already thought of an escape plan. Maybe this will add an ally for support. Whether we escape or not, we'll die anyway, so what's the harm in trying?" Lee Ki-young smiled and replied, "You're more determined than I thought." She placed her hand on the draft and said, "Then I'll be direct. We'll escape. Then rescue everyone." Hojang asked in surprise, "Everyone?" He continued, "Don't joke. Do you know how many people are locked up here? Just take a few more with you." Lee Ki-young said, "No." Hojang replied in surprise, "What?" Lee Ki-young continued, "I know what you're saying, but without them, everything will become meaningless." She said resolutely, "I'm sorry if this is too forceful, but please trust us." Hojang thought to himself, what makes her so confident? Hojang, his face pensive, thought, based on how she handled that Z-human just now, it seems she's not bluffing, right? Can this person be trusted? Lee Ki-young asked, "So what's your plan?" Hojang said nervously, "They only see us as lower than flies. Guarding is not strict. Security is clearly very lax, so escaping is not a problem. The problem here is fear." Hojang continued, "The people here are extremely terrified of the Z-humans. Will they even think about escaping? It's clear that if they have to fight the Z-humans, they will die." He said resolutely, "Even if you say so, no one will believe you. And the main reason is that leader Risuru." Lee Ki-young asked, "So where is Risuru?" Hojang replied in surprise, "What?" Hojang said, "Someone who can defeat Z-humans needs to prove it, right? If you want to get out of here, you have to kill that guardian Risuru too." Lee Ki-young turned and said confidently, "Then just kidnap him, that Risuru guy." Hojang replied in surprise, "What?" Silently thinking, this is death. He thought worriedly, she's really crazy. The next morning, with a clear blue sky and white clouds, a voice rang out, "Time for work, move quickly." Meeting Risuru isn't that difficult. So humans and Z-humans all have to gather tomorrow morning at work time. Risuru was looking down at where everyone was moving. To erase the fear of humans, there's no better place than this. Yeon and Hojang both bowed their heads in fear. Kyu-ho was sweating nervously. On Meyer's face was cold. Lee Ki-young said, "Very good, let's begin." Risuru stood on high, chin resting on his hand, observing everyone's every move. Lee Ki-young also sensed someone watching her. Everyone was worried. Someone spoke up, "What? Hey you, don't stand out there." This made Lee Ki-young very angry, and she clenched her fists. Seeing she made no move, he grew bolder and shouted, "Are you deaf? There's a whole crowd waiting behind you." The people behind also started to murmur. "What's going on? Why aren't we moving? Is the road ahead blocked?" Seeing this, he yelled, "Hey! What the hell is in front of you?" He was too angry, grabbed her shoulder, frowned, and demanded, "Hey, hurry up and go!" Lee Ki-young gathered all her energy, stood straight, hands clenched. Lee Ki-young shouted, "Garam, do you hear anything? The ship is at the main gate." The loud sound echoed throughout the building. Lee Ki-young's voice continued to resonate. "The place where we were when we first arrived, we'll escape from there too." Dong-ho and Garam were eating when they heard Lee Ki-young's voice, which scared them. Their eyes widened, and their mouths dropped open. Garam asked in surprise, "What was that?" Dong-ho asked her, "Was that the captain's voice?" Receiving information from the captain, they quickly left. Garam requested, "Move the ship quickly, senior, and carry all these bags too." Dong-ho quickly cooperated. "All right. The boss's vocal cords are even stronger than theirs." Lee Ki-young's shout was so loud it horrified everyone standing near her. They asked each other, "What the hell is she doing?" "Yeah, my eardrums almost burst." "Is she crazy?" Despite the curses and questions, Lee Ki-young remained silent. The large Z-human was also affected by her. He, large and ferocious, came before her. The guard yelled, "What's wrong with you, you dog? Why are you suddenly screaming like that?" Lee Ki-young said nothing, just punched the Z-human in the face with one hand, sending him flying to the side. Risuru witnessed her action. Risuru just said one word, Lee Ki-young said coldly. "Not happy? Escaping through the main gate is the easiest way out of here." One of her hands pressed the Z-human's face to the ground, her fingers covering his eyes. The Z-human was in great pain. Lee Ki-young retorted, "From this moment on, what happens is the consequence of arrogance." She turned her face, her gaze directed at Risuru, who was observing her. Lee Ki-young seemed to challenge him. "Starting today, your era will come to an end." Lee Ki-young stood beside the corpse of the Z-human lying prostrate on the floor. Seeing such a scene, everyone behind her started to murmur. "What happened? Did she just kill a Z-human? Are you sure she's human?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Ah! It's Risuru!" Fierce, dark eyes. Like a wind, he landed right between the two Z-human guards. Long hair, hands in his pockets, walking with an imposing air. Seeing the tense situation, people advised each other, "Everyone get out of here quickly. If you get caught up in this, you're done for." Risuru's face was full of murderous intent. He looked at her with fury. Risuru said, "So it was you, the one who killed the Guardian. You came all this way to kill me?" Lee Ki-young saw him gradually approaching her. She was surprised, but also regained her composure and replied to him. Lee Ki-young sneered seriously. "Your imagination is quite rich, but I came here to reclaim freedom for humans. You're just a coincidence." Hearing the two words, freedom, from Lee Ki-young's mouth surprised everyone. The thin man exclaimed, "Freedom? Are you helping us escape?" The fat man, still not understanding, asked her back, "What the hell are you talking about?" People also discussed her animatedly. She knocked down that Z-human with just one punch. Maybe it's not impossible, right?" They were hoping in her. Risuru, seeing the situation escaping his control, his eyes burned with an angry flame. Risuru ordered, "Shut up," frightening everyone. His eyes had turned red like those of a bloodthirsty demon. Risuru warned her, "Keep barking like dogs. Why are you so talkative?" Lee Ki-young, seeing his anger, thought, probably right. Looking at him like that, a sixth-ranked guardian was screaming before her. Lee Ki-young became even more certain that he was the one who had spread fear in this place. Risuru strode powerfully towards her. Risuru spoke. "Freedom for humans. Where did you get the guts to brag in front of me, and you're even standing in my territory?" Lee Ki-young watched him approaching. Risuru threatened her. "Just killed one guardian. Don't you think you're being too confident?" The tall Risuru stood before her. Risuru added, "Let me show you why there's a ranking among the management council." Her hat covered half of her face. Lee Ki-young smiled and replied, "Well, I'm very curious too, but you chose the wrong person to punish." She reaffirmed, "What? I'm not the one who killed that guardian." Meyer ambushed Risuru. He had sniffed it out. Risuru was surprised. "Oh!" Meyer jumped up, hitting him hard in the face, attacking him continuously. Lee Ki-young smiled, her eyes determined. Lee Ki-young said, "I'm counting on you, Meyer." She quickly executed the plan, her hand pointing towards the exit. Lee Ki-young cried out, "Everyone, get out of here, quickly!" People were still bewildered. "Really escape? What if we die? Choi Ju-ho saw everyone hesitating. Then Choi Kyu-ho shouted, That's right, get out of here. These people can't do anything to Risuru anyway. I'm leaving. That was Choi Kyu-ho, whose ability was only good for this. Seeing Ju-ho had left, everyone else also rushed to escape with Ju-ho. Wait! I'm going too! Me too! Let's get out of here! The zombie behind, seeing everyone escaping, pointed and shouted, Are they all crazy? Hey, close all the doors! They can't get out! The iron gate slowly lowered. Lee Ki-young had led everyone away, leaving herself behind. Separated by the iron gate, Ho-jang pulled Lee Ki-young back and asked, I'll go as you requested. Are you okay here alone? Lee Ki-young assured him, Yeah, go help others escape. I can handle this place myself. Then Ha-jun ran over and called Ho-jang. Hey, Ho-jang, let's go quickly! Ho-jang turned back and replied, Ah, yeah. Then they ran off, leaving Lee Ki-young to block the entrance. Ho-jang still watched her from afar. Ha-jun asked Ho-jang, Oh, by the way, can we trust those people? We're not going to die in this rat hole, are we? I'm only following because I trust you. Ho-jang stammered, Ah, that for now I'm not sure either. Ho-jang recalled the image when he talked to Lee Ki-young. Ho-jang expressed, But that confidence and that steely voice convinced me strangely. His eyes showed even more of his trust in Lee Ki-young, reinforcing it. Ho-jang said, It's as if a new era will come. That's what I see. Ho-jang and Ha-jun were still struggling to escape this place. Ho-jang's voice rang out. Even without them, we were planning to escape from here someday anyway. Just consider it as implementing the plan earlier, albeit on a larger scale. The zombie's scolding voice, Are you crazy? A troop of zombies stood before Lee Ki-young alone. They jeered, A human like you thinks you can fight us? Her eyes began to activate, scanning the targets before her to act. Lee Ki-young saw their smugness. Lee Ki-young replied, In terms of numbers, you might win, but behind me there are many lives hanging by a thread. She stepped forward, assuming a defensive stance, preparing to fight. Lee Ki-young affirmed, So I will definitely not let anyone step over my dead body. Risuru, ambushed by Meyer, was furious. His eyes, full of murderous intent, asked Meyer, Ha, who are you? Meyer stood still, tilting his head slightly as if listening to him speak. A stark contrast between a human and a guardian. Meyer appeared small before the tall sixth guardian. Risuru quickly asked further, Are you the new soldier from the ship? Are you the one commanding them or something? Meyer just replied with one word, No. Risuru, hand on his neck, revealing rippling muscles, tilted his head. Risuru spoke. Where did these bastards come from, talking about a new era, blah, blah, blah? Sounds nice, but you think it's that easy? Meyer's face was expressionless. Meyer replied, I don't care, so I'm not really sure. Risuru, seeing his small stature, slow speech, and outwardly apparent weakness, felt smug. Risuru said, Why do you look so slow? If you're not sure, then get lost. You tricked donkey. Meyer replied, Can't. Seeing Meyer's determination made Risuru exclaim. His anger was reignited by Meyer's defiance. Risuru seemed to go into a frenzy, saying he raised his hand to grab him. Risuru shouted, Ha! This dog! Don't try to argue with me! Damn it! But Meyer just pointed a hand at him, sending him flying far away. Several of his teeth also fell out, very painful. He hit the ground, clutching his stomach. Risuru cried out, Ah, my stomach! Meyer's long hair covered most of his face, hiding his sharp eyes. Risuru's eyes darkened, only a small yellow pupil remaining. Meyer, face to face with Risuru, unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. His eyes were bleeding, causing Risuru to exclaim. He knelt down, clutching his injured eye. He was too angry. Risuru cried out, Ugh, my eye! Meyer's face seemed to darken. Risuru, one eye closed and bleeding profusely, sweat drenching him as fear surged within. Risuru trembled. What is this? What is this insanely oppressive feeling? He seemed to collapse before Meyer, his eyes turning red. Risuru felt like he was about to surrender. He felt a sense of familiarity. Risuru thought to himself, It's as if I've felt this before, this oppressive feeling. Meyer appeared before his large face, surprising him. Risuru exclaimed, "Huh?" Sand and rocks flew as a pair of long legs stepped in. In Risuru's hand was Meyer, his clothes torn, covered in blood and gore. He joyfully showed off, "Hey bro, check it out, I found some food!" Utterly exhausted, standing before the immense oppression, Meyer softly said, "Please kill me." His voice was too low, making the Guardian ask, "What the hell is this guy saying?" Meyer, as if blackened, his eyes turned red. Risuru, terrified, raised his hands defensively. Risuru spoke, "Have we met before?" His injured eye opened, bloodshot veins appearing. He opened his mouth wide, his expression astonished as he saw Mir at close range. Risuru shouted, "Ah!" Risuru gradually burst into loud laughter. He seemed to go berserk, laughing loudly, revealing his fanged teeth. Risuru shouted, "You finally arrived, my master!" Meyer, seeing his frenzied actions, was suspicious. Risuru sat on a chair, chin resting on his hand, looking dejected. Risuru said, "Laziness is the word that accurately describes my current state." He thought about the past. Risuru recounted, "On the day the Z-humans erupted, I faced this fear for the first time." He fled in agony. Risuru, having experienced that, was certain. Risuru said, "I realized, to survive, I had to become strong." Risuru continued, "So to stay alive, I dared to do anything, becoming stronger and stronger." Not long after, he was promoted to Guardian. He said silently, "I have become too strong." His hand crushed the ant on his face. Risuru continued, "I no longer feel fear or terror. Life gradually became dull. Since then, I started to become extravagant, wasteful." As he mentioned it, he quickly looked down at his hand. Risuru cursed, "Damn it! My watch got dirty!" The ant's blood splattered. Risuru expressed, "I tried to indulge in expensive things, but life remained the same." However, that person appeared again. He knelt before Meyer, who was looking at him. He was thrilled. Risuru said, "Right before me, the reason I became strong." It was Meyer, then learned the feeling of fear, a shiver. He frantically jumped in front of Meyer. Risuru excited, "Make my life as interesting as it used to be." Just as he finished speaking, he was hit in the face, causing his expression to change. Meyer had kicked him away without hesitation. The blow was so powerful it sent him crashing to the ground, creating a large explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying. Meyer's counterattack only made Risuru more excited to fight him. This was the feeling he had longed for so long. Risuru laughed loudly and shouted, "Excellent!" A brain was created before his eyes. Before he could rejoice, Meyer used a rope to jump high. He whipped Risuru from all 8 directions, causing Risuru to scream, "Ah!" Tortured by Meyer's counterattack, his body was in excruciating pain. But Risuru still exclaimed, "He's so strong! A completely different level from me! At this rate, I'll really die!" He seemed to have found his life's purpose. Risuru's eyes burned as he affirmed, "Sir, I like you very much." The blow sent him flying high into the air. Risuru's voice echoed back, "Master, do you know?" Risuru crossed his arms, head bowed in confidence. Risuru said, "Among ordinary people, there will be some who possess superpowers. It's no different for zombies." Risuru spread his powerful wings wide. Risuru shouted, "We call them Freedom!" He spread his arms and wings wide. Risuru yelled, "Red runway!" Sharp feathers shot out. It shot through Meyer's body, injuring him, his clothes torn to shreds. Seeing his technique, Meyer exclaimed, "So that's it." He reached out his hand, turning the red streaks into white wrenches, which flew back at him. Risuru, seeing this, was smug. "This is nothing! I can fly, see? Master, you look like a clown!" Meyer looked at him flying high in the sky and thought about how to counterattack. Suddenly he knelt down, one hand touching the ground, the other raised, gradually sensing. Meyer, his legs generating force, flew high into the air. Meyer kicked Risuru, his expression unchanging. The kick was so powerful that Risuru could only manage to cry out, "Ugh!" This time the kick was to his head, causing him pain. He clutched his head. Seeing Mire fly up, Risuru asked, "Master, can you fly too?" Meyer ignored his words. A powerful blow struck him, shattering rocks. Then Mir turned and flew close to Risuru. Meyer whipped powerfully, causing the ground to split in two, but Risuru dodged in time. Risuru flew up again, a savage smile on his face. Meyer's actions only made him more excited. This was what he had been waiting for all these years. Risuru exclaimed, "Beyond my imagination! This is so interesting!" Despite his crazed words, Meyer suddenly appeared close to him and struck him, surprising him and changing his expression. Risuru exclaimed, "Huh? Ugh!" Meyer whipped him hard, causing him to fall to the ground, creating a large explosion, sending rocks flying up from the earth. Lee Ki-young stood there and quickly covered her nose with her hand because of the dust. Her eyes saw Meyer flying up. Lee Ki-young wondered, is he flying? Her eyes began to scan her surroundings, making her scared. Lee Ki-young exclaimed, due to the high pressure, blood splattered from his feet, making it look like he was flying in the sky. Meyer, high above, his eyes fixed on Risuru, his clothes torn, blood still flowing from his feet. Seeing Meyer in this condition, Lee Ki-young guessed, did he evolve while fighting Risuru? Yeon, leading everyone to escape, met Lee Ki-young standing there. Yeon was surprised. "Captain, when did you get here? Is everything inside resolved?" Lee Ki-young quickly turned back and replied, "Ah, Yeon, thank you." Inside the building, the zombies had been defeated by Lee Ki-young. They lay strewn across the floor. Lee Ki-young said, "In terms of numbers, we won, but our skills are too poor." Lee Ki-young also reminded Yeon, "And also, while Meyer is fighting Risuru, get everyone onto the boat." Yeon quickly acknowledged the order. "Ah, yes." Yeon then guided everyone onto the boat. The situation was very urgent. Everyone was running hard. Suddenly, Hojang's face showed fear. Hojang shouted, "Ah, Captain, there are Z-humans at the main gate." The ferocious Z-humans, armed with weapons, stood blocking the gate. They shouted, "Are you all crazy? You still dare to escape together?" Garam appeared from behind, arriving just in time to help. Garam attacked them from behind, knocking them down. She held a book in her hand. Dong-ho and Garam were both present. Garam, just as she said, "Captain, am I not too late?" was frightened by the scene before her. Dong-ho was also terrified. "Why are there so many people?" Garam regained her composure and reported to the captain. Garam said, "We docked the boat at the main gate." Lee Ki-young was overjoyed to see them arrive. Lee Ki-young replied, "Just in time!" Ha Yeong, seeing Dong-ho and Garam appear from the main gate, was bewildered. Hojang asked, "Who are they? Why did they deal with the Z-humans so easily?" "Everyone get on the boat quickly." Jixian was running away. Jixian turned her head back in alarm. Jixian cried out, "Uncle, hurry up!" The old man looked back and forth and replied, "Wait, Ha Yong has disappeared. She was right here just now. She must have gotten lost." Ji Xian, hearing this, felt like she had been struck by lightning. Ji Xian froze and stammered, "What did you just say?" Seeing the situation was not good, Yan quickly turned back, leaving the old man standing there bewildered. Ji Xian said, "Let me go find her. You guys go ahead." The old man, seeing this, shouted loudly, "Ji Xian!" A feather from Risuru's wings. Risuru tightly gripped the feather and severed Mir's arm, making him gloat. Meyer looked at his severed arm, his eyes downcast, showing no pain. Suddenly, from his severed arm, thousands of wrenches appeared, extending outwards. It pierced straight into Risuru's body, causing him to only manage to cry out, "Ugh!" Meyer continued to whip him hard, causing him to fall freely at high speed. Risuru slammed hard onto the ground, creating a large explosion which startled Ji Xian. What was that? Meyer's arm had grown back. Ji Xian was still horrified by what had just happened. Ji Xian cried out, "Yes!" Hearing the noise, Mir turned around and saw Ji Xian. Meyer asked, "Why are you here?" Ji Xian didn't dare to step forward. Ji Xian stammered, I... Without waiting for Ji Xian to answer, Meyer coldly turned his face away. Meyer left 2 words, "Go away." Jijian quickly cried out. Meyer told her, "This place is dangerous. Go quickly." Risuru, his entire body buried under rubble, only his dark eyes visible. He heard Meyer's conversation and exclaimed, "Huh? What's that? Master!" A sharp feather shot out, grazing his shoulder. Risuru, covered in wounds, his eyes full of despair. Risuru spoke in a voice full of disgust. "What's with that weak appearance?" Ji Xian stood watching, her eyes fixed on several sharp feathers hurtling towards her. Jishin's eyes were vacant, full of despair. Meyer still stood like that. Meyer had seen the feather heading towards Ji Xian. Meyer suddenly appeared close to Ji Xian. He raised his hand to block the feather for her. It pierced through his palm, blood splattering everywhere, causing Ji Xian to recoil in fear. Meyer's face remained emotionless. Meyer raised his hand to block the arrow that shot through his hand and shielded Ji Xian, surprising her. Risuru sat unexpectedly amidst the rubble of the building. Meyer stood next to Ji Xian. She asked, "Meyer, are you okay?" Meyer raised his injured hand, looked at it, and thought, saying nothing. Meyer rushed forward and grabbed Risuru's collar, causing Risuru to exclaim in surprise, "Master, what's wrong? Who is that woman?" Meyer used his strength to pull Risuru into the air. Jijian below cried out in surprise. "Ah!" Jijian looked up with a worried expression. Ha Yeong ran over from somewhere, leading Uncle Ajusi, who was crying and sniffling, calling out, "Sister, are you okay?" Ji Xian, startled, turned back and replied, "Ha Yeong, where did you go?" Ha Yeong replied breathlessly, "This uncle hasn't evacuated yet." Uncle Ajusi followed up, crying, thank you so much." Ji Xian, stunned, said, "What the hell?" Ji Xian, extremely shocked, thought, "They said it was a special case. What the hell did he have to go through?" She said, "Evacuate quickly." Ha Yeong replied, "Yes." A cry of pain from a direct blow to Risuru's chest. He was in pain and thought, "Is this just my imagination? Somehow—" Meyer struck Risuru squarely on the head. He continued to think in pain. "He's attacking even harder than before." Meyer continued to hit Risuru hard in the face, sending him flying, thinking further, "Did I do something to provoke him?" A powerful punch to Risuru's stomach. Meyer unleashed his power from the sky, sending Risuru flying down. Thousands of punches shot out from Meyer's hands, hitting Risuru's back hard, causing him to cry out in pain. Meyer quickly flew in front of Risuru, surprising him. He punched him hard in the neck, very fast and precise. Another fast and powerful punch to Risuru's mouth, followed by thousands of Meyer's punches, hitting Risuru very quickly and forcefully, impossible to see with the naked eye. Meyer's face was lifeless. He curled up, his hand tensed, unleashing his power. Meyer's lightning-fast punches and slashes tore Risuru's body into pieces, causing him excruciating pain and making him cough up blood. The rope from Meyer's power tightened around Risuru's neck, making him choke and cry out, "Extreme!" Meyer's arm tightened around Risuru's neck, causing him to cry out in pain. His limbs were severed, blood flowing in streams. His mouth cried out incoherently from too much pain. His 2 legs were severed, causing him agonizing pain as blood gushed out more and more. Meyer looked at him with a lifeless face. Risuru's face darkened with pain and fear. Meyer pulled the rope from his hand, causing his body to fall. His limbs were gone, blood and gore splattered everywhere. "Ah," he thought involuntarily. Meyer was watching Risuru fall. Feathers from Risuru's wings drifted down. He thought, or perhaps, for some reason, he guessed I could beat him. How ridiculous! Risuru's thoughts continued as he fell to the ground, creating a large explosion. Risuru lay there, limbs gone, surrounded by splattered and messy blood and gore, his face bewildered, thinking, "Today I will die." Meyer, holding a long bone fragment in his hand, swooped down. Risuru laughed in fear, thinking, "Well, that's good." Risuru shouted with a terrifying face, "It is truly an honor to fight you to the end. It is thanks to you that I am here today. Even in death, it is not in vain." Risuru's body began to disintegrate as he continued to shout, "Please adorn these final moments of my tedious life with some glorious brilliance," Meyer said. I will not kill you. Risuru, surprised, asked back with a weary expression. What? Ji Xian and Ha Yiyong stood fearfully behind Li Qi-young. Li Qi-young shouted, Meyer, everyone has been evacuated. Hurry up and let's go. That's just how I am, beating people to within an inch of their lives, causing them to lose consciousness. Meyer then unleashed his terrifying power, creating a long trail of horrific cracks that stretched across the entire area, even splitting the sea in two. Risuru coughed up blood in pain, thinking, Master, if you hit them this hard, they will die. Thump! A sound echoed after the remnants of Meyer's power. A piece of a body, swish. Li Qi-young said in surprise, He just wanted him to faint? Q-ho was horrified, his mouth agape. Garam ran over from somewhere, panting, and said, Captain, the barrier has disappeared, and the boat is ready to depart. Li Qi-young, standing there with Q-ho, replied, Really? Ju-ho, go control the crowd. Li Qi-young ran along with Garam, saying, Go, deal with the remaining Z-humans, and then let's get out of here quickly. Garam replied, Roger. Q-ho ran in the opposite direction. At an observation post, the sunset began to fall. Ha Yiyong guided the children, saying, Have you brought everything? A child holding clothes in his hand ran after her and said, Yes, thank you. Two little boys were sitting in a corner talking. The one sitting on the chair covered his face and said, Oh my God, I can't believe we actually escaped. The blonde-haired boy leaning on his hand said, I knew it. Some people saw something and said, Ah, look, that's Risuru, but who's that kid? Meyer walked in, dragging Risuru, who was tied up like a cocoon. Meyer threw him forward. Li Qi-young said, Well done, Meyer. I didn't expect you to handle it so easily. Li Qi-young continued, For now, that's it. Ji Xian said in surprise, Ah. Meyer's lifeless face suddenly noticed something. Meyer walked slowly past Ji Xian. She looked at him and said, Hey, Meyer. Ji Xian looked at Meyer's tattered clothes from behind. Thank you for earlier. Meyer tilted his head, saying nothing. Ji Xian reappeared in his memory with the words, Let go of the mother you keep in your heart. Meyer was silent and contemplative, saying nothing. He spoke involuntarily, startling Ji Xian. You told me to let go? Behind his gaunt back, Meyer continued, If I do that, then how am I supposed to live? Ji Xian looked at Meyer with a surprised but pensive expression. Ji Xian said, Then find it, what else? After the Zhe-humans dominated the world, no one lived decently. Ji Xian said as the sunset began to fall on a corner of the base. Ji Xian's voice continued, Trying to survive to find loved ones either live or die. The man sat despondently. Ji Xian continued, Recklessly surviving, then praying for a beautiful tomorrow. Ha Yiyong was consoling the sniffling Uncle Ajusi. In the courtyard, Ji Xian said to Meyer, We don't live because there's still hope, but we live to find hope. Ji Xian said with a determined face, You can also find it like that, the thing that will become your hope. Li Qi-young and Q-ho were carrying things and looked back. Returning to the past a moment ago, someone's thoughts, Did something like that happen to Meyer? Q-ho continued while running. To me, it's like Meyer is searching for meaning of life, to live in a world where mother is no longer. Q-ho said, and Li Qi-young's face was pensive. Returning to the present, Li Qi-young spoke, startling Ji Xian and Meyer. Meyer. Meyer replied. Yes. Li Qi-young spoke, silhouetted against the sunset with the two of them. To tell you the truth, all this time I've considered you a tool. Li Qi-young continued, As a temporary ally to achieve a goal, I never thought any further. She continued, If you want, I'm willing to treat you as a member of the kamikaze squad. But before that, I have a question for you. Li Qi-young said, looking at Meyer's retreating back, Do you still want to die? Meyer remained silent, not answering. That's right. His voice rose to everyone's surprise. Li Qi-young pulled down his hat and replied, Understood. Li Qi-young turned away and said, You've worked hard today. In the bright sunset, someone shouted loudly, Attention! Prepare to set sail. Evacuate quickly. In this chaotic world, hope truly has no precise definition. My happiness can be someone else's pain. And conversely, Someone else's suffering might be my happiness. Kyu-ho looked at Onmire thoughtfully, and behind them, people were discussing and talking. Everyone has a different definition of hope. Since then, "You're awake," someone's voice said, causing Ritsuru, eyes half open, to ask, "Huh?" Lee Ki-young sat right in front of Ritsuru and asked, "Let's talk for a bit," which greatly surprised Ritsuru. At the ship sailing on the sea, there were many children inside, laughing and playing happily. Gong-ho was dozing off, causing Garam, who was reading a book and steering the ship on the side, to clench her teeth in exasperation. In another train car, Ritsuru was tied up tightly, questioning, "So you mean I have to reveal everything I know?" The people around him at this moment included Lee Ki-young, Onmire, Kyu-ho, and Ji-yoon. Ritsuru felt indignant, pouted, and asked, "So you haven't killed me yet because you want to extract some useful information. But what now?" As he spoke, he glanced at Onmire. "Among you, regarding information, I don't gain anything, nor does it help secure any agreement." Lee Ki-young didn't care and said, "It seems there's some misunderstanding here. This isn't a negotiation." Then she ordered, "Kyu-ho," he replied, "Yes." Then he began to cast a spell, a mesmerizing charm, smiling. Unexpectedly, it affected Ritsuru. He let out a very forced laugh. Kyu-ho stepped back, Lee Ki-young continued. "If you don't talk, we have ways to get it out. And besides, your life is in our hands. After we get the information we need, we will kill you." Ritsuru laughed and said, "Understood, untie me." Ji-yoon couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. But she quickly suppressed it, thinking she had to protect the scientist's body. Ritsuru continued to plead, "I'll talk anyway, untie me." Lee Ki-young realized and asked back, "What?" "Done." The mesmerizing charm spread, Ritsuru's face contorted. She asked, "So what does that mean?" His face towards Lee Ki-young, he asserted. "You're the one mistaken here. I'm not keeping quiet because I want to protect my comrades, but because I also want something from you people." He continued, "Z-humans, they can't help me get it either, so it's better to negotiate with you." Lee Ki-young questioned, "Get what?" Ritsuru smiled cunningly and uttered each word, "Your side." Looking towards Onmire, it became much more interesting. He rolled his eyes gleefully, thinking he just had a dramatic fight with his master, truly unforgettable. Lee Ki-young lost patience and growled, "Stop beating around the bush. Just spit it out. What do you want?" Ritsuru bowed his head and laughed out loud. Then he slowly said, "Let me join your side." Everyone was surprised. He begged, "I'll do whatever you ask. Let me follow you." Lee Ki-young didn't understand what he would gain from it. He looked at Onmire and replied, "Because I want to be by master's side, that's all." Kyu-ho firmly refused, shouting, "What game are you trying to play, huh?" You'd say anything to save yourself, but before he finished, Lee Ki-young raised her hand, ordering him to be silent. Kyu-ho was confused, Captain. She threatened Ritsuru, like I said. Getting information from you, whatever it is, your proposal means nothing to us. Ritsuru seemed unconcerned and snorted. "You cunning bastards, you've only evacuated people from Oryuk Island, right? So what other plans do you have?" He continued mockingly, "Are you planning to wander the ocean forever with just these few people on this boat? Sooner or later, you'll run out of energy, and if you go ashore, you'll definitely get caught." He questioned, "No matter how you think you can survive, you worked so hard to save them, are you going to abandon them now?" Lee Ki-young thought in amazement, "He's right. Did I underestimate him?" Then Ritsuru persuaded, "There's an island nearby where you can hide people, so do you know where it is?" He said slyly, "Even if you ask, you won't find it. Only I know about this. Aren't you curious what else I know?" Kyu-ho was startled and wanted to stop it. "Even if he's telling the truth, I object. I only know he can kill many more people. How can we trust this bastard?" But Lee Ki-young said, "All right," which made him extremely frustrated, shouting, "Captain!" She stood up to negotiate. "In return, you are forbidden to eat human flesh. You will be monitored by my people 24/7. Ritsuru agreed immediately. "Okay, anyway. High-level zombies don't need to eat." She turned and left, saying, "Take us to that island. We'll talk more when we get there." Kyu-ho still firmly objected. "Wait, Captain." Lee Ki-young resolutely did not change her mind, saying, "I'm sorry, Kyu-ho. I understand how you feel, but he's right. This is currently the best choice." She comforted. Don't worry if necessary. On Meyer will deal with him. In that situation, he can't do anything. Kyuho had no other choice but still thought, even so, how can humans and zombies? The captain has never made a wrong decision, but sometimes I wonder what kind of justice she is seeking. Ji-yoon approached Ritsuru, crossed her arms, and asked, Hey, I have a question. How were the obstacles on Oryak Island made? He didn't understand. Then Ritsuru replied, You'll know when we get there, the island I mentioned. Their ship had docked at a small sandbar in the middle of the sea. Lee Ki-young and Ritsuru set foot on the sandbar, she asked. This is it? This is the island? He affirmed. That's right. The others on the ship looked down, Gong-ho questioned. We're going to hide people here? Ji-yoon agreed. This place isn't even big enough to hide a mouse, Garam added. Is Ritsuru trustworthy? After all, he's the leader of the zombies. She continued. But it seems that Ritsuru guy isn't lying. The captain decided so, which means he's trustworthy. Meanwhile, Kyuho remained silent. Ji-yoon was also quite worried, really. And the captain is never wrong. Over here, Ritsuru was instructing. If you look under the tree, but before he could finish, Lee Ka-young cut him off. Look there. Then she became dangerous, looked back angrily, and questioned. You tricked me. I ignored everyone in the team to accept your request. Ritsuru suddenly thought, why is it like this all of a sudden? It's like the suppressed feeling with Master. So she's been hiding her strength all this time? He slowly explained, No, don't be angry. Press that rock over there. Then you'll know why we came here. The two of them looked at the rock next to the tree. Lee Ki-young approached and pressed the rock. Suddenly, water splashed all around. The sea seemed to part, causing the sandbar the two were standing on to fall directly down. Ritsuru said, Here it is. The scene below is an underground city. He snorted and said, See, I told you I wasn't lying. This place is big enough to hold all those people, right? And you don't have to worry about being caught. Lee Ka-young turned her head and asked, Did you create this place? Ritsuru didn't hide it. No, I found it by chance. He analyzed, looking from the outside. You can guess it was created a very long time ago. I don't know how this place exists, but its purpose of construction, sometimes I'm too lazy, so I just come here. Lee Ki-young put her hand on her chin and said, Never mind, this place is more than enough. Ritsuru couldn't help but wonder one thing. But can I ask a question? Lee Ki-young replied, What? He slowly asked, It seems you're hiding your own power. So why did you order Master to capture me? With your abilities, you could easily defeat not only me, but also the other Guardians. Lee Ki-young replied, I can only tell you that I have my own reasons, and I'm not as strong as you think. Ritsuru was indifferent, really? He thought, It's impossible. She must be at Master's level or higher. Where did these people come from? Lee Ki-young asked, Oh, why did you come back? Ritsuru explained, Just press the button like before. Then everyone came down from the sandbar. They were surprised. Everyone said in unison, What is this? Lee Ki-young walked over to them. She said to Gong-ho, Gong-ho, can I ask you a favor? Help everyone unload their luggage. He agreed. Yes, leave it to me. But why are you suddenly speaking so politely? Lee Ki-young ordered, Members of the Suicide Squad, follow me. Everyone replied in unison, Yes. They approached a factory. Garam was a little scared. What is that? Ji-yoon was in a very excited mood. It looks like a research lab for me. John Nuri appeared from somewhere and said, I don't know where this is, but if the new headquarters is here, it's not too bad. Garam was a little surprised. Commander, why are you here? I haven't even sent you a radio message yet. She thought about the past when on Meyer brought her. She had struggled and told him, I don't like it, let me down. Now I'm an official employee. Returning to the present, she gritted her teeth and asked, Where did Lee Ki-young go? Lee Ki-young turned her head and greeted Nuri. You're early. John Nuri was very angry and growled, Oh! She immediately came over and bit Lee Ka-young's hat, reprimanding, Couldn't you think of a safer way? You idiot. Lee Ki-young was helpless. There was no other way. I could only think of that. John Nuri adjusted her glasses and reluctantly accepted. Because the plan was successful, I'll temporarily forgive you. We caught a guardian. Ji-yoon returned safely. Lee Ki-young was on the side, clutching her head and crying. My head. Ji-yoon was moved to tears, thinking, the commander was worried about me, so touching. She wiped her tears with her hand, thinking, my idol, my superior, I swear I'll work harder. John Nuri thought to herself, the warship has also returned, thank goodness. Lee Ki-young looked over at On Meyer and said, thank you, On Meyer, but how did you deal with our boat? He answered indifferently, just threw it. Both Gong Ho and Garam thought. Threw it? It's not a paper boat, is it? Lee Ki-young didn't care either, so that's how it was. Very good. She continued, before we gather, let's rest for a bit. Everyone said in unison. Yes. In the research institute, Ji-yoon was exploring the surrounding machines. Gong Ho and Garam were playing with chemicals in the laboratory. John Nuri and Lee Ki-young were discussing together. Kyu-ho over here was striking up a conversation with On Meyer. All right. Everyone has rested and recuperated fully, right? John Nuri said while planning. For now, the Oryuk Island mission has been a resounding success. Everyone worked hard. Thanks to this, we've achieved some unexpected victories, she explained. Starting today, this will be where we discuss strategies. We've decided to use the name Suicide Squad, which Lee Ki-young came up with. It's just a name. As for the research lab we are standing in, it will naturally become the new headquarters. She raised the stick and continued, I know everyone is very eager to explore this place, but that will have to wait. Her eyes lit up. Now we will discuss the immediate plan. John Nuri pointed at Ritsuru and asked, you said the hideout of Red Sun's mastermind is still a mystery, right? Ritsuru replied. That's right. He has never shown his face to us. I'm sure the other Guardians don't know where the leader is either. She adjusted her glasses, raised her stick, and analyzed. In reality, there's only one thing we can do, which is to destroy Red Sun's structure according to what that bastard said. She introduced Rank 5 Zero, Rank 4 Netspace, Rank 3 Arrow, Rank 2 Spider, Rank 1 Motorist. She pointed. The official hunt for the leaders begins. John Nuri wore glasses, holding a small ruler. John Nuri said in a solemn voice, the official hunt for leaders begins. John Nuri held out 2 test tubes, fiddling with them. John Nuri said quietly, the first targets are Rank 5 Zero and Rank 4 Netspace. 2 test tubes were placed upright on the map. John Nuri began to analyze Changwon under their rule. It's the farm where they train zombies. The defense system is extremely strict. It's said that military weapons are stored there. Holding 2 test tubes in her hand, an aura of knowledge radiating, John Nuri added. Of course, this mission won't be easy, but if successful, we will have an extremely grand military base in our hands. So, that's the first target. Infiltrate Changwon. John Nuri stood straight, hands on her hips, raising her ruler. John Nuri spoke with a confident voice in front of everyone. From now on, we need to expand our forces. We can't keep relying on Meyer forever. On Meyer hugged his knees, shrinking his small figure, his face emotionless. John Nuri continued. Even if one day On Meyer is no longer here, the human society we've built can still be ensured. Hearing this, Lee Ki-young pulled her hat down. Lee Ki-young thought, well, if there's a chance, he will definitely die. Ji-yoon raised her hand to voice an opinion. Ji-yoon asked, Commander, I have an opinion. Assuming this mission is successful, how do we deal with the aftermath? Ji-yoon wondered further. What if the news of humans infiltrating Changwon gets out? Then the zombies will come find us. John Nuri listened to Ji-yoon's opinion. She adjusted her glasses. John Nuri calmly replied, It's okay. That's why I chose Changwon. It's all part of John Nuri's plan. Hearing that, Ji-yoon replied, Yes. John Nuri added, We will have defensive weapons in Changwon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. John Nuri listed the powerful weapons that would appear in this battle one by one, John Nuri said. Not only that, there are also high barriers like this, an extremely strict defense system, so this city is not that easy to infiltrate. John Nuri asked everyone, right? Ritsuru fearfully described Changwon. It's a land with strict and tight defenses, created by the #1 ranked motorist himself. Even zombies can't get in. Garam sat obediently. Hearing Ritsuru's account, she was curious about the solution. Garam spoke up. If the defense is so strict, how do we get in? John Nuri said, Ah, that? John Nuri brought her hand to her small chin, eyes half closed. John Nuri stammered, I'm also figuring out a plan. Meyer saw everyone contemplating how to get into that place. Meyer thought to himself, I don't think it's worth worrying about. The mission had more and more loopholes. John Nuri tapped the two test tubes together. John Nuri spoke up anyway, this mission. The outcome might not be as expected, but if successful, then this plan would be called top-notch. John Nuri clenched the two test tubes in her palm, her eyes full of determination. John Nuri reaffirmed their goal. Capture the two leaders and take Changwon. Then we will turn that place into human territory from here on out. Garam, Gongho, Ji-yoon, Lee Ki-young, Meyer, and even Ritsuru all listened to her speak, but everyone's face showed anxiety for this upcoming journey. John Nuri added, a society where only humans live, without zombies. Kyuho thought and then said, what if that guy is lying? John Nuri was surprised, Kyuho stood with his arms crossed, his face full of doubt. Kyuho analyzed. What if we go to Changwon and the zombies are waiting for us to fall into their trap? Are you sure our lives won't be in danger? Ritsuru looked at Kyuho doubtfully. Kyuho felt John Nuri and everyone else believed Ritsuru too easily. He was angry. Kyuho scolded. How can you trust him so easily? It's ridiculous. He clearly provided us with information and only asked to be near Meyer. Ritsuru saw him doubting him, couldn't hold back. Ritsuru spoke up in response. What's so ridiculous about it? You think I don't dare to betray the zombies? Why do you keep dismissing the reverence I have for my master? I only told you useful information. Kyuho was very surprised when he spoke up to defend himself. Ritsuru saw that Kyuho still didn't trust him. Ritsuru silently admitted that his selling information had other motives, as Kyuho said. Ritsuru thought to himself, no, maybe that guy is right. It's not just about being near master. His eyes looked towards Meyer's figure sitting in the distance. Ritsuru said to himself, here, it's also because I want to fight with master. Ritsuru was silent for a long time. He thought about his current body and his desires. Ritsuru whispered to himself, but with this foolish zombie body, how can I fight? I wasn't thorough before. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Lee Ki-young spoke up. Don't worry. First we'll go there to scout the situation. We just need to verify whether he's lying or not. Then we'll figure out the rest later. Her eyes were sharp. Lee Ki-young reaffirmed. I'm not asking everyone to blindly follow. We are just considering the most suitable method. Hearing the captain's order, Kyuho also felt relieved. Kyuho replied, I understand. Seeing the situation had calmed down, John Nuri sighed. Her hand still stroking her beautiful chin, John Nuri spoke up. Ahem. That's all for today. This mission will take at least a few months, so I have a small favor to ask everyone. Ji-yoon was surprised. Ji-yoon exclaimed, a favor. Gong-ho stood among the rescued people. Gong-ho spoke among those rescued from Oryuk Island. See if anyone is suitable. There's still plenty of time, so we should expand our forces. That's why we rescued them in the first place. John Nuri stood before everyone, hands on her hips. John Nuri said, that's all for today. See you all at the next meeting. Lee Ki-young reminded, if you choose anyone, remember to report back to me. Everyone said in unison, understood. After that, everyone quickly dispersed. Garam and Gong-ho walked together. Garam asked him, hey, when will we have our own rooms? Aren't you tired of sleeping on the floor? Gong-ho replied carelessly, what did you say, little girl? Ji-yoon, on the other hand, was fidgeting and looking at Ritsuru. Lee Ki-young called, Meyer, let's talk for a bit. Meyer stopped. Gong-ho was walking when Garam reached out and stopped him, surprising him. Ritsuru was tied up even tighter. His mouth was also gagged. In the research room, Ji-yoon sat in front of the screen. Ji-yoon exclaimed, this is awesome. Even at sea, we can use computers. Where does the electricity come from? Ji-yoon tensed up looking at the screen. Ji-yoon thought to herself. And also, I'm wondering how this city exists. And where did the information from this research lab come from? She began to feel that a problem was quietly unfolding. Ji-yoon deduced that all these inventions, including the barrier on Oryak Island, seemed to use the same type of technology. She stared intently at the glowing stone in her hand. Ji-yoon marveled at how the technology here was hundreds of times more advanced. Even before the disaster happened in this lost world, technology could develop like this. The more she looked at the stone, the more curious she became about their development. It made her sweat. Ji-yoon became even more suspicious. Who could it be? Why did they create these things? Thousands of questions arose in her mind. At the same time, Lee Ki-young and On Meyer entered the laboratory. Lee Ki-young called out, "Ji-yoon, are you free?" Ji-yoon heard her and turned around. Ji-yoon exclaimed, "Ah, Captain, do you need something?" Lee Ki-young said, "It's nothing. But do you remember this knife?" She held out the knife and asked Ji-yoon. Lee Ki-young continued, "Its effect only delays On Meyer's power recovery process. I want you to—" On Meyer stood beside her, listless, without any vitality. Lee Ki-young was silent for a moment, then continued, "Use this to create a weapon that can kill On Meyer." Ji-yoon frowned. She didn't understand what was happening. Her face was full of doubt. Ji-yoon wondered, "Are you asking me to create a weapon to kill a person?" Lee Ki-young said, "Yes." Lee Ki-young handed the knife to Ji-yoon. Lee Ki-young explained the reason. "I know it sounds crazy, but this is the reason On Meyer has been helping us until now, so I hope you can do it." Ji-yoon stammered, "Is this On Meyer's wish?" Both Lee Ki-young and On Meyer bowed their heads. Lee Ki-young spoke. "That's right." On Meyer remained emotionless. Having received a proper explanation, holding the knife in her hand, Ji-yoon was resolute. "All right, then I'll do it. Let me disassemble it and see, huh?" Suddenly, the system malfunctioned. Ji-yoon immediately ran to the screen to check. Ji-yoon called out, "Captain, can you come here for a moment?" Lee Ki-young asked worriedly, "Huh? What's wrong?" Ji-yoon quickly typed on the keyboard. Ji-yoon said the material to make this was something I found by chance, so I don't know what it is either, but it seems to be in this computer. Flowers appeared on the screen. It was Renji flour. Ji-yoon said it was the ingredient she randomly concocted. Lee Ki-young asked again, "Renji flour?" Ji-yoon pointed to the flour and explained that this flour was discovered after the disaster if Renji extracted from the flour is combined with metal. Not only is it tens of times stronger than ordinary metal, but it can also create an alloy containing special power. That's what's written. Lee Ki-young was surprised. Lee Ki-young made a judgment, so that means... Ji-yoon saw that the captain had figured it out. Ji-yoon replied, "Yes, that's right. As long as we have Renji flour, we can create a weapon to kill On Meyer and also create many other types of weapons." Seeing that the effect of Renji flour was exactly what she and her team wanted, Lee Ki-young asked, "So do you know where it can be found?" Ji-yoon immediately replied, "Ah, yes, the location is also written here." Lee Ki-young confirmed again, "Really?" Having found the location, Lee Ki-young suddenly thought, the problem now is who will go get it. Lee Ki-young thought of On Meyer. Lee Ki-young called out, "On Meyer, can I ask you for a favor?" On Meyer heard and replied, "Yes." Whoosh! The next morning, On Meyer flew high up, carrying Garam, who was holding a map, and Gong Ho, who was screaming in fear. Garam stared at the map. Garam read, "Longitude 33, 40, 15, 8333 V129, 10062 The map says so." Gong Ho was still screaming. "Ah!" Garam scolded Gong Ho. "Ah, so noisy! You scared me to death!" Garam focused on finding the location on the map. Garam said, "Let's see, the location Ji-yoon marked." While Garam was working, Gong Ho continued to scream loudly, tears streaming down his face. Garam exclaimed, "Ah, here it is." On Meyer, Gong Ho, and Garam had arrived at a new land. The location on the map, Mount Cheon-song. The three of them landed on the ground. The recent high-altitude excursion caused Gong Ho to collapse on the ground. Garam spoke up to ask, "Senior, are you okay?" Looking at the scene before her, Garam suddenly became somber. Garam thought to herself, "Why did the captain send the three of us? Just me and On Meyer would have been enough. No, just On Meyer alone would have been enough. Garam asked, "Shall we go?" Garam, holding the map, led the way. Beside her were On Meyer and a pale-faced Gong Ho. Garam said, "This mission is to find the Renji flower." Garam lamented helplessly, "I don't know where it is either, so it'll probably take a lot of time to find. Today, let's just do our best. A vast sky awaits the three of them." Suddenly, Gong Ho covered his mouth with both hands. His face darkened. Gong Ho cried out, "Ugh!" Garam quickly moved away. Garam cried out, "Ugh! Again?" Gong Ho couldn't hold it back. He ran far away. Gong Ho's voice echoed, "Sorry, everyone." Garam covered her face with her hand, utterly helpless. Gritting her teeth hard, Garam said, "It's okay. Take your time. Today is probably going to be a long day." Appearing before Gong Ho's eyes was a zombie. It was roaring in front of him. Surprising him, Gong Ho exclaimed, "Huh!" When he realized it was a zombie, Gong Ho screamed, "Zombie!" Then he ran for his life towards On Meyer and Garam. Gong Ho's face changed color. He fell backward. Garam heard zombie and immediately asked, "Zombie, where?" Suddenly Garam froze. Her eyes widened and she frowned. Garam said, "It just looks like a human corpse. It was a skeleton-like zombie with tattered clothes and paint on its body, leaning against a tree trunk." Gong Ho regained his composure. He approached the zombie to observe. Gong Ho wondered, a human corpse. But why is there paint? Garam guessed, maybe there's a superpowered person living nearby. Gong Ho heard this and asked her in alarm, "A superpowered person?" "Garam, to be more certain," Garam said, "let's try following the traces. If there's someone living around this area, maybe they know something about the Renji flower." Garam's voice became more determined, "and we can also persuade them to join our team." Gong Ho heard this and became excited. Gong Ho exclaimed, "Aha!" On Meyer, behind the two of them, pointed his finger in that direction. On Meyer called out, "Hey!" On Meyer said, "Over there." Gong Ho shouted, "A child, it's the corpse of a child, missing arms and legs, clothes covered in paint, looking very tragic." Gong Ho approached and asked curiously, "Is he dead?" Garam was horrified. "What the hell is going on?" At that moment, a thought flashed through Garam's mind, making her nervous. Observing the state of the zombie and the child, Garam thought that these were unidentifiable paint streaks on the bodies of both the human and the zombie. Garam speculated that if a superpowered person truly lived here, they could be extremely dangerous, which made Garam and Gong Ho even more afraid. After witnessing the scene of people covered in incomprehensible paint marks, Garam and Gong Ho suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If there really was a superpowered person here, that person could be extremely dangerous. Gong Ho suddenly remembered something, and now that you mention it, there's a rumor. Garam, beside him, wondered, "What rumor?" Gong Ho told Garam about the rumor he had heard. There was a mad scientist who wanted to merge humans and zombies. There have been so many bodies recently. Could it be that they are all being experimented on? Garam felt it didn't sound very reasonable and said, "Hey, that seems a bit too much. I don't think it's related to that rumor." Gong Ho froze and said, "You think so? But I've never seen anything like this. Killing people, then zombies, then strange paint marks." Garam glanced over and felt a bit scared, then said to Gong Ho, "Really? Then let's go back to the main headquarters just in case." Only when she said this did she suddenly think, "No, Jin Garam, hold it back. You are the commander of this mission." She suddenly remembered the previous words. "You want me to lead? Me?" Lee Ki-young had replied, "Yes, if it's you, I trust you. Now you are also a veteran and have achievements. You will definitely complete the mission well with high spirit and responsibility, right?" "I trust you." She completely trusted Garam, absolutely. "I trust you. I believe in you." Garam just now thought, "The captain said she trusts me. I can't go back." Saying that, she walked straight ahead, saying as she walked, "Let's wander around here and see. I don't know what happened, but it has nothing to do with our purpose. Everyone is still waiting for us at home, so let's quickly find the Renji flower and go back." Hearing her order, Gong Ho agreed. "All right, Jin Garam, very good, cool as a cucumber." A moment later, Gong Ho called Garam, "Commander, it's done," but she didn't pay attention and just covered her face, blaming herself. Didn't find anything. Searched all day? Forget Renji flower, didn't even see a single petal. Could it be extinct already? Because her frustration had reached its peak, Garam could only let it out. She shouted loudly, "Damn it, is this all I can do? Tomorrow I must find it tomorrow. I'll turn this whole mountain upside down to find it." Gong Ho, nearby, saw this and asked her, "What are you doing?" At this moment, about to go to sleep, Garam suddenly announced, "You know what? Let's rest and figure it out tomorrow." Gong Ho then also told On Meyer to go to sleep. He would keep watch tonight. He replied, "It's okay." Garam wondered, "It's okay? And now that I think about it, I've never seen you sleep." Gong Ho also asked him with concern, "Aren't you tired?" On Meyer just nodded, I don't feel tired nor sleepy." Garam, not yet asleep, turned over and continued, "Is it because you're forced to, that you're answering so politely?" Gong Ho also asked, On Meyer the same question, "So I don't need to keep watch at night?" He replied, "That's right." Gong Ho joyfully jumped up. "Yay, On Meyer, I love you so much." Garam just looked towards On Meyer. She probably wanted to ask On Meyer something in her heart, but decided against it. She turned away and said, "It's so unfair. He's already so strong, but he doesn't even need to sleep." Suddenly, Garam reminisced, thinking back, "When I encountered that guardian, I was scared to death. Besides waiting to die, I couldn't do anything. On Oryuk Island, I just ran errands, didn't contribute much. Even today, it's not much different." Garam clearly remembered herself back then, truly confused and hesitant. This way, or maybe this way. Then she judged herself. The captain must have trusted me a lot to give me this command mission, but I'm so clumsy. Suddenly, Garam sighed once. With a contemplative gaze, looking at and admiring the sky with wispy clouds, she had already promised herself that in the future she would definitely become a hero. Garam suddenly remembered the house fire from before. In the fire, there were only cries for help, desperate sobs. There was a cry for help coming from the box there. "Is anyone there? Help me. Please save me!" Then that door opened, bringing a little ray of hope. A firefighter came and said, "Kid, are you okay? Are you injured? Come on, let's get out of here." Garam stopped crying, obediently looked at that person without blinking, the person she had met when she was little. Nothing else was different, only his appearance was that of a hero. Since that day, I've come to a resolution. In the future, I must become a really cool hero like him. Then she suddenly returned to the present, but now, I'm not as quick-witted or decisive as the captain. Intelligent and sharp like the commander, even less so. Or talented like Ji-yoon either. She was ashamed. Not knowing what to do but hide under the blanket and judge herself. So pathetic? How could someone like me ever become a hero? Suddenly, at this moment, a scream came from somewhere. Garam sat up and asked, "What was that?" A little girl was in danger at that moment. She backed away scared, crying for help, but the guy then said, "In the middle of these dense woods, where did a little brat like you come from? Hey, if I eat you, no one will probably find out, huh?" That guy eagerly pounced. Today's luck isn't bad at all. Luckily, Garam arrived in time and hit this guy with a stick, making him cry out in pain. Seeing her, he asked, "Who the hell are you?" But Garam only slightly asked the little kid, "Kid, are you okay?" At this moment, the other guy said, "I knew it. There's no way a kid would be wandering around here alone. You're the one setting murder traps, aren't you?" Garam was confused by this. She repeated his words. "Murder traps." Suddenly, a figure was standing at a high angle, looking down and observing everything. This person's face was unclear, only a faint silhouette was visible. The person said, "What are you doing?" But at this moment, the terrifying, horrifying guy pounced and said, "Anyway, I have to thank you guys for saving me the time to find you." Garam took out a book, her posture ready for battle. "I don't know what you're talking about." She was in the process of absorbing knowledge. Then she said slowly, word by word, I'm not the person you're looking for," she said as she attacked this guy. One blow after another. Garam attacked continuously. The person up there made a strange gesture. Had that person seen something, perhaps? Garam below continuously launched powerful attacks towards the opponent. The other guy didn't fight back, only managing to block those blows. Garam looked at him in astonishment. What? He blocked the attack. Garam then used her elbow to attack. As expected, you're not an ordinary person like they said, the other guy said. Garam, facing him, just thought to herself, I still haven't taken him down? Gong Ho and On Meyer arrived in time. Garam, there you are. Why do you keep running off alone? Seeing the rescuers, she joyfully shouted, Ah, senior! She then turned around and told the kid, Hey kid, go over there. The kid replied, Ah, yes. That kid ran over there, but a terrifying guy followed. He was holding a large round rock intending to throw it forward. Where are you running, bitch? Saying that, it threw the large round rock down and angrily shouted, You dare ignore me! The little kid at this moment could only be scared, nothing but fear. Seeing this, Garam shouted loudly, Wait! On Meyer! Save the kid. But On Meyer stood motionless, not moving, not paying attention to what Garam and Gong Ho said, not paying attention to the dangerous situation. Hey, On Meyer, can you hear anything? She froze, stunned, not understanding what was wrong with On Meyer at this moment. Without hesitation, she went to save the kid from the big rock. She bravely stood up to protect the kid. Then, her strength limited, Garam collapsed to the ground. Gong Ho saw this and ran over, shouting, Garam! The other guy got to laugh. Heh. What's this, using your body to shield a kid? Just like the rumors, you're nothing special. Then he grabbed Garam's head with one hand and said to Gong Ho, You're with that girl, right? Stand still, I'll teach you a lesson. Gong Ho could only call On Meyer. On Meyer, help Garam. On Meyer replied with a blank expression, I can't. Someone told me not to help. Gong Ho was scared of On Meyer and said, What? Who said that? He grabbed her head and said, Take me to where the humans are hiding. Garam cried out in pain a few times. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. The color palette opened. Something yellow flew by and gently slit the other guy's throat, separating his head from his neck. Garam looked at it and then said, Earth yellow. Garam was dropped hard to the ground, but she and Gong Ho just looked at that thing, fearfully asking each other, What the heck is that? But the little kid at this moment was moved to tears. He shouted loudly, The hero has come to save us. The woman looked like the person who had appeared vaguely before. The kid then ran to hug him and said, Hero, these people saved me. Then he smiled and asked in reply, Really, are you injured anywhere? Suddenly he looked towards Garam and said, Thank you everyone for saving this kid. I am Kim Min-sung, a hero. Garam looked at Min-sung with confusion. She secretly felt that normally no one would say they are a hero themselves. Kim Min-sung then added, Everyone seems to be injured too. How about coming back to our village first? Gong Ho asked her again to be sure. Is that okay? Then he caringly asked her, Garam, let's go there and rest for a bit. She remained silent, not answering. Then, after a while, she replied, All right. This made Kim Min-sung a little confused. Garam then continued, We still have other things to resolve. Gong Ho found it strange and asked again, What are you saying? At this moment, Kim Min-sung said, as if he understood something. Min-sung smiled brightly and said, What a pity! You all look very busy. Well then, good luck everyone. Gong Ho heard that and quickly said, Wait a minute. Before he could say anything, Min-sung had already led the boy away, saying, We're going back now. Gong Ho supported Garam and told her, Hey, you need to bandage your wounds too, but she refused and said, It's okay. Luckily, this little thing blocked it, so I'm not seriously injured, and also, here. Garam pointed at the severed head. Gong Ho found it strange and asked, Huh? What about that? She guided him to understand the problem. Doesn't it look like the corpse we just saw this morning? Gong Ho seemed to understand, exclaiming, Hey! It surprised him because of the uncanny resemblance. Then Garam continued to talk about Kim Min-sung. That person is very suspicious. She then spoke up. Senior, you're holding the walkie-talkie, right? For now, let's contact On Meyer first. Then Garam asked, On Meyer, what did you mean just now? He asked her back, What did I say? She frowned and questioned, On Meyer. You said you couldn't help me. Why? She received On Meyer's answer, The person with the hat told me not to help. Garam wondered, The captain? But she still questioned on Meyer about what happened earlier. Hey, even so, seeing someone else about to die, how could you just stand there and watch the show? On Meyer's eyes at this moment seemed to contain unspeakable thoughts. No, Garam suddenly laughed. Garam turned away sharply, not looking at On Meyer anymore. Forget it, I don't need your help. Meanwhile, Garam walked, affirming to herself that she could do it on her own. Gong Ho saw the two showing signs of division and spoke up, Hey, let's go together. Get the walkie-talkie first. Kim Min-sung brought the little boy to a town where many people lived. Everyone looked at her with admiration. Oh, hero, you saved another child today. Truly a hero. Min-sung smiled gently and humbly. Ha ha, everyone go inside. It's very late. At this moment, the boy's parents ran over, they cried and called his name. Him, the little boy was also moved and called their names. Mom, Dad. Their family hugged each other happily. They sincerely thanked Kim Min-sung, heaven's hero. Thank you. Seeing their happiness and luck, she replied, It's okay. Quickly take the child inside. At this moment, someone asked Min-sung something. Will you come to the flower festival, sir? If you go, then She smiled and replied to that, Go. Of course I'll go. Garam observed the recent events from a tree through binoculars and said, So strange, he's acting exactly like a hero. And also, in a place like this, there's a village. Are they all city people who fled here? Gong Ho received a message from Garam Sr. Do you see anything? He was confused. Gong Ho replied to Garam, Oh, you took my binoculars, didn't you? Looking down from up here, what do you expect me to see? She then realized. Dumbfounded. Right. Garam sighed. It's so tiring. Gong Ho could only tell her, Wait a little. Seeing that, she replied, For now, do whatever you want. Gong Ho replied, Do whatever I want. What exactly do you mean? Evening, night fell. Kim Min-sung was spotted walking alone on the road. Garam followed his every footstep. Why is he wandering around like that? Is he really protecting the village? Kim Min-sung reached a place and suddenly stopped. Min-sung shouted two words, Unify! Garam heard it and was surprised, wondering, Unify? The little boy who was rescued earlier was now playing with a dog outside the village road. Kim Min-sung saw this, laughed maniacally, and said, Should I unify them? Seeing Kim Min-sung walk away, Garam hurriedly hid behind a nearby wall and covered her mouth to suppress her fearful sounds. She thought, unify what? Is it humans and zombies? Then Garam ran after Min-sung. I have to follow him. If he's really a mad scientist, then I have to stop him. She followed Min-sung to a house. There, Garam heard two words, blue paint. Kim Min-sung was inside, summoning something blue. Freddy Bird. Oh, Freddy Bird. Min-sung asked that blue thing, What should I do? That blue thing turned into a rather eerie-looking bird, it replied. Do it. You won't lose out. Garam pressed her ear against the door outside and listened. She wondered. Whose voice is that? Isn't he alone? What are they saying? It's so hard to hear. Min-sung laughed very scarily at this moment. She said, Ha ha, I almost got caught, but let's just try unifying them and see. Garam, outside, heard this and her face turned pale, she said again. Again, unifying something again. Definitely. Garam kicked open the outer door, startling Min-sung. Mad scientist, Garam rushed in and said, I won't let you get your way. Kim Min-sung burst out laughing at this moment. Garam threw a punch, but the opponent dodged it. Min-sung slammed his face on the table and said, Found it. Garam was a little confused. Min-sung, crying and rejoicing at the same time, said, A strong and good person? Here you are, I was just about to look for you. Garam asked confusedly, What are you talking about? And then Garam seemed to learn some truth from Min-sung, so you're saying that you were mistaken for a hero? Min-sung, still kneeling on the floor, replied, That's right. And then Min-sung burst into tears, crying as he told her, It's not really a strong ability, but I kind of have superpowers. And one day when I was wandering around here, I accidentally defeated a zombie. After that, the villagers suddenly started calling me a hero. At first, I felt quite awkward. Because I don't know how to fight at all, defeating a zombie was just a fluke. Min-sung laughed foolishly and said, But strangely, They kept praising me like that, and I unknowingly became conceited. All my life, I just holed up in a corner of the art gallery, but then people started paying attention to me like that. After that, I didn't want to pretend like that anymore. I wanted to end this, but I missed the chance. So, and everyone here trusts me. Min-sung told her everything, but she completely disbelieved him and said, "Lies." Garam then asked Min-sung again, "So what did you mean by unification earlier?" Min-sung replied, "I also want to cooperate with everyone as a hero." Garam questioned again, "Who would say something like that?" Then Garam shouted at him, "So why were you suddenly wandering around this village?" Kim Min-sung cried again and replied, "It's because I was afraid you would reject me." Garam asked again, "And what about that sinister smile of yours?" Min-sung also answered honestly, "I have a habit of smiling like that when I'm scared." Garam resolutely said, "Is that acceptable?" She asked Min-sung again, "So what about those corpses? I clearly saw with my own eyes human and zombie corpses lying near the village, scattered everywhere." Min-sung slowly said, "That is the child I couldn't protect. This place is very secluded. I know the chance of humans or zombies passing by is extremely rare, although there have been many times when a few zombies discovered this village. Because I'm not good at fighting, I set up traps here and there, so a few zombies that dared to venture in here all died." Garam was stunned upon hearing this, Min-sung continued. "But because of that, rumors spread, murder traps. The zombies finding this village also gradually decreased, but humans couldn't avoid being implicated either." Min-sung could only cover his face and bow his head. Continuing to tell her after that, "I also thought about evacuating the villagers from this place. But at that time, zombies were everywhere. It's all my fault. I was too deep in illusion." Garam was stunned listening, she thought. What on earth is going on? This person who seemed to have superpowers actually knows nothing. Suddenly the opponent rushed towards Garam, saying, "And I have a request." Garam asked back, "A request?" Min-sung presented his request. "Some time ago, a few zombies said they would soon come to Changwon to capture me." Garam wondered, "Changwon?" Min-sung continued to present to her, "I can't face him alone, can you all—" Before he could finish, something startled them both. They turned their heads to look behind them to see what was happening. A shattered scene appeared, a mysterious voice spoke, "Where did you go?" A reddish light appeared and spoke again. "Come out, trap-setter." Garam and Min-sung were both startled when they heard that voice. The ground and rocks shattered into pieces on the ground, and a voice echoed, "Where are you?" Something flashing reddish spoke up and said, "Come out now, lure hunter." Finally, it revealed itself, walking as it spoke, "I'm here, I'm here." Seeing something new appear in their town, everyone gathered to see what was happening. As soon as they saw this thing, the people shouted loudly, "Ah, what is that? It's a half-zombie. Everyone run immediately." In that house, Garam asked Min-sung, "Did you hear—" Before she could finish her sentence, Min-sung ran straight out. Garam quickly called after him, "Hey, where are you going?" Min-sung replied to Garam as he ran, "You heard it, didn't you?" A half-zombie appeared in the village. "I have to go immediately." Garam was still confused about Kim Min-sung. She said to herself, "What's this?" Just a few seconds ago, he was scared stiff. Saying that, Garam ran after Min-sung. "Wait for me. Where is he going? It's too dark. I can't see anything." At this moment, Garam contacted Gong Ho again. "Senior, can you hear me?" Gong Ho on the other end said, "Huh." Garam continued, "Come here quickly." He was confused as she spoke without context. He spoke up, "Where is here?" But she didn't answer and hung up. The communication line only had a beeping sound left. Gong Ho angrily said, "Where is it? Can you hear anything? How am I supposed to know where to go?" All the villagers, upon seeing the half-zombie, quickly fled, run quickly. She unleashed something called the meteor sword, cutting them in half. Someone lucky enough to escape that blow cried desperately, "Sob, my dear!" And a series of cries for help, "Save me!" Then she stopped for a moment, thought, and said, "Huh? Where is the lure hunter? If this continues, what fun is there?" A villager fled, crying for help as he ran. "Hero, save me!" But behind him, her weapon was already pressed against his back, and it was over. It clicked its tongue and said, "Tusk, whatever. She then laughed eerily, her excited self saying, "The more I kill them, the more they run out, huh? Ha ha ha, this is so much fun!" She stood there happily, bouncing and killing the villagers without mercy, she excitedly added. "I can't believe Zerio ordered a normal half-zombie like me to handle such an interesting matter." Suddenly, a blue light flashed across its face, it wondered. Huh. At this moment, Kim Min-sung arrived with a color palette in his hand. When he arrived, the man she had killed still had some last breaths left and said, "Hero, sir, you've come." Kim Min-sung was truly horrified when he saw this scene. Min-sung wondered to himself, what is this? The image of the crowded village now only had a few survivors. The rest were gone. Min-sung was still horrified, pointing, "Almost everyone is dead. Only a few are still alive." Min-sung knelt down on the ground and bowed his head, saying, "I'm sorry for not coming sooner." Seeing a new person arrive, the half-zombie laughed with delight and said, It's you, right?" Ji Seo-che even smiled cheerfully and said to Min-sung, "Why are you so late? I'm almost done killing them." Upon hearing those words, Min-sung's eyes filled with hatred and resentment. "How dare you kill the villagers?" In his anger, Min-sung decided to fight to the end. Min-sung held his color palette and shouted, "Open color palette," thinking to himself as he spoke, "I will activate all traps." Min-sung used the rainbow technique against the half-zombie. Rushing forward, he said, "You bastard, you will pay for this." But before he could react, she had already stepped on Min-sung's head with one foot and arrogantly said, "This is too boring." She even asked again, "It's you, right? Lure hunter." Min-sung was completely frozen, she thought to herself. Why is she here? Looking back at that rainbow technique, Min-sung thought again, all the traps I've created over the past few months just disappeared like that. Ji Seo-che moved to another spot and said, "And now," she did a somersault and said, "Let's have some fun." Min-sung couldn't accept this at all. Where did everything go wrong? Min-sung's eyes looked as if he had lost all faith in life and could only say, "I'm sorry, everyone." And just like that, he was brutally attacked by Ji Seo-che. Seeing the opponent being defeated so easily, the half-zombie witnessed it like, "Huh!" She screamed, no longer cheerfully. "Ah, what the hell? No, no. Don't tell me that's all you've got. I went easy on you." Then she clicked her tongue again and attacked Min-sung once more. It said, "Tsk, so boring." When she was about to strike, Garam arrived in time to save Min-sung from this attack. She kicked Ji Seo-che away and asked him, "Hey, are you okay?" Min-sung couldn't say anything but the word, "Oh." Then he replied, "I'm fine." But the villagers, Garam also witnessed the scene of almost all the villagers dead and scattered on the ground. Garam also blamed herself. "Oh my God, I didn't make it in time? Everyone's dead?" Garam wondered. But she felt a little luckier. No, there are still a few survivors. Gong-ho also appeared like a miracle at this moment. He ran over calling, "Garam, do you know how tiring it is to look for you? What happened?" Seeing them run over, she happily replied, "Senior, I'll explain later. For now, quickly go help the injured here." Gong-ho helped Min-sung up and also saw her. He was also terrified and said, "A half-zombie appeared? But why are all the villagers gathered here?" Kim Min-sung was injured, but still replied, "Because there's a flower that only blooms here, so we came here for the Lantern Festival." Garam shouted loudly at this moment, "Can we explain later? Now hurry up and use the—" Ji Seo-che appeared beside Garam at this moment, face to face. She asked her, "Who is this lady?" Then it also started to play with Garam. But she was a bit more agile and managed to dodge. Garam decided to respond with her fists. But in her eyes, Ji Seo-che was something both physically large and formidable in combat ability. Seeing this, she stepped back a little. It was clear how much she was sweating. Garam panted and said to herself, "Almost. If I had reached out just a little further, she would have cut it off." She burst out laughing at this moment. "You're pretty agile. Don't tell me you're the real lure hunter." Garam was so terrified she couldn't speak. She just thought to herself, "No good, I can't win. Running away is the best option." Saying that, Garam shouted loudly at Gong-ho, "Quickly get everyone out of here, I'll follow." Gong-ho supported Kim Min-sung while walking and replied, "Okay." Ji Seo-che watched them act and said with a slightly mocking tone, "Oh my." Gong-ho then turned back and asked, "Is there anyone else here who can move? Help the unconscious ones and get out of here quickly." But at this moment, a voice stopped them. "Wait." Gong-ho froze and looked. Meyer alone watched everything with emotionless eyes. Luckily, the voice just now saved a few people from Ji Seo-che's fatal blow. Everyone dodged, screaming in fear. That blow also came very close to Garam. It made her freeze due to the close proximity. She ordered again that no one move. Anyone who moves will die. She danced joyfully again and said, "Captain of Changwon Defense Team 3, Ji Seo-che. Me and my beloved sisters, we will move as one body, one body. Our thoughts and actions are all the same. We get a fourfold advantage with just one attack." Then, at that moment, Ji Seo-chai leaned close to Garam's face and said, "We'll have fun together, okay? Kill each other until one of us dies." Everyone shivered upon hearing it utter such horrifying sentences. Garam felt choked up and could only think to herself, "What is it saying?" Seeing the opponent remain silent, the half-zombie chuckled and said, "Silence means agreement, okay?" Meyer just stood there, watching quietly without saying anything. He thought back a bit to his exchange with the captain. "I don't need to do anything?" She had replied, "Yes, but if something happens, let Garam handle it alone." Meyer asked again, "So what if she's about to die?" She replied vaguely, "If it's that. But I have faith in her." She burst out laughing, praising Garam, "Not bad. This is the first time I've seen a human dodge my attack." Saying that, she immediately launched a few more attacks and said, "In that case, this girl can probably dodge this too, huh?" She once again managed to dodge Ji Seo-chai's attack, who also expressed her appreciation for her. Garam looked at the situation and thought, "Now it's just playing with me. Why is it only focusing on me?" She looked at Ji Seo-chai standing nonchalantly in front of her and wondered, "Can I win against this girl?" But this next time was not lucky for her. Garam was hit by several consecutive blows from her. She cried out in physical pain. She had to feel that every blow was quick, precise, and accurate. But Garam looked at the unfolding situation, gritting her teeth in fear. "Me? How can I fight back? I don't know." A young man standing behind Gong-ho suddenly cried out. Gong-ho looked at this person with much curiosity. Before he could say more, this person ran for his life, shouting, "I'm running!" But no, Ji Seo-chai had seen it. She warned, "I told you to stand still." Then she swung a fatal blow, sending that person far away. Gong-ho watched, sweating in fear. Garam was terrified seeing another villager killed, while she, Ji Seo-chai, concluded that humans were indeed foolish. Garam suddenly realized that this was not the time to let her guard down. If she wanted to save everyone, she had to fight back. "In my hand, I have 3 martial arts books. I must make full use of them. Then find a way to defeat it." Garam opened one of the 3 martial arts manuals. She had to find a way to defeat it. At this moment, she, Ji Seo-chai, spoke, mocking her. Garam, Hey, look at the flustered girl. Are you going to show me your skills now?" After that, Garam seemed to be rushing towards her while she, Ji Seo-chai, still stood there exclaiming, "So exciting." Garam attacked, but she easily dodged it. No matter which attack Garam launched, she dodged it. At this moment, Garam thought to herself, "Now the distance has narrowed. It can't hold its sword. The chance to turn the tables has come." Yet she launched a punch at Garam and said, "Get lost, it's because of you I can't hold my sword." Garam fell backward. Just need to surround it, then make it let its guard down. Garam once again affirmed, "This attack will definitely land. I have the ability to absorb knowledge through my whole body. The more I read, the more I understand." Accompanied by the ability to absorb knowledge with just a touch. Garam quickly approached her, lightly kicking her, causing Ji Seo-chai to cry out. Then came continuous punches at Ji Seo-chai, making her cry out, "It hurts." Garam seized the opportunity and said, "This is the moment." She continued to attack her relentlessly. Then she, Ji Seo-chai, praised her. "You're pretty good when you're serious. This is a bit difficult for me." Hearing that, Garam thought, "It's lowering its guard. It will be vulnerable at any moment." Garam attacked again, causing her to cry out in alarm. "What is this?" She immediately seized the second opportunity, the moment of carelessness. "If I can take advantage of that millisecond, I can defeat it now." She immediately changed tactics, jumping high to gain momentum to attack her. Suddenly a cry was heard like this. Garam was hit hard and immediately spat out blood. Now it was her turn to deliver a fatal blow to Garam. Seeing her like that, Ji Seo-che, even jeered. "You look so damn cute." At this moment, she stopped and told her, "If you play with me, you must use all your power." Well, that was a pretty good test run. Garam was brutally beaten. She cried out in pain several times, seeing blood flowing on her hand. Her eyes froze. It gently approached Garam and said, "What game should we play this time?" Garam backed away in fear and shouted loudly, "Stay away!" The fear in her heart suddenly surged terribly. She retreated while thinking, "No, absolutely not. What should I do?" In this precarious situation, she urged herself, "Think, Garam. Use your brain. You said you would save everyone. Stand up and fight. Find a way to win." Her face turned pale green. "I hope I can say that, but I'm scared." Suddenly, someone walked towards Garam. It was On Meyer. He came to ask Garam if she needed a hand. "She told me I could help you at the crucial moment." Garam suddenly fell silent. Her heart suddenly felt empty, she thought to herself. This is easy for On Meyer. Right now, that's all that's needed. I don't need to be a hero. I will become a hero. Garam's thought from that day. One day, I will become a hero like him. Her hand clawed hard at the ground. Garam replied to On Meyer, "Thank you, She then said something. I suddenly realized something. I've grown up. Are children's and adults' thoughts not that different? She pondered in the darkness, thinking, I was also very terrified just now. That firefighter must have been very scared back then, too. Her hand moved slightly. Garam also acknowledged that such a high-risk job meant there was a chance she wouldn't be saved. Saving people is like that. Ji Seo-che looked at her, exclaiming with a puzzled expression. Garam continued to think instead of thinking what to do. Garam's desperate scream echoed. Garam shouted loudly. Ji Seo-che watched with amusement. New skill. What's this? Are you planning to make us fall again? Gong-ho watched, extremely horrified. He called her name, Garam. Her eyes at this moment contained a secret blue light. She continued to let out cries that echoed through the sky, thinking in her head. This thought just flashed through my mind. My ability to absorb knowledge. If Garam was in the process of absorbing knowledge. Ji Seo-che saw this and was also surprised. Garam used everything she had just acquired to launch an attack on her. Ji Seo-che was hit, crying out in pain. She gritted her teeth hard, her whole face contorting frighteningly. Garam's power knocked Ji Seo-che down. 4 bodies collapsed. A large explosion occurred. Ji Seo-che sat stunned, looking at the flash of light exploding in front of her. She thought fearfully, what the hell is that? If I get hit by that, I'm done for. She looked at Garam, who seemed to be miraculously powered up, extremely puzzled. Where did it suddenly get that power from? Ji Seo-che thought to herself, I have to get out of here before things get troublesome. Garam, at this moment, was also in pain. She froze. Garam clutched one of her shoulders, gritting her teeth hard, sweat pouring down. She thought, my body feels like it's about to explode. Most of this power can only be used for about a minute or two. Garam was determined, she thought. I have to quickly deal with them. Ji Seo-che was still sitting there, stunned, looking at her. Suddenly, Ji Seo-che propped herself up, laughing with difficulty. The fun has arrived, so I'm going home now. She turned and walked away, saying to Garam, Today, I'm especially letting you guys off. See you later, beautiful girl. Suddenly, a powerful blow shot from behind, knocking Ji Seo-che flat on her face. At the same time, Garam's question rang out, Where are you running? Garam frowned, looking at Ji Seo-che. This game should end now, shouldn't it? Ji Seo-che fell painfully, screaming, My beautiful face! She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists in anger, looked back at Garam and said, You're suddenly so arrogant. You think I left because I was scared? Ji Seo-che seemed agitated, turned around and lunged towards Garam. She lunged, saying, It was only because I was being generous. A light flashed from Garam's direction, accompanied by a strange sound. Ji Seo-che froze, wondering, What's that sound? Garam flew up, surrounded by a blue circle full of power. Ji Seo-che was immediately thrown far away. Garam contemptuously asked her, Who needs your generosity? Ji Seo-che was hit and thrown back a distance. Extremely angry, she shouted, You're pissing me off now! Ji Seo-che's hand grasped her weapon, preparing to strike. She crossed her arms in front of her chest to the sides, both hands holding star-shaped weapons, as if chanting, "Embrace the body! This time I'm serious!" A burst of energy tore through the wind. Ji Chai had already struck towards Garam. "This is meteor shower." Garam heard it and suddenly tensed up more than ever, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. The detective novel Mountain Beating Waves, a series based on the real-life character General Yi Sun-sin. In the original version, General Yi Sun-sin used waves to fight, and it was also the tactic he used throughout his life. All three of these tactics are rewritten in the novel, and one of them is Hakikujin. Garam had summoned an incredibly immense power. A dazzling blue light appeared. Che saw it, suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, isn't it beautiful? Pick it up again. No, don't follow me anymore. Take it again." But Garam seemed to have reached her limit. She painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely distressed. Garam covered her mouth with her hand, feeling the change in her body. "I can feel the inside gradually closing. I have to deliver the decisive blow." Che's eyes glinted, as if seeing something exciting. She exclaimed, "Oh my! Oh my!" Second strategy, Garam continued to strike, risking her life to fight. This made Che exclaim with joy, "I see it, so you're overexerting yourself, huh?" The second strategy is Haksik Jin. Garam stubbornly delivered the decisive blow, attacking Che. Surprisingly, she dodged Garam's blow. Your attack was so obvious, yet... Unexpectedly, Che dodged Garam's attack, darting behind her. She even laughed loudly with excitement, like a taunt to Garam. Wasted a good move. Cha, behind Garam, continued, "Your back is wide open." But Garam's words rang out, causing Che to stop laughing. "No, I did that on purpose for you to see." Garam's face suddenly became frightening, slowly turning to look at Che. Then she struck again. "The truth is, General Yi Sun-sin," then turned back immediately. Strategy number 3. Garam's attack at this moment had quickly returned behind her, aiming straight at Chai. Even though she was tired and in pain, Garam was more determined than ever at this moment. Che looked at the stream of light rushing towards her, her eyes wide open, unable to escape in time. Hero meaning, overwhelming power, sky-high reputation, these could all be characteristics of a hero. A hero is sometimes a very simple, somewhat foolish conclusion, and sometimes that conclusion means knowing when to risk oneself. Che couldn't run in time, taking the full force of Garam's powerful blow. That stream of power pushed Chai. On the ground, a long dent was enough to show how powerful the previous attack was. That moment, Garam has become someone's hero then? "Garam, are you okay? Did someone shout like that?" Gong-ho hugged Kim Min-sung, calling Garam. Suddenly, Garam lifted her foot and walked forward. The flower petals also swayed in the wind as she passed. Garam seemed to be agitated by something. She kept asking, "Are you having fun? If it were you, you wouldn't have gone this far." Then Garam suddenly leaned over, collapsing as if her whole body was about to hit the ground. The rose petals still swayed in the wind. Everyone looked down at their feet in surprise. So many roses were now blooming brilliantly. Garam didn't fall to the ground because she was lifted by the flower petals. Garam was falling onto the blooming flowers, hundreds of flowers blooming around where she fell. "I'm pathetic, aren't I?" Meyer was now standing right in front of Garam. He looked at Garam, hearing her ask such a question. "No," Meyer replied to the girl still face down on the ground. Garam suddenly pleaded with him, "Can you help me just this once?" Meyer seemed not to hear clearly and asked again, "What?" Garam said, "Help me stand up." But since when, in the distant sky, the sun had already shone its bright rays? Meyer had heard that plea. He looked at Garam. "Okay," that was the answer Garam received, and a hand was extended towards her. Garam reached out her bloodied hand and grasped Meyer's. She smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you," Garam said to Meyer, and the flower at this moment bloomed brilliantly. Two hands clasped tightly together like a pact. Garam bowed her head and said, "Thank you." Meyer supported Garam at a fast pace, causing her to shout, "Hey, slow down, I'm really going to die." Meyer said, "Okay." Kim Min-sung ran in, panting. He stammered, "Are you okay?" Garam said, "What's wrong? You seem better than I thought." Kim Min-sung spoke, his mouth spewing black liquid. Tears and snot mixed together, he begged, "Lie down, please." Garam said, "You're the one who should be lying down." Kim Min-sung's tears and snot streamed down, and the black liquid gushed out even more, he said. "If it weren't for everyone, I don't know what would have happened." Garam felt extremely disgusted. She said in alarm, "Get out of here." But Kim Min-sung still wouldn't stop. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Garam became even more panicked. "We! Get out of here!" Meyer stood beside them as if frozen. In the distance, a figure was observing everything that was happening. Gong Ho's face fell as he wondered, "Garam has been through so much. What am I doing? I'm so useless." There were countless blooming flowers. Someone's voice said, "Are you looking for this flower?" Everyone marveled at their beauty. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Flowers!" The senior followed excitedly, saying, "More than I thought. Is it okay if we take all of them?" The long-haired girl said, "How valuable is this flower? The smell is unlike anything else." Garam emotionally said, "Captain, I did it! Commander, Jin Garam did it!" Garam said, "Senior, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and put it in the bag." The senior hastily replied, "Okay," the long-haired girl said. Luckily it's helpful." Dawn broke. Shovels were digging the earth. A group of people gathered around cylindrical mounds of earth. Jin Garam, Meyer, and Kim Min-sung stood together, watching them intently. A mound of earth. Kim Min-sung looked sad. The image of people cheering, "Hero! The hero has appeared!" Kim Min-sung felt even more bitterness in his heart. He let out a sigh. Garam also noticed the abnormality and wondered to herself what was happening. Someone in the crowd ordered, "All right, let's clean up the village." Garam approached and said, "Excuse me." At this moment, Kim Min-sung was startled and asked back, "Huh?" Garam asked Kim Min-sung, "Can you and everyone else find another shelter?" But in her mind, she thought, going on your own is even harder. Kim Min-sung didn't quite understand her. Find a shelter? Garam honestly told him that there was a very safe place not far from here. She continued, "We will come to rescue everyone as soon as possible, so for now, everyone please stay there." Gong Ho hurriedly said, "But why? That will take more time." Garam refuted, "That's not a good idea." She explained immediately, "If we move people all at once, there will be many risks, and if we're unlucky enough to be discovered by the zombies, it will be very troublesome." Garam proposed such an idea. "Let's go back to the headquarters first, then find a way to bring people back." Gong Ho agreed. Right." Garam was full of suspicion. What? Why is he suddenly so timid?" A young man asked. "Is there really a safe place other than this?" Garam was flustered and hadn't answered yet. Then a woman asked again. "You will come back to pick us up, right?" Garam said with great determination. "Don't worry, we will definitely come back." Suddenly she turned to Kim Min-sung. "Min-sung, take this." Kim Min-sung was also bewildered. Surprised, not understanding what was happening. He asked, "Huh?" At this moment, Garam held out a phone and told him, "We will contact each other, so for now, please take care of everyone." Kim Min-sung replied. Kim Min-sung said, "I can't do it." His words greatly surprised Garam. She asked back, "What?" Kim Min-sung confidently said, "I'm fine. So many people died because I'm not a hero." Kim Min-sung confessed truthfully, "I only continued with that lie because I was scared. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person thinking about running away." Garam's eyes widened in surprise at Kim Min-sung's words. Garam asked, "Who is human?" "Who ran there immediately, hearing the scream he ran out." Kim Min-sung stammered, "That?" Garam continued, "You probably said it because you were terrified, but you didn't run away." She handed over the machine, entrusting, "Protect everyone until I return." She added, "You are still the hero of this village." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "That's right. Every day before you protected the village, it's all thanks to you that we've lived to this day." Kim Min-sung emotionally said, "Everyone." Suddenly, he turned away, saying to everyone, "Wait a moment." Garam called after him. "Where are you going, still sad?" "Oh, clear blue sky." Garam turned back and saw Kim Min-sung. She said, "Ah, you're back. Where did you go?" Kim Min-sung took Garam's hand, resolutely saying, "I, Kim Min-sung, know the village hero will protect the people." Garam was so flustered by his enthusiastic attitude that she stammered, "What?" After he finished speaking, he approached the villagers. He said loudly, "Everyone, let's think about where we can live." The villagers cheered happily. At that moment, Garam was also surprised. She thought to herself, "What is this? Does he have multiple personalities?" Looking at Kim Min-sung's cheerful face, she thought, it's better than seeing him suffer in despair. All right. A pair of legs preparing to move. All the villagers and Kim Min-sung cheered joyfully together. Garam smiled with immense happiness. Kim Min-sung's face began to radiate. Light rays shone on her hair. A figure immersed in a sea of flowers and sunshine. The clear blue sky was immersed in dark streaks. Lee Ki-young wore a hat, arms crossed, standing there. The three of them, On Meyer, Garam, and Gong Ho, approached, On Meyer still supporting Garam. Though injured, Garam's face was radiant and bright. Lee Ki-young smiled radiantly. From the moment they found the Renji flower, the Suicide Squad underwent many changes. Basic needs like clothing and food in the village, they discovered many resources. Among those rescued from the farm, we also received help from a professor at the Institute of Construction Manufacturing, and made improvements to both defensive weapons. Humans also began military training to effectively utilize remaining resources, divide labor and economic activities, etc. We have also established a department to make important decisions. Then soon, time flies very fast. A mysterious person said, "Yes, everyone has done very well over time." Looking at the whole group, that mysterious person said that everyone's efforts over the past few months will definitely not disappoint them. That person ordered from today onwards. The mysterious person continued, and in the next 7 days. That mysterious person was Lee Ki-young, she ordered. "We will occupy Changwon." Clear blue sky. At that moment, on Oryuk Island, a figure sat hunched over, holding some face skins, speaking in a cold voice. "Just came to capture slaves. Now Oryuk Island is gradually disappearing." The mysterious person said, "Ha! What the hell happened there after all?" "Alarm system. Oryuk Island has been destroyed." The fourth guardian, Natspace, was surprised. "What? What about Ritsuru then?" Yeri said through the walkie-talkie. "God knows, leaving Oryuk Island like this, isn't he dead too? This is big trouble." Natspace asked again, "Do we need to attend the leaders' meeting? No matter what, I still want to continue my experiments." Yeri said, "No, don't report to Terate." On the other side, Natspace said, "What? Terate will go crazy if he finds out. Can you bear the consequences?" Yer threw the walkie-talkie away. She said, "That's it." Looking at the red bar under her feet, she said, "Ah, color." She thrust her saber hard into the ground, she said. 4 years have passed since the first dawn appeared in this paradise. It's also been a long time since I woke up in this state. The saber emitted countless strong golden lights, she asserted firmly. "This is a great opportunity for me to showcase this dust-covered artistic talent." A sound came from the system. "I have no opinion, but don't target me with those fireworks." "Ah, Ji Seo Chai has also returned. She was attacked by humans," Yer said. "Really? What, the captain of a counterattack team is like that?" She continued to ask. "Where is that thing now?" Yere asked again. "Which direction is Yera in Ansan, my god? Hopefully, I won't be disappointed." On the other side of the city, night had fallen. A voice broke the silence. "All right, let's go." The pretty game master signaled, "Let's start the third combined training session. The flag capture battle begins now." She continued, "The rules are still the same. On Meyer's team, red door. Ritsura's team, blue." The game master continued, "Team On Meyer and Team Ritsuru, whichever team captures the flag first wins." On Meyer, looking like a competitor, remained calm. Ritsuru was overjoyed. "I get to fight, Master! Oh my God!" The game master's voice rang out once more. Who will win this round? The game master excitedly continued. The winner's prize will be a bag of shrimp crackers from Oryuk Island, she introduced. And now I will introduce the esteemed captains of each team. Captain of Team On Meyer, Choi Ju-ho. Captain of Ritsuru's team, Park Ho-jang. The game master shouted loudly, "Let us know if you are ready." I, Park Ho-jang, was once an official elementary school teacher. Although I couldn't fulfill my wish back then, I will pursue my new dream here to the end. Through hours of analysis, I have come up with the best strategy and tactics. My final mission is to make their confidence soar, including On Meyer's. Park Ho-jang was full of spirit. He raised a fist and said, "We can do it, because we are all shining, brilliant talents." He continued, "Let's go. The shrimp crackers will be ours." His teammates were all extremely happy. Their fighting spirit had been greatly boosted. "Woohoo, the captain is the best!" His brimming enthusiasm made the captain of the opposing team turn his head in admiration. Choi Kyu-ho, not to be outdone, said to his teammates, "We will be the winning team because we shine much brighter than them." Neither team captain was willing to back down. Park Ho-jang said, "Hey, Choi Kyu-ho, why are you imitating me like a coward? You guys always win just because On Meyer is on your team." Choi Kyu-ho angrily said, "There's no cowardice in competition, and stop staring at the shrimp crackers, those are ours." The female game master was still extremely excited. She raised a fist and said, "All right, everyone, it seems everyone is ready, so let the battle begin." She shouted the command, "Go!" They started to charge forward. On Meyer and a girl remained very calm. The girl stood beside On Meyer. She asked, "Master, what should we do?" On Meyer didn't know either. He asked, "Who?" "This girl is Kim Hamey." On Meyer's avid fan, she acted as if she understood On Meyer's intention. She said, "I understand." She raised her sword and said, "Then I'll take care of this myself." On Meyer was lost in a daze. He wondered, "Who is it?" A sword strike sent the opponent tumbling. Kim Hamey fought fiercely. Someone shouted, "Hey, that girl!" Kim Hamey's eyes seemed to turn ice cold. Ritsuru was furious, his eyes blazing. He lunged at Kim Hamey, shouting, "Who allowed you to call him master?" Kim Hamey became increasingly cold, issuing a warning, "He is my master. Dare to interfere and see what happens." Kim Hamey continued, "Master is not an object. You should watch your mouth, you disgusting green cocoon maggot." Ritsuru's face grew uglier. He shouted, "You foolish, arrogant human! You're dead for sure!" Both sides fought fiercely. Kim Hamey insulted him. "Perhaps you still think you're the leader, Ritsuru, but you can't do anything to me with that body." Ritsuru said, "You said that body?" He was extremely proud, trying to look cute. "You don't understand the value of this body, Master. Specially made it for me, you know." He said happily, "A part of Master is always inside me. Even if I tried to describe this feeling, a country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand." Kim Hamey said contemptuously, "Disgusting." Lee Ki-young asked, What's going on?" Ji-yoon replied, You've been so busy lately, so you probably don't know about this." She continued, "Do you remember the Renji sword that was made recently? I'm not sure about its effects." She further explained, but after distributing the Renji swords, everyone's physical strength increased significantly. She announced, "They have become much stronger than ordinary people. The best news is those who awakened as superhumans. Among them is Kim Hamey, and Kim Junha is no exception." She blushed shyly and continued, "I think we need more manpower. It will help our plan. Even so, they are still not enough to compare with you or On Meyer." She suddenly giggled, "Oh ho ho." Lee Ki-young put her hand on her chin, thinking, "Everyone has improved a lot compared to when I first taught them. There will probably be many people fighting with us on the front lines, and we might also have better plans. By the way, I didn't expect Ritsuru to be more useful than I thought. I thought everyone would be very afraid of Ritsuru." In Gong-ho's mind at this moment, the thought also urged, "I will catch up too. I don't want to be a burden anymore." Suddenly, something touched Gong-ho's head, startling him and making him cry out, "Oh! Ouch!" Everyone around suffered the same fate as Gong-ho. They were extremely surprised. At this moment, an arm had snatched the blue flag. The game master saw this and couldn't believe her eyes. She shouted, "No!" Shortly after, the game master announced that On Meyer had captured the flag in just a few seconds. Today is another day of overwhelming victory. On Meyer, you're so cool. The blonde young man and John Nuri were extremely excited to see this. They cheered in unison. "Yeah, go On Meyer! Are you kidding? Isn't On Meyer himself a cheat? Why is he participating in specialized training for humans?" Kim Hamey saw On Meyer win for her team and admired him greatly. She exclaimed, "Master is so cool." Hearing this, Ritsuru was so angry he almost fumed. He turned around sharply and scolded, "Where are you looking? I already told you he's my master. Stop looking at him, you hear me?" After that, they tossed On Meyer up in the air to celebrate the recent swift victory. On Meyer's face remained expressionless. As always, the training ended with On Meyer's team winning. Ritsuru's team tried to catch up. The game master's voice rang out. Lee Ki-young and Ji-yoon stood watching them from afar. Lee Ki-young spoke up, "How are the experiments going?" Hearing this, Ji-yoon was a little startled and replied, That. I've tried to conduct experiments and various methods, but it's still very difficult to find the root cause. The most perfect way to die is still a mystery." Hearing this, Lee Ki-young asked further, "Can I join you today?" Hearing this, Ji-yoon was a little surprised. She wondered, "I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by it, but did something happen? I have a special mission that requires On Meyer's help." Lee Ki-young answered frankly. At this moment, On Meyer was lying on a chair. Ji-yoon sat beside her, drawing medicine into a syringe. After drawing the medicine into the syringe, Ji-yoon began to inject it into On Meyer's arm. She said, "MF250, estimated mortality rate about 0.025%. After the injection process ended, Ji-yoon smiled at On Meyer. She said, "I hope you have a beautiful dream tonight." On Meyer replied yes, while thinking, "A dream?" On Meyer wondered what it felt like to have a dream. Lying in the machine room, On Meyer's electrocardiogram was active. Lee Ki-young stood behind the glass, observing On Meyer lying there. Perhaps he was sleeping. She thought to herself, "If the experiment continues to fail, it will be very difficult for On Meyer to trust us again. But I need On Meyer's help for upcoming future missions. The only way to make On Meyer cooperate, that is to awaken the humanity in On Meyer." Lee Ki-young pondered in her heart, "But I need On Meyer's help for future missions, the only way to make On Meyer cooperate." Seeing On Meyer lying on the chair for examination, a thought flashed through her mind. Lee Ki-young said, "That is to awaken the humanity in On Meyer." Ji-yoon looked at the machine screen, her expression calm. Ji-yoon began to check. "On Meyer, do you feel anything different?" On Meyer lay motionless, his eyes listless. On Meyer replied, "No," Ji-yoon said. "I understand." In the laboratory, Ji-yoon stood next to On Meyer, holding a notebook to record the test results. Ji-yoon said, "MF250, input results show no abnormal signs of life. Physical reactions are also normal." Through the examination process, Ji-yoon concluded that the result of the 250th experiment was a failure. Lee Ki-young froze. There was a knock on the door. Ji-yeon said, "Who could it be?" Ji-yeon and Haeyeon opened the door and were very surprised. Ji-yeon said, "Oh." On Meyer was at the door. He looked sad. Ji-yeon quickly asked him, "What's wrong, On Meyer?" The fast food had been consumed by Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon looked at On Meyer and asked, "Did Lee Ki-young tell you to help me all day?" On Meyer replied, "Yes," his face still showing no emotion. Haeyeon, on the other hand, cupped her cheeks with both hands and looked at On Meyer with great interest. Ji-yeon struck a hesitant pose, while Haeyeon, hearing this, became even more excited. Her cheeks flushed. Haeyeon said, "Does that mean we can spend the whole day together, right?" Lee Ki-young hesitated. I still don't have any plans for today." Suddenly, an idea popped into Ji-yeon's head. Ji-yeon shouted, "That's right!" Ji-yeon suggested, "Let's make curry together?" On Meyer asked doubtfully, "Curry?" On the way to buy food, On Meyer remembered Ji-yeon's words. "Do you remember the wish I talked about at the camp? I said I wanted to cook for you. Ji-yeon's eyes crinkled as she reminisced about the old days. Ji-yeon explained. So I thought we could cook together today. Let's go get the ingredients for curry. On-Meyer and Haeyeon were out buying ingredients as Ji-yeon had instructed. On-Meyer was in charge of carrying the items, while Haeyeon was responsible for choosing the ingredients. Haeyeon held a small notebook in her hand, reading intently. First, we need carrots. Where can we find them? Haeyeon asked On-Meyer. On-Meyer, have you ever seen carrots in the village? On-Meyer repeated, carrots, in the small house. Garam contacted via walkie-talkie. Garam asked, Hello, can you hear me, Min-sung? The voice from the other end of the walkie-talkie transmitted back. Oh, I can hear you. Garam lay on the bed, holding a book, reading and discussing with Min-sung. Garam said, When the Changwon plan ends, maybe we'll come and pick everyone up. Min-sung's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Min-sung was surprised. Changwon plan. Garam replied, That's right, I think it will be carried out next week. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock! Knock! Garam immediately stopped talking and looked up. Huh, wait a moment. Min-sung, Garam asked. Who is it? Ji-yoon opened the door and Haeyeon and On-Meyer appeared before her. Haeyeon smiled cheerfully. Ah, hello, excuse me, do you have carrots in your house? Garam, hearing Haeyeon's question, said, Carrots? Why are you looking for them here? Haeyeon, hearing this, was surprised and whispered, You don't have any? Suddenly On-Meyer came over here. Garam was very surprised when Haeyeon said that. Garam exclaimed, On-Meyer did that. On-Meyer remained silent. He said nothing more. Garam loudly asked On-Meyer, Hey, On-Meyer, why are you asking me about carrots? She wanted to know what he meant. Suddenly, a carrot appeared in front of Garam. On-Meyer saw the carrot and pointed his finger at it. On-Meyer spoke, Carrot. Garam was stunned. Huh? Garam saw On-Meyer and Haeyeon's strange behavior. She felt like she was being made fun of, so Garam slammed the door shut, chasing the two away. Garam scolded, Go play somewhere else. I'm busy. Haeyeon cried out. Haeyeon held a small notebook. Haeyeon worried. We've been kicked out. Where can we get carrots now? On-Meyer silently walked behind her. Worried, she met a Juicy carrying a large sack. Haeyeon called out, Uncle, do you know where there are carrots? A Juicy turned around and saw her. A Juicy happily replied, Oh, Haeyeon, are you talking about carrots? Haeyeon felt like she had met her savior. Haeyeon exclaimed, Oh, a garden full of carrots was right before their eyes. Haeyeon exclaimed, Carrots! On-Meyer quickly pulled up a carrot, while Haeyeon happily asked a Juicy, Have you been growing carrots all this time? A Juicy, hands on his hips, smiled and replied, That's right. Because I also need to contribute to the community, I thought a lot about what I should do at this time, then I immediately thought of growing carrots. A Juicy stood rubbing his bald head. A Juicy expressed, It's quite difficult to grow anything here, so only carrots can be grown. If you can take them. On-Meyer was still busy harvesting carrots. Hearing the uncle say she could take carrots, her eyes lit up like stars. Haeyeon replied, Really? A Juicy rubbed his head shyly. Of course you are my saviors. Haeyeon jumped up and down. She was very cute, spreading her arms wide in celebration. Haeyeon shouted, Wow, thank you, Uncle. On-Meyer started putting carrots into the bag. Despite the two of them being happy, he remained silent. Carrots had been found. Carrots have been found. Haeyeon turned a page in her notebook. Haeyeon asked, Oh, right. Do you have potatoes, Uncle? A Juicy said, Potatoes? I don't grow them. Haeyeon replied disappointedly. Oh, seeing her sadness, a Juicy suddenly thought of something. A Juicy said, But I heard that there's something like a potato swimming in the sea. Why don't you go take a look? Haeyeon, hearing this, was doubtful. Haeyeon said uncertainly, In the sea? Haeyeon looked up at the sky. Go to the sea? In the laboratory, Ji-yoon asked, Do you have diving gear? Haeyeon replied, Yes. Onmyer and Hyeon were standing next to Ji-yoon. Hyeon wanted to ask Ji-yoon for help. Ji-yoon asked, I think there are a few things that need to be handled. Do you have a specific destination? Hyeon innocently replied, Potatoes are swimming in the sea, so we want to go get some. Ji-yoon was skeptical. Potatoes in the sea. Kyu-ho, hand on the doorframe, grimacing, walked in. Kyu-ho spoke, What's this? Why does it smell like Onmyer in here? Haeyeon called out, Hello, sir. Kyu-ho immediately replied, Hello, Onmyer is really here. Ji-yoon was still looking for documents. Behind her, Kyu-ho was chatting with Hyeon and Onmyer. Kyu-ho asked, What are you two doing here? Hyeon quickly said, We're planning to go get potatoes from the sea. Where Ajusi mentioned, the water level is very deep. Onmyer and Hyeon had both dived down. Hyeon wore a swimsuit and was on Onmyer's back. He was in charge of finding the way. Hyeon observed her surroundings. Hyeon exclaimed, Wow, the sea is so beautiful. I've never seen these things before. Kyu-ho also went along. He was very excited. Kyu-ho pondered, Hey, this is my chance to create memories with Onmyer. Hyeon exclaimed, Look over there! Her eyes lit up. Kyu-ho immediately replied, Huh? Haeyeon said there was a fish that looked like a potato, it had blue fins, and its shape resembled a fish. Kyu-ho saw it and was full of suspicion. Kyu-ho worried. What is this? Was it mutated by the zombie outbreak? Haeyeon quickly urged Onmyer, Onmyer, let's go catch it. But Onmyer seemed to have seen something very terrifying. Onmyer said, Ahead. Haeyeon didn't hear clearly. Huh? Was a giant fish, its mouth wide open, waiting for prey to fall into its trap. Hyeon and Kyu-ho were also terrified and cursed. What the hell is that? The three of them were very close to the giant fish. The situation was very dangerous. The giant fish closed its mouth, making a loud noise. Haeyeon cried out, No! That thing ate our potato fish! Kyu-ho's eyes widened. Kyu-ho exclaimed, Everyone look! That fish is missing a fin! Kyu-ho observed the large fish. Kyu-ho deduced that it must be the mark of a previous battle. He was sure this monster was the ruler of the sea. The giant fish became increasingly ferocious. It rushed towards the three of them, its mouth wide open, as if wanting to swallow the three of them. Humph, it's coming towards us. The big fish rushed over, a yellow color beneath it. Onmyer silently looked up at it. It rushed very quickly. The big fish roared. The big fish remembered. But unexpectedly, it was slashed by a sharp ray of light, severing one of its fins. The large fish opened its mouth. Rays of light split the sea in two very powerfully. It was Onmyer. At that time, he was climbing a tall tower. Rays of destructive power spread out. His body was thin. His clothes were torn, but his face was emotionless, his hand holding a long bone. The fish looked up, tears rolling down. The big fish cried, Ugh! And on that day, I felt that the fear of impending death was approaching. That's why that fish? Kyu-ho asked in confusion. Huh. What's this? Onmyer defeated it. Onmyer looked intently at the fish. He remained silent. Hyeon heard about Onmyer fighting the fish, which made her proud. Hyeon shouted loudly, Wow! That's Onmyer! After that, Ji-yeon was happy to see everyone back. Ji-yeon spoke up, Oh, everyone's back? Kyu-ho came too? Onmyer's group had returned with all the ingredients they needed, along with a supersized fish that attracted a lot of attention from everyone. They all helped pull the fish ashore. Everyone behind them cheered. Ji-yeon was bewildered by the crowd and didn't know what was happening. Ji-yeon quietly asked, Huh, why are there so many people here? That made Ji-yeon have to make a huge pot of curry. It kept her busy in the kitchen. Too much work, Ji-yeon lamented. Save me. In the end, this hastily cooked dish became the worst meal. A bowl of purple curry, a horrific smell wafted up. Everyone saw it and said in unison, Thank you for the meal. Onmyer, Haeyeon, and Kyu-ho sat before 3 bowls of Ji-yeon's curry. Everyone's face was downcast. Haeyeon exclaimed, You, so gross! Kyu-ho sniffled, Humph. Looking at the purple curry on the table, emitting a horrific smell, everyone around was nauseous. Someone spoke up, wondering, "Is this curry? Maybe I shouldn't have come." Ji-yeon once said she was a good cook, but hearing these words felt like a knife twisting in her small, weak, fragile heart. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. "What do you want me to do?" Kyu-ho turned to On Meyer and said, "Try it, On Meyer. It's not as bad as it looks." On Meyer thought to himself, "Probably." But suddenly Kyu-ho remembered. He immediately said, "Oh, right. On Meyer doesn't eat anything, right?" Hearing that, On Meyer pondered. He remembered his mother from before. She had once told On Meyer, "No matter what happens, don't skip meals. Mom is always watching you." After that, On Meyer picked up the spoon. In On Meyer's mind now was the image of him as a child, curled up in a corner, holding a piece of cake. On Meyer cried ceaselessly. Still the same scene, On Meyer sat on a messy bed, clothes scattered around, surrounded by corpses. The boy quietly ate cake. One shoe on his foot had slipped off. Even as an adult, On Meyer remained pensive like that, still holding the familiar cake in his hand. After that, On Meyer was only seen putting down the cake in his hand. Returning to the present, On Meyer picked up the spoon and put a piece of curry into his mouth. He quietly tasted the flavor of this curry. Seeing On Meyer eat the curry on the table, everyone around was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I've never seen On Meyer eat before." Everyone eagerly asked, "How is it, On Meyer?" On Meyer remained thoughtful. Then On Meyer slowly replied, "It's bad." Hearing On Meyer's answer, everyone burst out laughing. "Ji-yeon, On Meyer said it tastes terrible." Hearing that, Ji-yeon's tears streamed down again. She turned her face away. "I already know," and suddenly walked away. On Meyer silently gazed at the plate of curry on the table. Lee Ki-young saw this and just snorted. Looking towards On Meyer, she thought to herself, "I hope today was meaningful for you." After that, she also tasted the curry on the table, but immediately she had to exclaim in her mind, "What is this?" because the dish was so terribly bad. The scene shifts to another place, a clear blue sky. A voice from the walkie-talkie rang out. "Min-sung, are you there? Are you and the villagers okay in the shelter?" The walkie-talkie now lay in a corner on the ground. The voice spoke again. "The Changwon plan I mentioned earlier, we are planning to infiltrate Changwon. It will be soon, so please wait for us a little longer." Zario had killed Min-sung, the person Garam contacted before she called. Zario sat silently before the corpse she had killed. Garam called and said, "The Changwon plan I mentioned earlier, we're planning to infiltrate Changwon." She continued, "It will be soon, so please wait for us a little longer." Zario had killed Min-sung, the person Garam contacted before she called. Zario sat silently before the corpse she had killed. She spoke up, "So bored, huh?" On the other end of the phone line, Garam was startled and asked, "What? Who is this?" Zario challenged, "I will disable all barriers, so come meet me." She continued, "Both you and I are trained in martial arts, so don't be so impolite." Garam was bewildered. "Could it be you?" She continued, "You are Zario." Zario, full of fighting spirit, said, "I'm waiting for you." Garam shouted, "What did you do to Min-sung? Hey!" When she finished speaking, Zario crushed the communication device with her foot. On the other end of the line, Garam was extremely shocked and terrified, her hands and feet trembling. She thought back to her previous words in fear. "Don't worry, we will definitely return." After remembering her previous promises, she suddenly screamed, "No!" Garam went to the Latho squad and told everyone the whole story. Ritsuru spoke up, "It's definitely Zario." Ritsuru continued, "That Zario girl is always obsessed with becoming stronger, although that obsession is different from mine. Thanks to that, we had to fight a lot." Ritsuru affirmed that she was the only one who specialized in martial arts. Lee Ki-young said worriedly, "This is trouble. Our plan will fail." Garam turned and left, saying, "I'm going ahead." Lee Ki-young looked at Garam and asked, "Are you okay?" Garam replied calmly, but her heart was hiding pain and hatred. When Garam left, Ritsuru spoke up. Surprisingly, Ritsuru continued, "She must be very distressed about the deaths of the people in the village, huh?" Lee Ka-young firmly replied, "Garam isn't that weak." She continued, "She knows how to seek revenge wisely." After Garam went outside the headquarters, she crushed the communication device in anger and hatred towards Zerio for killing everyone in the village. At that time, in the command headquarters, John Nuri was drawing up a new plan. She tapped the board and said, "All right." John Nuri turned to the plan board and asserted, "The initial plan is too prone to failure." She continued, "Due to food shortages and limited space, I deployed the plan as quickly as possible, but it wasn't a plan with a high success rate." She concluded that it was because we lacked information. She continued, "Even with some recent discoveries, the only thing we know about Changwon is the large walls were erected on a wasteland, that's it. If there's no way to know their numbers, then all plans are just a waste of effort." John Nuri held the stick, twirling it while contemplating. "But what if the door here is unlocked and we don't have to worry about lacking information?" Lee Ki-young turned to Ritsuru and asked, "Could Zerio be lying?" Ritsuru firmly replied, "I don't think so. If that's the case, it's too crazy." Lee Ki-young also thought Ritsuru's words were correct. John Nuri continued to twirl the stick and said, "There will be a battle of strength. Our chance of losing is 0%. She suddenly stopped twirling the stick and asserted, "And she will have to open the door. There will be no reason to refuse that request." Ritsuru was overjoyed upon hearing that, thinking to himself, "Oh my, this is so intense. I wonder how exciting it will be this time, but I have to stay by Master's side, right?" John Nuri turned to Lee Ki-young and asked, "Where is On Meyer?" Lee Ki-young replied, "I don't know. I haven't met him yet. Let me go find him." Meanwhile, somewhere else, On Meyer was sitting alone near a tree trunk. Ji-yeon was walking by and saw him asking, "Huh, is that On Meyer?" Ji-yeon asked again, "What are you doing here?" On Meyer turned to look, not saying a word. Seeing this, Ji-yeon spoke as she ran towards where On Meyer was sitting. "I came here to throw away the curry, the one you ate yesterday, remember?" She sobbed, her face aggrieved, and continued, "I researched a lot before making it, but they said it was bad. I shouldn't have made so much. That's why I had to run around looking for a place to throw it away." Ji-yeon looked at the uniform under On Meyer's thigh and wondered, "Isn't this a uniform?" She looked at On Meyer and asked, "By the way, why aren't you wearing it? I see everyone else wearing it." On Meyer replied with a cold expression, "I don't like wearing it." Ji-yeon asked him again, "Then why are you carrying it?" On Meyer remained silent, not saying anything. Seeing this, she looked at him and said, "On Meyer, is something wrong?" On Meyer replied, "I don't know." Ji-yeon asked, "About what?" He thought about what happened yesterday. "Until now, I've always felt empty, but yesterday." He fell silent again for a moment, his eyes looking down. On Meyer said again, "I don't know." When he finished speaking, Ji-yeon was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Finally, he voiced his problem. "Why do I feel scared when there are many people around?" Ji-yeon understood the problem and told On Meyer, "It's just that you don't want to think that you're always searching for hope. That's why you feel scared." She continued, "On Meyer, you don't need to worry about those things anymore." He bowed his head and huddled, saying, Ji-yeon looked at On Meyer and comforted him. "You've made memories as if you were telling your mother." She laughed and said, "If you only told stories about fighting zombies, your mom would be very bored." Ji-yeon evoked the past events where he had fun with everyone, saying, "The places you went and the things you did, the people you met." She continued, "The conversations, and the affection you received instead of the painful days. Tell about the days you felt happy." She looked at On Meyer cheerfully and said, "If I were your mother, I would be very happy." On Meyer thought silently for a moment after hearing Ji-yeon's words. Then he stood up and left, stopping after walking a short distance. On Meyer said, "That feeling, whatever it is." He continued, "It's not too bad." When he finished speaking, he left. Ji-yeon sighed and then chuckled happily to herself. Somewhere, Lee Ki-young had used her long-distance hearing ability to hear everything the other two had just said to each other. She chuckled happily to herself upon hearing the story. Immediately after, Garam put aside all her emotions to prepare for the battle with Zerio. From the ashes, a fire ignited like a flare, a small step for mankind, leading them on a special journey. And a week later, everyone in the Latho squad had finished preparing and had also arrived here. That is Changwon, the half-zombie training camp. When the streaks of light flashed, the monsters had been waiting there for a long time. They had been waiting for a long time. When the Latho squad appeared, they looked at them and exclaimed, "Finally, the humans have arrived." The commander of the Latho squad asked, "Where is On Meyer?" Someone in the squad replied, "Master is flying here, sir." Lee Ki-young said, "If we charge at the same time, he will arrive in 12 seconds. Before anything, the monsters aggressively charged, running and saying, "Do you know how long we've had to wait? I've been waiting for a week already." Another monster continued, "Charge and slaughter them. Zerio said we don't need to leave the rest for him." Meanwhile, in the control center, the commander of Changwon, a monster, contacted Zerio via loudspeaker, saying, "Lord Zerio, humans have appeared at the main gate." Zerio was pleased. "Really?" Zerio was practicing on a giant knife, laughing menacingly. "How long will it take for the humans to pass the main gate, I wonder?" He continued, 1 hour, well, I've already sent the commanders, so it should take at least 3 hours. Turning to the area outside Changwon's main gate, Latho and the monsters had already begun a fierce battle. Someone from Changwon shouted, "Get lost! You lowly half-zombies, you mixed breeds! There are some rituals before mealtime." That was Ji Seok, captain of Changwon Defense Team 2. Someone among them spoke up, "You'll get a stomachache if you eat too fast. Team 1, once you're warmed up, let's begin." He was Arian Cheol, captain of Team 1 of the Changwon Defense Department. Yet another one said, "Which one of you bastards took down Ji Seo-che? I'll crush that scumbag first." And this is Chemical Story, captain of the experimental team of the Defense Department. On Lee Ki-young's side, she was counting down for On Meyer's appearance. Counting to 2, a strong gust of wind descended from the sky. When that gust of wind landed on the monsters, Lee Ki-young counted to 1. The smoke cleared. A familiar back appeared. "It's On Meyer," Lee Ki-young said. "Good." She continued, "You arrived right on time." She looked at On Meyer and said, "Good luck." On Meyer looked at Lee Ki-young and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, in the center of Changwon, Zerio was predicting, 6 hours, 7 hours, no. Can they even pass the main gate? He suddenly stopped, surprised, as if sensing a gust of wind approaching. Turning to the outside of the main gate, On Meyer, while eliminating the zombies, thought, "The captain of the Changwon defense team and the low-ranking half-zombies, a total of 336 of them, have all been eliminated." He thought again, "The distance from here to Zerio's control center is 3.2 kilometers. A total of 678 half-zombies died while moving." He had flown to Zerio's location and thought again, "The time to execute for the entire process is..." Zerio was surprised to see On Meyer flying towards him. His eyes lit up. At that moment, On Meyer had reached Zerio and concluded, 3 seconds. Yere was skillfully doing a handstand when suddenly he lunged towards her like a flash. Her eyes lit up as if she had just realized something was wrong, and she exclaimed, "Huh? Who the hell is that guy? When did he even appear?" Thinking that, she immediately took the full force of his powerful punch. With his terrifying strength, he quickly punched her, sending her flying several meters away. Yere, agile, managed to somersault a few times and land. "An ambush, huh?" she said, annoyed. "Are you the one who's been causing a ruckus these past few days? You've come this far already? Truly formidable." On Meyer, face unchanging, stared at her intently. Seeing this, she immediately became angry, her eyes gleaming with killing intent. She said, "But an ambush is truly unacceptable. Do you know this is impolite for a martial artist? You got here by bypassing the half-zombies at the main gate? It's truly rude to ignore my hospitality like that." Hearing this, he calmly replied, "They're all dead." "What?" "But they were all Changwon's elite. I was only informed of the human's appearance a few seconds ago." She thought in surprise, "This guy?" Is he really that strong? Lying without blinking, huh? He tilted his head as she stared at him. Suddenly, as fast as the wind, he instantly appeared right behind her. Raising his fist straight towards her face, her mind hadn't even registered what was happening before she exclaimed, "Huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched her hard. What the hell? I didn't even know I was punched until the second time, she thought as she took the full force of his blow. I couldn't see anything. Her eyes lit up. That's right, Yer said, then picked up her saber with her hand. At this point, everything is clear. You're the one who killed the managers. She stood up, warily looking at him. Guess what? Do you know why I didn't seal off Changwon? Hearing that, he asked blankly, What? She replied, To prepare for the day I meet someone stronger than myself. As she spoke, several unidentified red objects with crosses on them appeared in the air. They fell to the ground, she continued. If I can dedicate everything to martial arts, maybe I can forget all my past memories. I want to forget everything. That's what I told myself. She swung the saber onto her shoulder, the blade imbued with magic, looking as if it were on fire. Finishing her words, she immediately spun around, heading straight for him and slashing across his body. The name of this technique is Yut Flame. Yut is a traditional Korean board game. Half of On Meyer's body was levitating, his expression unchanging as he said, "Excuse me." Witnessing this scene, Yere was immediately surprised. Huh? She thought, what the hell am I seeing? Do you know where Yere is? He said calmly. She immediately asked back, what? This madman, he didn't come here knowing I was here, he just randomly broke in? She thought to herself, and gritted her teeth in anger, cursing, Damn it! I don't know what power you have, but it certainly has its limits. I am Yeri. Hearing that, he said, Oh, really? Then I apologize for trespassing. But I don't give a damn. As he finished speaking, his body healed, and he kicked her hard in the head. She took the full force of that blow, flying several meters away, breaking several sturdy bamboo trees. Due to the immense force of the blow, she vomited blood, coughing once. Immediately, martial artists appeared one after another, weapons in hand, charging forward in unison, shouting, Charge! Follow the path On Meyer has opened and break in! We will rescue the humans as planned. We will circle east from the main gate and rescue all those being held as slaves, she explained quickly. Then she immediately turned and said, I'm giving you command, Garam. Hearing this, Garam immediately replied, Understood. All right, then I will. Lee Ki-young stopped and took something from behind her back. Swish. Over here at the front guard post of the superclass defense system. A soldier on guard immediately turned and asked, Hey, what the hell is going on? Should we go check it out? The other replied, I think we should wait since we haven't received any orders yet. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly jumped over. Hey, what was that? What just flashed by? They said in alarm. As swift as a cut, she had already made it to the top, successfully slipping past the clueless soldiers. Good, she said. So this is the superclass defense system. It's right in the center of Changwon, just as Ritsuru said. Saying that, she set foot down and thought, within a 50-kilometer radius of Changwon, at this level, they will be paralyzed for 3 months. But now it doesn't matter anymore. I think letting On Meyer handle it is perfectly feasible. Thinking that, she quickly deployed her skill. Its name is Enhanced Vision. That's what people thought her ability was, but in reality it was a little different. Her abilities include vision, hearing, touch, smell, taste, gravitational force, endurance, agility, and many other things. It is an ability that enhances all human senses and capabilities. It's just that she focused more on eyesight, because it had the least risk. Amplified senses 580%, her eyes lit up as she deployed the skill. Immediately, the entire territory was under her control. She said, From now on, no attack will escape my radar. Over here, a soldier suddenly angrily swung his stick, hitting a person, saying, How dare you destroy this place? He immediately cried out in fear. Ah! Immediately something appeared and blocked the soldier's blow. Seeing this, he immediately cursed angrily. What is that? How can you block my attack? It turned out that she was observing from this side and using her power to protect that man. She, up here, thought and acted at the same time. Don't worry, my members. No human will die within my sight today. In the machine room, beeping sounds were continuously emitted. Natspace was working when she heard the beeping, so she voluntarily said, "Huh? Who's calling while I'm in the middle of an experiment?" The other end of the line immediately said, "Report. 2 errors have been detected. The energy stored in the second machine is being moved." Hearing this, she immediately said blankly, "What? Are those 2 the errors we're looking for?" "Switch," she was saying, when suddenly someone rushed in calling, "Lord Natspace." She immediately replied, "What?" "Right now, humans are infiltrating Changwon headquarters. Please give us orders," he said in alarm. "Humans?" she thought. "Damn it, Yera. I told you not to cause more trouble. Wait, if so, then are the errors related to humans? Perhaps this is an opportunity. As a scholar, I cannot miss this chance." Thinking that, she ordered, "Defensive tactics will begin from now on." Natspace extended her hand to issue the command. "Defensive tactics will begin from now on." Deploying the skill to activate the Pinette system, immediately a very sophisticated system panel appeared in front of her. "Mobilize more defensive troops. It will take a while longer to complete activation," the soldier, hearing her speak, replied, startled. "Understood." After he left, she called BC. The bar next to her beeped once and replied. She ordered, "Send an urgent message." It replied, "To whom?" "Tirade." On the other side, a soldier let out a tragic ugh as he was struck from behind by Garam's blow. She sighed once. Looking at the soldier tumbling on the ground, she gritted her teeth and said, "Why are there so many of them?" After speaking, she immediately pondered, "I have to quickly rescue everyone, only when I get them out." Suddenly, someone holding a stick appeared from nowhere and rushed to attack her from behind. He angrily shouted, "Die, you filthy humans!" She heard the voice and turned her head to look, but it seemed too late. She blurted out, "Oh no!" Then suddenly Ajusi rushed forward and elbowed him away. She saw this and happily said, "Bald uncle!" The uncle, after hearing this, winked at her and replied, "No need to thank me. Just remember to buy carrots next time you come back." Garam hesitated to say thank you, but the uncle had already turned and left, shouting loudly and aggressively, Oh, come here, you half-zombies." She looked at the uncle and chuckled awkwardly a few times. Just a few days ago, humans still felt terrified of this campaign. No matter how many times they were trained, just thinking back on what they had endured, it was truly too difficult to think about defeating the half-zombies. Honestly, she thought she couldn't turn things around, but it seemed she was mistaken. She looked towards the other side. He was dodging an attack from someone, thinking to himself, "Here they come, the half-zombies." They fought fiercely with the martial artists, but they all seemed to be struggling, so they angrily said, "How can humans be so strong?" That's right. Humans are the honorable warriors of the Suicide Squad. Garam lightly slapped her face, encouraging herself. "Wake up, Jin, Garam," she thought, then said loudly and resolutely, "I must stay calm and go save people." Over here, a half-zombie was commanding humans. It stood there ordering, "Team 88 will support Team 102. So this is the 3rd Prison Security Unit. Seeing them being slow, it immediately shouted, "Stop dawdling, hurry up!" Hearing this, Jin Jung-gu stared at it without saying anything. Then the uncle turned, took the towel from his neck to wipe his sweat, smiled, and said to those around him, "Hanzo and Jonah, I'm entrusting the children to you." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir. Good luck. I'll keep an eye on them." Seeing this, the uncle turned to the other side and said, "Dong-suk, Kang-in, I've come to visit you two." The uncle saw the 2 kids doing something suspicious and snorted. Approaching and calling, "Hey, kids!" Kang-in turned around and replied, "Ah, hello, uncle. Aren't you going to greet me? What are you 2 so engrossed in?" Hearing the uncle speak, the 2 children looked sad and said, "It's nothing, sir, because they always call us by code names, so we didn't know you called. Maybe we've forgotten our own names." Jin Jung-gu heard this and froze for a moment. A moment later, the uncle sat down and kindly said, "Dong-seok, Kang-in, I've already told you to. You must have forgotten, huh? I will always call you by your real names." He bowed his head and replied, Nothing will change. The half-zombies will call us by code names for the rest of our lives, as if we were machines. So what's the meaning of life then? Wouldn't it be better to just die? Jin Jung-gu said. Do you know why they call you by code names? He replied. Why is that, sir? They can't grow old or get sick. They just live on like that, the uncle explained thoughtfully. On the contrary, as time goes by, humans experience more things and gradually evolve. We constantly improve and develop. Kang-in, did you say they treat you like machines? That's exactly what they want. The two children listened blankly to the uncle. They destroy real names, making us gradually lose our human instincts and treating us like animals. However, they are always wary of our strength. The uncle placed his hand on the kid's shoulder and said firmly, Don't live so meaninglessly anymore. Keep going until those powers are unleashed. One day it will come, Jin Jung-gu said, then lovingly hugged the two children. The kid emotionally hugged the uncle, tearfully calling out, Uncle! Suddenly Garam appeared from nowhere, shouting loudly, interrupting the atmosphere, Everyone, come here quickly! The other children, seeing this as strange, exclaimed, What? Who is she? I've never met her before. She shouted again, Come with us! The others looked closely and saw her holding the half-zombie's bloodied head, exclaiming in surprise, What? Did she kill him? Did she kill a half-zombie? Seeing no reaction from them, she continued, I know everyone has a lot of questions, but please follow me. We came here to save everyone. Hearing this, the children were also moved and asked each other, Should we go? Another said, What if this is a trap? Suddenly, Jin Jung-gu jumped up and ran straight ahead. Kang-in saw this and called out, Uncle, behind you! He peeked his head out to observe his surroundings. Garam immediately set an alarm. This place is dangerous, don't come near. The scene before them was extremely chaotic. Humans were fighting with all their might, resisting the ferocious half-zombies. Witnessing that scene, he turned and shouted loudly, Everyone! Humans are fighting the half-zombies! They came to save us! After hearing this, all the children there joyfully ran forward in a rush, shouting, Really? Then let's go quickly. We don't want to be slaves anymore. On this side, Jin Jung-gu also called the two kids on the other side, Dong-seok, Kang-in. Hurry up, you two. Yes, sir, the children replied. Then he turned to Garam and said, Please take care of the children and everyone. Hearing this, she asked blankly, What? I'm going to get a few things, he said, and then ran off, causing her to call out in alarm, Hey, you! Seeing this, she gaped and thought to herself, I don't know who that person is, but he's so brave. Thanks to him, I can save everyone without any trouble. Thinking this, she called back, Leave it to me. You have to hurry. Jin Jung-gu entered a room, holding a stack of papers in his hand, thinking, Finally, the day has come when I can read it. Suddenly, from the ceiling above, earth and sand began to fall. Jin Jung-gu was startled, looked up and said, Huh? On the other side, Natspace had ordered the activation of the human-targeted defense system. Immediately, a strange weapon emerged from under the ground. Garam saw it and was startled, saying, What is that? Due to that strange weapon, the ceiling collapsed, and layers of earth and rock began to fall. Jin Jung-gu looked at those things in fear, not knowing what to do. Lee Ki-young on this side was using all her strength to fight. Suddenly, there was a large explosion on the other side, distracting her and making her turn her head to look. A strange weapon looking like a clothes hanger flew up from that direction. It emitted a ray of light and then attacked from above the ground. Wherever it appeared, several large explosions immediately followed. Suddenly, a ray of light approached a certain person, causing him to scream in fear. Then she appeared in time like a hero, carrying him out of the recent explosion. Seeing her, he immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Thank you, Captain. Her eyes moved upwards. She immediately blurted out, What is that flying thing? It's not targeting humans, is it? After observing for a while, she immediately realized the energy source was from the research building. It's Natspace, I have to go, she muttered, and then turned to order him. Run! Try to move inside the building. Understood, he replied. Lee Ki-young thought to herself, Although I really want to go to Natspace, I need to protect everyone. There's no other way. Thinking this, she immediately appeared where Garam was and called out, Garam turned around and replied, "Captain?" Then she continued, "I think Nat Space has activated it. Can you handle that side?" Garam, hearing this, was immediately alarmed. "You want me to command?" She reassured, "Don't worry, I'll support you." Hearing this, Garam felt relieved and replied, "Okay." Saying that, she immediately ran off. "There's no other way, we're running out of time, I'll do my best." Lee Ki-young heard this and said, "Thank you." Then she recalled the map in her mind and thought, Nat Space's location will be in the research area. Suddenly, from afar, a weapon approached Garam. Luckily, she managed to dodge it in time. A strange voice rang out. "Where are you going, girl?" "We're not done yet." That weapon immediately returned to her hand. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her hands and feet seemed to melt. Ji Seo-che, eyes bloodshot with killing intent, weapon in hand, said, "We still have unfinished business." Garam turned around. "So it's you." Her eyes widened as Garam finished speaking. "You remember?" "Of course you have to remember." "Because of you, I lost everything. My beautiful face and my friends," she screamed in anger. "I will make you become like me," she said, then immediately swung her weapon, attacking Garam relentlessly with her long, suppressed anger. Her eyes glowed a blood-red color. She attacked continuously without rest, but in the current situation, Garam could only dodge it. Seeing this, she shouted, "Where do you think you can run?" Garam gritted her teeth, dodging the blows while thinking to herself, "I need to quickly get to the research headquarters." After thinking, she immediately turned her head and shouted, "Captain, can you hear me?" Something unexpected happened. "Help me." Lee Ki-young, on this side, was using her power to help her comrades when she heard Garam's voice. She blurted out, "Unexpected." Ji Seo-che, seeing Garam speak, attacked annoyedly. "Who are you talking to, huh? Don't be so careless!" Immediately behind Garam, Lee Ki-young quickly appeared. She calmly said, "I don't know what's happening, but I think you need help." Garam, hearing the voice behind her, was startled and called out, "Captain!" Ji Seo-che, seeing her appear, boiled with anger and shouted, "Who are you? Get lost!" As soon as she finished speaking, she was kicked by Lee Ki-young, sending her flying several meters away, causing the ground to explode due to the immense impact. Lee Ki-young turned her head to reassure, "Don't worry, I'll send a reinforcement message to Hamey." Hearing this, she replied, "Aren't you going to fight with me?" "I have to protect humans, so I don't have time to stay here," Lee Ki-young said, turning her back. "Reinforcements will arrive soon, so get to the research area quickly, Garam." Then she immediately left. She hesitated and replied, "Yes, ma'am," then scratched her head and thought to herself, "Do we have reinforcements? I thought everyone here was already enough." Suddenly, Ji Seo-che on the other side got up. She screamed "ah" a few times in anger, causing Garam on this side to be startled and turn her head to look. "Who the hell was that bitch just now? Bring her here, I'll kill both of you." Ji Seo-che seemed to go crazy, rushing towards her, cursing. "Damn it, I need reinforcements now," Garam muttered. Then suddenly a strange purple light appeared in the sky. A bone gradually emerged, laughing loudly. His face was flushed, his eyes curved, the corners of his mouth smiling all the way to his ears. Garam looked at him and let out a, "Huh?" "Master O," Ritsuru said affectionately. In front of him was Kyuho, who had just appeared at the same time. "I'm here." His face curved up joyfully like a good dog seeing its master after a long time. He chuckled and jumped up and down a few times. Ji Seo-che, seeing this, hesitated and called Ritsuru's name. He immediately changed his tone and said, "Oh, wait a minute, aren't you Ji Seo-che?" "You look disgusting," she immediately replied. "I should be the one saying that. Why do you look like this, Ritsuru?" Meanwhile, on this side, Kyuho saw Garam and ran over, worriedly asking her, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine, but are you two the reinforcements?" He quickly smiled and said, "That's right. Ritsuru is wearing a device around his neck, so I can use this to control him. He promised to obey my orders, and so we came here as support." Saying that, he pulled out a remote control with a cute fish attached. Garam, after hearing this, scratched her face, embarrassed, and said, "Really?" But in her heart she thought, "Can that cripple do anything?" "Well then, I'll trust you too. I need to go somewhere else," she said, then immediately turned and ran off. Kyuho, behind her, firmly replied, "All right, leave it to me." However, Jiseo-che immediately noticed it and lunged straight towards her, attacking and saying, "Where are you going, girl? I said you had to pay for what you did, didn't I?" But a certain bone suddenly appeared, blocking her attack for Garam. Ritsuru, with a serious face, looked at her menacingly and then said, "Go, I'll take care of this. All right, don't act all high and mighty with that body." Garam replied to him, flustered, then quickly ran from this place. Seeing this, Jiseo-che immediately frowned, annoyed, and asked, "What is this?" He also turned his head and asked her back, "What? Are you helping humans?" Her face contorted, every feature clearly showing utter contempt as she spoke. He replied without hesitation, "That's right, don't feel bad." She seemed to go mad, holding her weapon, ready to attack, and angrily said, "I was told you were dead. Who would have thought you'd become a loyal dog to humans? Stop getting in the way, scam!" As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately shot forward like a flash, attacking him directly. Not to be outdone, he easily dodged the previous blow, threateningly saying, "Hey, Jiseo-chai, do you know the difference between a high-ranking and a mid-ranking half-zombie?" She calmly replied, "A high-ranking half-zombie is much stronger than a mid-ranking one." He immediately approached and asked, "So which group do you belong to?" She replied instantly, "Mid-level." He asked again, "And what about me?" "You're high-level." His eyes blazed menacingly. "Even knowing that, you still dare to oppose me. Even if you do this, I can still—" He hadn't finished his sentence when she immediately sent him flying several meters away, cursing, "You talk too damn much." Ritsuru was thrown, sending dirt and sand flying, creating a small explosion. Because it was too painful, he let out a cry of, "Eek!" Kyuho, observing from behind, thought confusedly, "It's probably okay, right?" As for him, on this side he was hit and froze, thinking, "Since when did I become so weak? I never thought I'd be this weak just fighting humans." Without waiting for him to react, Jiseo-che immediately ran in the direction Garam had just left. Seeing this, he was startled and said, "She's chasing Garam! Ritsuru, quickly grab her." Saying that, he took out the remote control and pressed a button to control it. He was shocked by the device around his neck and cried out in pain several times, "The remote, turn it off!" Seeing him in so much pain, he immediately scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't know that was its effect." Then he immediately got up and lunged towards Jiseo-che, saying, "See, I have no other choice." She saw this, immediately stopped, grabbed his hair, and spun him around like a top. "I told you to disappear, didn't I?" Kyuho watched the scene in horror and said, "Do something, Ritsuru!" Ritsuru, being spun on this side, thought to himself, "This won't do. This is too much for this weak body." Thinking this, he immediately said, "Human, activate that drug." "What? That thing is not allowed. Ji-yoon said it can only be used in emergencies." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slammed to the ground by Jiseo-che, so hard that the ground cracked. Hearing this, he immediately said annoyedly, "Hey, we're in an emergency situation. If you don't give me that thing, we'll both die." Kyuho bowed down and replied, "You should use everything you can to stop her. Do you think I'll let you use that thing?" After hearing this, he sighed. "You want everything to be over quickly so you can go see Master, right?" "What?" he asked. "When I get that drug and deal with that girl, can I go see Master? Even just a second sooner would be fine," he said seriously. "Aren't humans in desperate need of our help? What will happen if all humans die while we're chasing that bitch?" Hearing that, Kyuho pondered for a moment. Then he immediately gave him the medicine and said, "You're right. Use it to save humans. I'm not giving it to you because I want to see on Meyer. It's just a matter of time," he said, then accepted the fish-shaped pill. As soon as he swallowed it, his body turned bright red and broke through. Because it was too painful, he groaned a few times. Witnessing every muscle in his body expand and break through, Kyuho was immediately flustered. "Humph, ooh la la," he said happily. His face flushed with excitement as he looked at his body freeing itself from the bindings. Seeing he had recovered, he immediately said, "You've really gotten your body back, now go chase her." He turned and gave Kyuho a sharp glance, then lunged towards him with a ravenous expression, saying, "First I need to do this." "First, I need to do this," Ritsuru said while extending his hand towards Kyuho with a very frightening face. Kyuho was alarmed. "Is he planning to betray me? I knew it. You can't trust half-zombies." Kyuho hadn't finished his thought. Ritsuru's hand rested on Kyuho's head. Ritsuru smiled and said, "Thanks, Ku. I knew you'd listen." "As expected, Master's henchman is very useful," Ritsuru said while patting Kyuho's head. He thought confusedly, "Huh." Ritsuru smiled. "All right, now then, let's go beat that girl up." Ritsuru flew off, leaving Kyuho standing there bewildered. "Huh, what the heck? He's much better than I thought." Ji Seochae was striding aggressively down the road when a voice called out from behind her, "Hey, girl!" Ritsuru appeared behind Ji Seochae, smiling slyly. Said, "The high-ranking half-zombie is here?" Deploying the red runway ability, Ritsuru's eyes turned yellow. Ritsuru continued to deploy his ability, Rolling Spike. Ritsuru's whole body spun, shooting sharp spikes towards Ji Seochae. Ritsuru laughed gleefully. That scientist was right. Flashback to the past. In a laboratory, Ritsuru, wrapped in bandages with only his head showing, asked Ji-yoon, "Will you help me recover my body?" She replied, "Yes, the captain said so." Ji-yoon held a red test tube in her hand, saying, "Drink this, and you'll get your old body back. But it only lasts for an hour at most." Kyuho asked in surprise, "What kind of mixture can do that?" Ji-yoon pointed to the test tube and replied, "On Meyer's blood, I discovered that On Meyer's blood contains regenerative cells, a test tube containing a bright red, bubbling solution. Using this, some parts of your body can be regenerated. Since this is On Meyer's blood, even your clothes might be regenerated," Ji-yoon said. Kyuho was quite stunned, she continued. "Of course, not everything will be regenerated. First, this has no effect on humans or any living thing. The only subject of this research is—" Ritsuru's image appeared, mouth wide open. Ji-yoon continued, "The living half-zombies. Even then, it's not perfect. With this potion, Ritsuru will be a significant help." Returning to the present, Ritsuru swung an iron chain hard at Ji Seochae, sending her flying far away. Following were a series of clashes between the two. Kyuho, standing outside, thought, "Speaking of help, he looks really strong right now." "Is Ritsuru stronger than her?" Kyuho thought as he looked at Ji Seochae, her face contorted in rage, looking extremely terrifying. Kyuho continued to think, "I know I need to have faith, but I'm really worried. Can Ritsuru defeat her?" Ji Seochae covered her mouth angrily. "Stop interfering with me, get the hell out!" "You're blocking my way!" Ji Seochae shouted as she lunged straight at Ritsuru. Kyuho was also somewhat right in his assessment of Ritsuru. However, Kyuho's thoughts, completely wrong. Ritsuru's face darkened. Ji Seochae attacked Ritsuru with her weapon, but Ritsuru dodged it. She continued to attack, and Ritsuru still dodged lightly. "Hey," Ritsuru spoke up. "The one causing trouble is me," Ritsuru said, then dashed past Ji Seochae. Ji Seochae's entire body fell to the ground, creating a hole in the road. Ritsuru stepped on Ji Seochae's head, saying, "The one blocking the way is you." Ritsuru's eyes were full of menace. "I have to go see Master. Even a second is precious." Kyuho had no idea there was a truth that Ji Seochae had forgotten. Her face was being pressed hard against the road by Ritsuru. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky a few years ago, when half-zombies ruled everything. Ritsuru was a legend, a half-zombie with terrifying blood-red eyes. With superior physique and intellect, he was a freedman. Just a light swipe could cut a person in half. He was the fastest to achieve a managerial position, a legendary super rookie, and that was Ritsuru. Clocks fell one by one, of course. That legend didn't last long. Due to a lack of will and motivation, Ritsuru soon disappeared. That's how he was forgotten by everyone. Ritsuru lay slumped by the table. And right here, right now. The scene returns to when Ritsuru still had his foot on Jiseoche's head. That legend had returned. Siding with humans, suddenly Jiseoche used all her strength to break free, screaming. "What's wrong with you?" She continued to attack Ritsuru. Jiseoche relentlessly attacked Ritsuru, but it had no effect. She shouted angrily, "Why are you cooperating with humans? Do you see my hair? It's made from the hair of my sisters," Jiseoche shouted loudly. She continued to scream, "This dress is also made from my sister's clothes, patched together." Her face darkened, her anger boiling. "I lost everything just because of humans." "My sisters, my appearance." Jiseoche swung her weapon at Ritsuru. She screamed, "Everything! I lost everything!" Then Jiseoche sobbed again and asked, "But why aren't you comforting me, instead fighting for humans? You're a half-zombie just like me," she cried continuously. Ritsuru remained silent, not speaking. Kyuho was alarmed at this moment. What? Why did he stop attacking? Was he persuaded by her? Looking at Ritsuru standing motionless, scratching his head, Kyuho immediately thought, as expected, "You can't trust a half-zombie." Kyuho shouted and pointed the remote control at Ritsuru. "Hurry up and let's go!" Kyuho hadn't finished his sentence when Ritsuru's eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke. "Hey!" "So what?" Ritsuru said as he attacked Jiseoche directly in the neck, surprising her. "I don't give a damn about what you lost," Ritsuru said as he punched her, sending her flying far away. Ritsuru crossed his arms. Ritsuru unleashed thousands of feathers, piercing through Jiseoche. She fell hard from the sky. "Everyone has their own story," Ritsuru said. Ritsuru, full of power, weapon in hand, continued. "Have you ever heard the stories of all the people you've killed?" Ritsuru raised his hand to the sky. "Of course not, because the stories of the weak are not worth your time." "Me neither. I don't give a damn." Ritsuru swung his iron chain, severing Jiseoche's head. Ritsuru grabbed Jiseoche's head. Ritsuru crushed it, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. His cold eyes said, "Because they are not worth my concern." Kyuho was utterly dumbfounded. "Let's go, kid!" Ritsuru suddenly spoke up. Kyuho was startled. "Huh?" Ritsuru turned his face, flushed and cheerful, and said, "Let's go see Master." Ritsuru laughed very happily while Kyuho was still surprised. Kyuho sweated, thinking to himself, "So scary. I thought he was about to kill me for a moment. I thought he was kind. Half-zombies are definitely very scary and dangerous." "Ritsuru, they're probably all the same. He just killed her so decisively." Kyuho still couldn't stop thinking as he looked at him. He couldn't help but wonder how strong he really was. Suddenly, Kyuho thought, how strong is Onmire really to be able to turn Ritsuru into a toy? Onmire carried a saber twice his size on his shoulder, his eyes sharp and cold. While Yera was kneeling on the ground, panting, Onmire casually swung the saber in his hand, muttering, "Heavy, huh?" Yeri panted, worriedly thinking to herself, "The seventh guardian and Ritsuru, how can they fight a monster like him?" Looking at Onmire standing firm there like a monster, Yera thought to herself, "It's like a huge mountain." She imagined a tall, snow-covered mountain with rugged cliffs. The train of thought continued. "It's like I'm climbing a mountain peak I can't reach." Lost in thought, Onmire threw the large saber in front of her. His cold voice rang out, "Hey!" Yera froze, looking bewildered. Clenching the saber in her hand, Yera growled, "I don't know if you're trying to be lenient or if you think I'm your plaything. I really don't get it." Saying that, Yera jumped high into the air, swinging her saber, creating a long streak of light, intending to physically impact Onmire. A powerful attack struck, a loud sound rang out. Onmire quickly dodged. Without a wasted movement, he reached behind his back and grasped something. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Onmire quickly pulled out a section of spine to use as a weapon. Dark blood splattered from his back. If his clothes weren't black, they would be stained by now. Onmire clenched the bone tightly and raised it high. Suddenly, a dark flame emerged from the spine. The flame grew more intense. Onmire delivered a clean, smooth slash like sunsilk towards Yeri. The movement so fast that only a dark, almost black streak of blood could be seen slashing towards her. Yera thought to herself, "He's increasing his body temperature and boiling his own blood, then using it as a flame." Her eyes drooped, she thought worriedly. This bastard is imitating me. Without waiting another moment, in the blink of an eye, Onmyer had already dashed forward, preparing his second move. Unfazed by the surroundings, Yera quickly swung her saber to block the blow. She shouted loudly, "Your fighting style is really annoying!" The sword slashes passed through Onmyer's body as if hitting air, without causing any injuries. A rare event occurred. She would probably never forget it in her entire life. Onmyer's arm suddenly detached from his body, as if it had grown eyes even after being detached from the body. But his two arms clenched Yera's head tightly, not letting go. Yera was horrified. Having never encountered such a deformed creature before, she screamed loudly, "What the hell?" No beating around the bush like Hai Fong. Onmyer immediately slammed Yera hard onto the ground. Without missing a beat, Onmyer quickly grabbed the weapon in his hand and struck towards Yera. His face was cold and emotionless, like a machine. However, not bothering to finish her off immediately, Onmyer's eyes drooped, full of worry and sorrow. Yera, lying on the ground, looked up in surprise at Onmyer's motionless figure before her. Pushing herself up, Yera said, "I've been wondering, why didn't you kill me? Are you waiting for orders from someone?" Onmyer, emotionless, replied, "No." In his mind, thoughts kept swirling. He had received orders to kill the managers, and that was the most important mission. But at this moment, Onmyer felt a strong connection, his eyes dark, his future uncertain. A hoarse, cold voice rang out, "What is the past you want to forget?" Yera was extremely surprised by this question. The emotionless voice continued, "Have you forgotten that past yet?" Voices echoed in the desolate bamboo forest. "Why are you asking that?" Yera said sternly, "Are you trying to pity me?" Onmyer replied tersely, "No." Showing compassion and hospitality, Onmyer continued, "I also have a past I want to forget." Yera was so surprised she could only unconsciously utter, "Huh?" Then silence enveloped the two. Yera pondered thoughtfully. Images of her childhood flashed in her mind. Unanswered questions arose. Have we all been through this? When we were young, we got into fights for various reasons, and after a few punches, we made up, as if the fight never happened. This is because we understood each other better through the process of exchanging emotions while fighting. Onmyer and Yera continued to look at each other in silence. It seemed that both of them were currently in a situation where, thanks to the fight, they had come to understand each other's emotions. Yera spoke up helplessly, breaking the silence. "Martial artists need to train their bodies. I realized this because I recently trained with my sense of smell. This world has more sense than I thought." In the strangely peaceful scene, the clear blue sky with white clouds drifting lazily, the voice continued to speak evenly. The smell of rain, the smell of approaching autumn. Life has more to explore than what we see with our naked eyes. Scent not only helps to perceive things more naturally, but it also helps to realize many more things. Looking at Onmyer's cold demeanor, Yera said seriously, "You and I are forgetting familiar scents." Carrying the saber on her shoulder, Yera's voice slowly rose, coldly saying, "All right, I'll tell you a story that happened a few years ago." The voice echoed steadily. "Before the heavenly era began, everything originated in Seoul." Her mouth spoke, but her hands acted. Yera didn't forget to attack Onmyer, who just stood there silently, dodging her moves. Yera continued, "Red Team." It was an organization formed from failure. Those who experienced loss or injury gathered in Seoul, where the struggles between half-zombies reached their peak. I escaped from Seoul. Because I lost my father there. That voice still echoed, deeply ingrained in Yera's mind. Her father called her hopelessly, Yere. At that time, Yera could only cry helplessly, calling out, "Dad!" She continued, "He was my real family. After that, I met the Red Team. I thought we had become a family, but in the end, it was just a name." She pointed to her head, emotionlessly continuing, "Why is that? Because half-zombies have a faulty circuit somewhere in their brains. They only see their own kind as stepping stones for themselves. They can't share anything." Her hand continued to strike Onmyer's body. On Meyer just silently dodged and listened seriously to the story. Yera continued. A fake family that should have been forgotten, ironically, reminded me of my real family. Yera's eyes were sharp, she said in a low voice. It wasn't painful, but it created a wound. It wasn't empty, but it created an unfillable void. The voice continued to echo steadily. In the end, I could never forget it. That's why I became more and more obsessed with martial arts. I just want to escape unnecessary thoughts. Meyer listened seriously and silently. He didn't reply at all. Yere removed the mask from her shoulder. She said seriously, "Enough with the rambling. Thanks to you, I was able to complete it. My power needs time to develop. Thank you for pitying me. It's funny to be telling you this. Anyway, it was fun to be able to show my true skills," she said, then flung off her hat. A strange aura began to emanate from her. Wearing the mask on her face, Yera continued solemnly, "Thank you for listening to my story. I've never shared my past with an opponent before." In front of Meyer, a notification appeared. Yutnori skill deployment, 29th floor completed. Yera entered a berserk state. From her face and both feet, blazing flames erupted. Yera was ready to fight. Her voice rang out, "I will show you all the respect I have for you." Meyer bowed his head deeply. He had glimpsed his own past through Yera. He also wanted to show all his respect to express his gratitude. The greatest respect Meyer could offer, a strange phenomenon began to appear on his hand, dark spots appearing more and more densely. That is to completely let go of oneself to exchange martial arts. A demon face began to appear on his hand. Wearing the demon mask on his face, Meyer officially entered a berserk state. At this very moment, he was letting go of his past. As Yera fully entered a combat state, blazing flames erupted from her body. In her hands were two fiery red sabers made of fire. Meyer also put on his mask. Ready to engage, an overwhelming and menacing aura surrounded him. Yeri's eyes blazed, her form no longer clearly discernible as round or distorted. She let out a cry. Then she leaped into the air, arms and legs spread wide, attacking. Meyer did not stand still and take the hits. His body was enveloped in a powerful burst of flames. As the flames gradually disappeared, his slender figure emerged. In his hand was a dark sword. Meyer was also ready to attack. Meyer's movement speed increased 100-fold. His figure was unclear. Only a long black streak could be seen, continuously approaching. Both used killing moves decisively, without holding back. The confrontation between the two exploded. Two streams of different colored light clashed fiercely. Yera's eyes widened in astonishment, muttering, "Impossible, since when were you imitating me?" A sharp slash advanced, Yera thought to herself. No, he's not imitating me. Looking at Meyer's ice-cold demeanor, Yera continued to think with certainty. He has completely mastered my skills. Yera said excitedly, "Well, all right then." Her tone changed. "By any means necessary, I will climb this mountain." A loud voice rang out. "Let's see if you can keep up with me." Accompanied by a huge stream of light, the surrounding sky turned a dark, gloomy black. Her face darkened, revealing only her demonic red eyes like a bloodthirsty demon. She growled, "My power doesn't stop there." A loud shout rang out. "Watch this, 4th time!" Followed by sharp slashes like the wind, relentlessly rushing towards Meyer. His body was cut in half, a clean cut. Meyer understood that to end a Yutnori game, one must grasp the strategy, meaning to capture all 4 pieces. Meyer explained as the first blow landed on the opponent. They would get a piece, and conversely, when they were attacked by the opponent, they would also lose a piece. The knowledge class continued. Meyer taught on. The process repeats itself until they capture all 4 pieces, then the first evolution will occur. The knowledge class ended shortly after. As soon as he finished speaking, Yere also began to deploy the first evolution. A blazing red light began to appear. A loud shout rang out. "Azure Dragon of the East!" A majestic fire dragon appeared, relentlessly charging forward. Meyer was extremely surprised. He unconsciously let out a cry. Without delay, a black dragon was quickly formed by Meyer. "Join the battle!" Yere was agitated, unable to believe her eyes, and cursed. Damn, impossible! The black dragon quickly gained the upper hand. It lunged forward, attacking one of Yere's legs. Her eyes widened in surprise. She unconsciously let out a cry. Then a loud shout rang out, accompanied by increasingly fierce and dense attacks. Clashes and confrontations occurred more and more frequently. The second evolution appeared very quickly thereafter. The familiar strange light reappeared. Didn't last long on stage. As soon as it appeared, the white tiger of fire was extinguished. A sharp slash split the tiger in two. Right in front of Yere at this moment was the massive figure of the dark tiger with purple eyes, staring intently at her. Yere was speechless. Her anger reached its peak. Yere calmly said, "All right, I still have many strategies." A loud shout rang out. "Vermilion bird of the south!" A firebird with wide wings appeared, incredibly majestic and imposing. Yere said, "Vermilion bird from the high heavens." The firebird shot forward. The voice continued to echo ceaselessly. "Calm down quickly, black tortoise of the north." Before the previous wave subsided, the next one arrived. After the bird, the turtle took its turn in battle. Yere shouted loudly, "Let's see how long you can last." The shout ended as fierce attacks rained down on Meyer. Not a moment of joy. The attacking light quickly dissipated, dust returning to dust. Yere's eyes widened in disbelief, because what she saw before her surpassed her imagination. Standing firm before that was Meyer's solitary figure. From his body, the figures of the dark black tortoise and vermilion bird relentlessly dispelled Yere's attacks. The dust quickly settled. The sky began to clear. Watching her four spirits being dispelled, she could only watch helplessly. Yere muttered, "My four gods!" Yere shouted loudly. "How can you defeat them so easily?" Yere muttered distractedly, "How can I defeat him? What should I do now?" Not losing herself for too long, Yere suddenly smiled cheerfully. Clenching the fiery saber in her hand, Yere said with amusement, "Heavens, this is serious. It's like I'm enjoying this. It's been a long time since I felt so relieved." She quickly moved forward, leaving only streaks of light on the ground due to her rapid movement. This battle was something truly special. On the outside, it looked like a bloody battle. The two relentlessly fought with passion and enthusiasm. But deep inside, Yere felt a strange sense of comfort. She cried her eyes out, rushing forward. And Meyer felt the same way. This battle felt more like a conversation than a fight. Regardless of the sport, at the decisive moment of victory or defeat. From the opponent's gaze, plus their demeanor, habits, even their breath resonates deeply with each other. Together they fight for victory, understand each other, focus on each other as if they are conversing. The two seriously looked at each other with deep gazes, even in silence. But it was a profound dialogue. Returning to reality, dark blood splattered. A voice rang out, thinking back on those useless games before. Yere panted with difficulty, her body no longer intact, most of her limbs gone. Yere laboriously said, "Perhaps I have always been waiting for this moment." "That's right. This is more than enough," Yere said sternly. Looking at Meyer rushing forward with his cold demon mask, Yere dejectedly muttered, "At this moment my desire to live. No more." Meyer's clean sword strike also slashed through her, cutting her body in half. Suddenly, Yere's body dissolved into a blazing fire. Meyer was extremely surprised by the unexpected event before him. A circle of fire appeared. Final evolution, Goblin King. Goblins are creatures beyond the realm of existence. Even if the body is immortal, it doesn't mean the soul is too. Fiery hands were tightly gripping Meyer's neck. Yere's eyes were ice cold. Her cold voice continued, "It's an honor to fight you." Meyer's face was deathly pale. Yere calmly continued, "Let's leave this place together, my old friend." Final evolution form, Goblin King. Yere thought to herself, "Because I summoned a goblin, death is inevitable. But it's okay because I've met the person I've been waiting for a very long time. It's an honor to be your opponent. Let's leave this place together, my friend." Meyer's mouth expelled a strange, cloudy white substance. That strange object, glowing in the sky. The mask on his face gradually cracked into many pieces, which also made him panic. Yere over there was no less surprised, letting out a "huh?" On Meyer's entire face suddenly contorted dark, slimy things unexpectedly burst out, creating black strings that connected to each other. They grew more and more numerous, merging into a jet black and terrifying arm, causing Yara to scream in terror. "What is that? What the hell is happening? The whole building is shaking? No! The whole of Changwon is shaking," Zerio said. Garam in this place also began to worry about what was happening, wondering to herself, "What's going on?" Kim Hamee and Kim Junha somewhere also had to look around to assess the current situation, and Lee Ki-young was no exception. However, she seemed to have realized something and said to herself, the screen displayed lines of red errors. Someone asked, "What are these numbers?" "I've never seen anything like this before," Natspace was saying. "Which monster is fighting you, Zerio?" she said, sweat pouring down her face. On Meyer, on this side, seemed unable to stop the strange power from erupting. Suddenly, a purple light covered a large area of the sky where On Meyer was. Just like an explosion, and Zerio could only say, "My goblin." An attack that transcends life and death has no effect? On Meyer suddenly became dazed and thought, "What just happened?" Zerio suddenly laughed maniacally. "How cruel! Can't you even make friends and leave with me?" "All right," she said, assuming a ready stance. "This is the final judgment. Because we have gone too far. I will see this through to the end. What's wrong? Why aren't you fighting back? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent?" On Meyer's body was split in two, but his face remained utterly calm. Zerio said smugly, "That goblin is dying." Her intense flames were burning the trees here. Then she used those flames and burned that tree to ashes. "What have I been waiting for all this time? You want me to save the bamboo tree? You want me to plant it in my building?" Natspace tilted her head and asked Zerio. The girl immediately replied, "Yes, my father likes bamboo, so I want to plant some." "Well, all right, I'll bring them over in a bit." Natspace was about to leave when Zerio's voice came. "Ah, also, are you free this weekend? For what? Do you want to organize a leaders' meeting?" The little girl replied, "No, it's not like that. I want to go on a picnic with you and the other leaders." Natspace replied contemptuously, "What kind of ridiculous thing is that? Don't contact me if it's not a work-related matter." Hearing this, Zerio could only laugh awkwardly and say, "Ah, all right, I'm sorry." She stuck the bamboo into the ground, then said to herself again, "Well, maybe one day I'll have a friend to talk to. I can't just keep thinking about Dad. Let's create a new family, images from the past, during her time as a half-zombie, flowed like a film reel. Wait a little longer. Soon, our family will have a new member. No, a half-zombie having a new family member is something that doesn't exist. Can you be that person?" On Meyer seemed a little confused by this out-of-the-blue question and asked back, "What?" Zerio continued, "If I were a human, could we be friends?" On Meyer remained silent as if thinking about the answer. After a while, he said softly, "Yes, actually the little girl seemed to be holding back tears. I understand. One day someone who can comfort you will appear, and they will become your new family. I'm so jealous of you." And that girl was just a dying ember. Amidst the burning bamboo forest, On Meyer remained silent. He looked at her, seeming a little sad for that girl. In the end, Zerio had returned to her father, to her real family in eternal sleep. On Meyer narrowed his eyes. "I'm jealous too." Zerio was dead. "Which monster is causing these errors? Show yourself now!" Natspace screamed maniacally. A large explosion suddenly erupted. A ray of light shot through her room. She was startled and turned her head. "What the—" A voice rang out. "Found you!" Natspace, that's Garam. After all the in-depth research on Hydromine Break. And as a result, I've completely mastered it. The activation cycle of Hydromine Break has been reduced to 2 minutes. Garam thought firmly to herself. Unless Natspace dies, or On Meyer comes here after killing Zerio according to the plan, otherwise I will die if I can't hold out. Lee Ki-young ran quickly, feeling somewhat anxious. "Good. We are rescuing humans according to the plan. Everything is going in the right direction." Suddenly, an uneasy feeling. Am I missing something? It feels like something terrible that shouldn't happen is about to happen. Natspace silently looked at Garam, then asked, "Who is On Meyer?" That made Garam terrified. What? How do you know On Meyer? Before she could finish her sentence, she was shot through the head by her. She even said, "You look useful." I need to turn you into a half-zombie. In a factory, Nat Space stared intently at Garam and said, "You!" As she spoke, she shot something at Garam, causing her to fall backward. Then she continued, "I will turn you into a half-zombie." Then she collapsed, her eyes lifeless, and let out a difficult cry. Her head spun, her mind dazed, making her unable to control herself. Garam began to mutate. Her fangs grew long, her eyes changed color, one white and one black. Kim Hae-mi, with a cold, emotionless face, was now fighting zombies. Having just dealt with another one, she bent down, panting, and said, "So tired I've used too much power." The zombie in front spoke up, attracting Kim Hae-mi's attention. "You shouldn't." "Ignoring me like that," he said, then lunged in front of her. Suddenly, Kim Jun-ha shouted, "Look!" along with a direct punch to the zombie's face. He only managed to scream once. Then Kim Jun-ha laughed eerily and launched another move. He shouted loudly, "Rising!" Fastball, he delivered a critical hit right on, straight to the zombie's head. He spoke up from behind, saying to Kim Hae-mi, "Hey, failure." She turned to look at him. He continued, "If you can't even breathe, get out of the way." Kim Jun-ha looked at Kim Hae-mi with contempt, smirking. "Someone like you will only die a useless death. As for me, that will never happen." Hae-mi spoke, "Kneel down," which made him angry and shout, "What?" Saying that, she pressed his head down and replied, "If you don't want to die uselessly." "I said kneel down." After speaking, she flew up and delivered a kick, knocking out another zombie. Kim Jun-ha said angrily, "Are you crazy? Who allowed you to touch my head?" Kim Hae-mi coldly replied, "I just saved you, you ungrateful brat. When will you ever grow up?" He angrily pointed straight at her and said, "What are you saying, you useless thing? Who are you to meddle in my business?" Kim Hae-mi looked at him with an indifferent face and replied, "I'm your twin sister. Are you stupid?" Then he shouted in frustration, "Get lost!" "Ah," Ajusi approached smiling and said, "Hae-mi, if you're tired, please rest. We're here now." She looked and replied, but before she could finish her thank you, Kim Jun-ha interrupted, cutting her off. He turned to Ajusi and said, "Hey, bald old man, go play somewhere else." "Ah," Ajusi replied sadly, "but I was just worried." Kim Jun-ha heard this and shouted, "Who are you to worry about my sister?" Kim Hae-mi sighed in utter helplessness. She spoke up, truly childish. Suddenly she thought, "Oh, right. Where did the black-haired senior go? I just saw him here a few minutes ago." But then she stopped wondering. She thought, well, never mind. Maybe senior went somewhere else. Lee Ki-young was in an extremely intense gunfight. Every shot she fired hit its target. Then it exploded in the air. She looked and thought to herself, "Damn it! Why does it feel like there are more of them? It's getting harder to deal with." Then she glanced behind her and thought, moreover, the biggest problem now is the giant, glowing washing machine was emitting strange cue sounds. Then it shot out countless arrows of light. Lee Ki-young thought, these things are fired within a certain distance. It flew towards Lee Ki-young, but halfway through it seemed to be blocked by some barrier. Then they all exploded simultaneously. Lee Ki-young quickly ran away. She glanced back and thought, helping others is no problem, but I can't help Garam. She looked troubled and worried, thinking to herself, the best bet is to wait for On Meyer. I'm sorry, but please try your best, Garam. Garam was now being tormented by the mutation in her body. Her vision blurred, her head dizzy, and drool started flowing from her mouth. Suddenly, she clutched her head and screamed in pain. She wanted to say something, but the pain made her unable to utter a word. Then she took out the book. She screamed, "Hydro-mind break, circulate key, purify!" catching Nat Space's attention. Garam's eyes transformed to black, suddenly returned to normal. Then she collapsed, supporting herself with both hands on the ground. She shouted, "Damn it!" She panted to regain her strength while also thinking to herself, I don't know what she was planning to do just now, but if it had been a little later, it would have been a big problem. Thinking this, Garam shouted, "What the hell did you do to me?" Natspace looked at Garam in surprise and then wondered, "How is that possible? Are you a person with superpowers?" "I don't know how you did it, what a pity." She looked at Garam and then calmly continued, "It's just that if you completely turned into a half-zombie, things would be much smoother." Garam didn't understand what she was saying and asked, "What?" She thought in alarm. "She tried to turn me into a half-zombie? The mad scientist who wants to merge zombies and humans, so it was her." Garam clenched the book tightly and replied, "What transformation? Not just Zerio, but you truly see humans as nothing more than insects." Garam looked at the book, read the incantation, Hydro Mind Break, activated it fully, and used her power. Then she continued, "Now I can strike without feeling guilty. It's actually good, but—" Garam concentrated her power in one hand, her face filled with resentment as she looked at Natspace, thinking, "I only have 2 minutes at most. I must end this at all costs." Natspace spoke, "A mad scientist, huh? So that's how you see me?" Then Garam unleashed a technique with immense power, heading straight for Natspace. A voice spoke, "Unleash power." Suddenly, Garam let out a surprised exclamation. Her power dissipated before it could reach Natspace. Then blue chains surrounded Garam, immobilizing her. She was bound by Natspace's power, she thought fearfully. "What is this? My body can't move. It's like being squeezed tight. No, it's more like my brain is paralyzed." While she was wondering, a voice suddenly spoke in her mind. "That's a sign that your brain is gradually being damaged." That voice continued, "Right now, the one controlling your body and mind is me." Garam wondered, "What? This looks too much like an illusion." The other side replied, "No, you and I are talking in your mind. It will be better." Then a glowing circle appeared. "If you stop resisting me because your body is worth my research." After speaking, Natspace launched a move towards Garam. Then she spoke again in Garam's mind, "So damage must be minimized as much as possible." Garam watched the attack helplessly. She thought, "People with strong abilities can only be the captain. I thought I could at least fight them." Then she remembered Kim Min-sung. Her eyes gradually filled with despair. She thought to herself, "But I can't. I don't even have a sliver of a chance." Lee Ki-young ran to the scene. She saw Garam being attacked, then she shouted, "No!" Suddenly, Gong-ho ran forward and blocked Natspace's attack. His blood splattered everywhere. Garam was still sitting motionless, having lost all hope. Gong-ho's blood splattered on her face, causing her to regain consciousness and look forward. In front of her was Gong-ho, trying to shield her, his body covered in blood. Garam exclaimed in surprise, "Senior!" Gong-ho took the full brunt of the attack just now, witnessed by Garam. Garam was extremely surprised. She wondered, "Senior, why is he here?" Natspace was also quite surprised, wondering, "Who is this guy? When did he get here?" Gong-ho's voice rang out again, "Run, Garam!" Gong-ho couldn't hold on any longer. Both his knees and hands collapsed. "You can't die here!" Kim Jun-ha shouted loudly in anger. "What the heck is this? This is crazy! Are all the zombies in the world gathered here?" Kim Jun-ha performed magic. He shouted at the zombies, "Get out of my way, you bastards!" Ritsuru with a joyful face. "Master, where are you?" He happily rushed forward, constantly calling out, "Master!" surprising everyone. Suddenly, the medicine seemed to lose its effect, causing him to stop and ask, "Huh?" He said, "What the heck is this? Has the medicine worn off already?" After speaking, he spun around and cried out, "Eek, eek!" The captain asked him with concern, "Are you okay, Ritsuru?" Lee Ki-young's figure nimbly moved through the blazing fire. A blue light attacked directly, a clear thud sound. A large red fire grew. Lee Ki-young's figure became increasingly nimble. She marveled at herself. The sound of her panting from exhaustion grew clearer, distinct in the space. She thought to herself, "If this continues, everyone will gradually get exhausted." A green object attacked fiercely. Many rays of light flashed, light spreading throughout the space. "System reports Level 3 defense protocol, drying rack supply system." She told herself, "Try to hold on a little longer. Even though we're no longer the ones with the advantage, I won't back down." She believed that the moment to turn the tide was approaching. Gong-ho felt how absurd it was. Suddenly appeared and then lay waiting to die like this. Gong Ho laughed at himself. But dying like this really suits you. I'm really out of fucking words. He looked at Garam's fading figure and said to himself, That's right. He told himself, Maybe it's better for you to die this way. Lee Dong-ho, 23 years old, a little girl, said, Sang-hun, remember to give it to me tomorrow. Gong-ho called out, What do you mean, who is Sang-hun? Hey, take it back. Gong-ho shouted as if asserting himself, I'm Gong-ho, Lee Dong-ho. This has already been paid for. Gong-ho was an unknown child. The teacher asked, Is there anyone who hasn't done the assessment? Gong-ho raised his hand and said, Me, sir. But the teacher still didn't see him. The teacher asked again, No one else, right? Gong-ho said again, I'm here, sir. Even during military training, it was the same. The instructor asked, Is there anyone who hasn't received cookies? Gong-ho raised his hand. Trainee Lee Dong-ho, number 203. But the instructor still asked, Everyone has received them, right? Gong-ho patiently said again, Trainee Lee Dong-ho, number 203, still hasn't received them. A life no one remembered and no one recognized? It was no different from life in hell. At that time, Garam, carrying a wooden crate, asked, Senior, where should I put this? Gong-ho was quite surprised. Finally, someone paid attention to him, he replied. He said, Put it wherever you like. Garam happily said, Thank you, Senior Gong-ho. He was surprised again. Stunned, he asked back, Huh? Garam's figure receded into the distance. He was still stunned, disbelievingly saying, Huh, it's the first time he's been acknowledged by someone else, remembered so clearly. Before, no one had ever paid attention to an unknown person like him until he met Garam. Gong-ho showed off 3 books. Ta-da, I bought some new books. Garam's eyes lit up. Oh, Gong-ho, his face bruised, said firmly, You said you wanted to read some new books, right? While I was exploring Jinhei, I found a few. Garam politely asked, Can I read them here? Gong-ho asked back, Right here? Gong-ho looked at Garam's absorbed expression and asked her, How do you find it? Do you like it? Garam excitedly replied, Wow, this book is amazing. The author's writing is so vivid and detailed. Gong-ho asked, By the way, why do you always read at my place? Garam, engrossed in her book, only managed to hear him and ask back, Why are you suddenly asking that? He explained, I mean, there are plenty of places for you to choose, but why do you keep choosing to sit here? Garam replied, It's because it's comfortable. Gong-ho doubted himself. Comfortable. Garam added, Sitting here gives me the feeling that we're together because I feel so lonely. For some reason, sitting next to you makes me feel comforted. Suddenly, Garam said, And also, don't you think this place is too big? Why do you ask? Do you hate me sitting here? Gong-ho asked back. So you think I like you sitting here? Garam retorted. What? Can't you say something nicer? Gong-ho saw Garam's fierce expression. He said, See, who would like you when you're like this? Garam sulked, saying petulantly, Then hate me. Gong-ho was secretly pleased. Oh, it's comfortable, I understand. He thought to himself, being seen as non-existent is more convenient than I thought. Gong-ho, sitting in the car, shouted loudly, Everyone be careful! Garam's back carrying a backpack. Gong-ho smiled wryly. Because they don't recognize my kindness, I don't feel much pressure conveying this to them. My existence has always been one-sided, disappearing before it's even touched. He always told himself, I will always support you from afar. It's always been like this. You just need to move forward with pride and full confidence. Lee Ki-young ran over and called out loudly, Garam, I think all of this is Natspace's doing. Can you handle her? Garam said in alarm. You want me to go deal with the manager? Yes. She said helplessly, There's really no other way, I'll go. Her figure became increasingly resolute. Suddenly she stumbled and fell head over heels. Gong-ho thought to himself, Whenever you remember the past. He thought, if I could at least exist, in that easily forgotten memory of yours. He thought, then it would be precious to me. Gong-ho had passed away in a pool of blood. Garam couldn't hold back her tears. She was extremely emotional. The blue chains seemed to glow. Garam's utmost agony. She clenched her fists, her legs trembling as she moved. She rushed in front of Natspace. Natspace spoke defiantly. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't drain your energy and stand still for me." She ordered an attack. "What else? Kill it!" Garam looked behind her with extreme caution. The zombie was extremely ferocious. Garam was too surprised. "Isn't that Senior?" An incredibly powerful force attacked Garam. Natspace choked Garam and said, "You'd better just obediently let me use you, okay? Fighting directly isn't my preference." Garam's face was contorted from being squeezed by her. Meyer looked at the burning fire. He thought to himself, "Ah, that's right." He made up his mind. "I should kill Natspace." Meyer stood blankly looking at the blazing fire in front of him. He said nonchalantly, "Ah, right." Glancing behind him, Meyer's face was indifferent. A mumble was heard. "I have to kill Natspace." Another corner of the city, one-eyed demons relentlessly glowed, hovering in the air. Lee Ki-young was seriously aiming with utmost concentration. Suddenly something caught her attention. Lee Ki-young looked up to observe. In the air, a slender figure was slowly descending. Where he had just escaped, explosions occurred, dust and smoke filled the air. When Meyer landed at her position, Lee Ki-young didn't skimp on praise. "Hey, your skills are quite unique." The two quickly moved forward. Lee Ki-young's voice rang out. "Looking at the situation, you already know. We don't have much time left. We have to quickly eliminate all of them." Meyer replied tersely. "Yes." Previously, to fill Meyer's void, the ideal defensive maneuver Lee Ki-young chose was to maintain a defensive posture. However, it didn't bring direct results. Letho's squad continuously encountered problems. Because this tactic didn't eliminate the root cause of the problem, so this decision put them at a disadvantage later on. But now that Meyer has joined, the strength on the human side has increased rapidly. The tables have turned. Facing the one-eyed demons in front, everyone was not worried at all but ready to advance. Switching from defense to offense, the two, one attacking and one defending, swiftly annihilated the demons in the clear blue sky. The explosions created smoke and fire like spectacular fireworks. The very moment the purpose of maintaining the best defensive posture changed. Then it became the moment of truth that Lee Ki-young had always been waiting for. After annihilating the one-eyed demons, behind Meyer, a green cube of unknown origin began to appear. Accompanied by Lee Ki-young's sharp sword slashes, relentlessly breaking the links of the rectangular grids. The sound of crackling fire echoed continuously. A large explosion occurred. Members of Letho's squad continuously advanced. A sudden shout rang out. "Eliminate the root cause. Human strength has been successfully awakened." Looking towards Meyer, Lee Ki-young said enthusiastically, "Thank you for your help. Natspace is yours to handle." She raised the gun to her shoulder, aiming. Her voice continued, "I've located the energy source. Follow the bullet's direction. It will lead you to Natspace." Meyer replied. Yes. Then he followed the bullet's trajectory at top speed. Lee Ki-young stared after him in a daze. She wondered, muttering, "Am I imagining things?" Since then, his aura felt somewhat different from usual. Looking at his back relentlessly rushing forward, Lee Ki-young couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. She quickly left after that. Lee Ki-young muttered seriously, "But never mind. It doesn't matter. What I should do now is clean up the rest." Lee Ki-young relentlessly advanced. A sharp slash cut the demon's corpse in two. Kim Jun-ha exclaimed in shock. "Captain!" Lee Ki-young glanced at him and asked, "Sorry for being late. How's the strategy progressing?" Kim Jun-ha surprisingly looked forward with a hard-eyed expression, excitedly reporting, "I'm not sure, but most humans have successfully escaped. I think we've completed 45% of the strategy." Kim Hae-mi glanced at him helplessly and said, "Your attitude changed 180 degrees. Kim Jun-ha fiercely poked Kim Hae-mi's forehead and said angrily, "That's normal, don't you know? The captain is incredibly strong. She's completely different from a failure like you." Kim Hae-mi said coldly, "Get your hand off me." The two lunged at each other, fighting like cats and dogs. Lee Ki-young said coldly, 45%? There's still a long way to go." Twirling the dagger in her hand like a habit, Lee Ki-young's voice continued, "Everyone, Follow me. Clenching the dagger tightly in her hand, pointing it forward, her cold voice continued. From now on, I will lead directly. Under her leadership, the scales of balance, which had been tipping back and forth, began to favor the human side. Had begun to tilt to one side, Lee Ki-young's group relentlessly charged forward, annihilating the monsters. In another corner of the city, Ritsuru relentlessly roared, I said I'm going to see Master, let me go now! Kyuho clenched the electric shock switch remote in his hand, frustrated. Why do you care about that? The drug's effect has worn off, calm down and use it. A scream more tragic than a pig being slaughtered rang out. A bullet relentlessly sped through the air, its movement so fast that only a streak of light was visible. Natspace was extremely surprised to see this. She was so surprised she could only utter two words. Bullet? However, her attention didn't last long. Casually dismissing the approaching bullet, Natspace contemptuously raised her hand to block it. Reality is not like a dream. It's not that easy. On Meyer, with lightning speed, lunged forward, attacking her arm directly. A painful scream echoed. Her arm was severed, dark blood splattering everywhere. The hand choking Garam also loosened. She collapsed onto the ground. Natspace, holding her arm, stammered in alarm. What? Why? She shouted loudly, Get him for me! Her underlings also advanced, pouncing on Meyer like cats on cream. He calmly clenched his fists, ready to counterattack. Freezing for a few seconds, before him were the distorted faces of the monsters. Even more surprisingly, it seemed to be crying. Not losing his composure for too long, Meyer immediately delivered a steel fist straight to the monster's imperfect face. It quickly collapsed to the ground. The sound of its body hitting the metal floor echoed. Witnessing this scene, Natspace broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, Ah, so it's you. You're the human named Meyer. She immediately shifted her gaze and stared intently at him, her voice cold and sharp. I didn't expect you to show up yourself. Just in time, you'll become my test subject. A curse rang out. Dog! Then she quickly launched an attack towards Meyer. He also moved at max level, dodging, which greatly surprised her. She couldn't believe her eyes. It's also true, with a narrow mind that only knows anger and curses like this, she will soon return to her ancestors in the earth. While Natspace was distractedly muttering, Where did it go? Meyer appeared from nowhere and physically attacked her back unexpectedly. Natspace could only scream in pain. It seemed the unexpected punch had made it difficult for her to breathe. Without missing a moment, Meyer continuously delivered steel punches to her face. Natspace, like a motionless punching bag, stood there, letting Meyer pummel her. Continuously beaten back by Meyer, Natspace could only angrily curse him in her mind. Natspace was beaten very badly. Her face bruised, she thought to herself, I can't keep up with its speed, so then... While retreating to dodge Meyer's attack, she threw a punch backwards. Unfortunately, Garam, unconscious on the ground, was her target. Fortunately, Meyer arrived in time. He swung his sharp blade, shattering the attack. Natspace's feint attack was a complete success. A loud command rang out, Bind! 4 chains appeared above Meyer, binding him. Natspace looked at the scene before her with great surprise. She happily muttered, Got you! Who would have thought it would fall into the trap so easily? Looking at Meyer bowing his head silently, Natspace muttered further, Even if you resist, you won't be able to move, so can you please stand still for me? However, nothing was ever that easy. Meyer silently stepped forward. Natspace was extremely surprised. She said in alarm, What? It got hit, yet it can still move. Lee Ki-young's intuition was correct. At this moment, Meyer was different from usual. Witnessing Yera's death had triggered a kind of baseless anxiety. Meyer continuously, slowly, stepped evenly on the cold ground. And seeing Natspace still alive like this made him extremely uncomfortable. Meyer's face darkened, filled with confused thoughts. Natspace stood dumbfounded, watching Meyer slowly approach. His face darkened ominously. A chilling silence enveloped them. A feeling of pressure, threat, danger, regret, despair, and terror. At this moment, it's not strange to have such feelings. However, Natspace didn't feel them. She had lived as a scientist all her life because she knew her own limits well, no matter how dangerous the situation. She would always find a way to overcome it, a commendable trait to keep a cool head, however, not in this situation. Looking ahead, Natspace couldn't help but ponder. So that's it. After I controlled its spinal cord, it immediately created another one, so my technique is useless. Although her technique was ineffective, she could still adapt, learning about Onmeyer's strength and abilities through what she called mind sharing. Without any worry, Natspace lunged forward, shouting, "Then what about this?" Natspace swung her hand, striking Onmeyer directly in the neck. Unfortunately, the person in front of her was a rock, not a person. No emotions, bones as hard as stone. The sound of a breaking arm echoed. Natspace jumped back, shouting, "As expected, it's no use. I don't have the aptitude for fighting. How can a human body be as hard as stone?" In science, authenticity is extremely important. So Natspace had to try once to be sure, even though she knew beforehand it wouldn't work. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Onmeyer touched his cheek, standing there blankly like an innocent child. However, in battle, no matter how clueless he was, he quickly snapped out of his daze. Onmeyer clenched his sword tightly and lunged forward. Natspace wasn't foolish enough to take the hit. She quickly summoned a demonic chain from underground to block Onmeyer's incoming sword strike. After receiving mental shocks 3 or 7 times, it seemed that by this moment, Natspace was no longer too surprised, she muttered. "Normally, in cases like this, there should at least be a mental weakness. I will find the deepest weakness in its psyche. If I can't hit the head, I'll go for the legs." Natspace launched a powerful attack towards Onmeyer's abdomen. He was knocked back a distance. Following that was Natspace's counterattack. Streams of blue light continuously rushed towards Onmeyer. From the center of Natspace's forehead, a blue light beam appeared. It seemed she had sinister plans involving mind control. On Onmeyer's side, he was still focused on deflecting the blue light beams shaped like locks that were approaching him. A large explosion occurred shortly after. Onmeyer quickly accelerated to avoid the blast. After a period of intense research, Natspace joyfully muttered, "Found it!" A gentle voice rang out. "Onmeyer." A familiar figure appeared with neatly bunned hair and a gentle smile. Onmeyer's mother smiled and extended her hand forward, gently saying, "Come to Mommy." This familiar voice affected the stone-like Onmeyer. His movement seemed to freeze in midair. Time stood still. On Lee Ki-young's side, while she was engrossed in killing monsters, a voice called out, "Help me!" She quickly went towards the rubble where 2 small figures were relentlessly searching for something. Lee Ki-young walked while muttering, "This voice is somewhat familiar." Seeing the 2 people in front of her, Lee Ki-young was extremely surprised. She asked in surprise, "Ji-yeon or Ha-yeon? Why are you 2 here? Only trainees are allowed here." Both of them turned their heads in shock. Ji-yeon stammered, "Lee Ki-young." Both of them became agitated, crying and hugging Lee Ki-young's legs as if she were a savior. Ji-yeon emotionally said, "Why are you here too? This place is dangerous. We should run away." Lee Ki-young froze and said, "I should be the one asking. How did you 2 get here?" Ji-yeon opened her eyes wide with worry and asked, "Where are we?" Lee Ki-young said confusedly, "We are in Changwon." Ji-yeon cried agitatedly, "Changwon? Is that the place where that operation is happening? Why are we here?" Little Haeon was also scared and cried, "This is a bloody place." Lee Ki-young wondered, "I should be the one saying that." The wailing and lamenting grew even more tragic. Ji-yeon said, "What should I do? Oh my God, I'm going to die." Haeon chimed in, "Future, I'll miss you so much." Lee Ki-young, carrying 2 limp bodies like noodles in her arms, impatiently reassured them. "Calm down, both of you, then we'll talk slowly." Ji-yeon cried as she recounted, "It happened like this. It was a morning no different from any other." When she and Haeon had just greeted the dawn not long ago, Haeon shook her and pointed forward, saying, "Miss, over there." Looking at the figure bowing in front, Ji-yeon wondered, Isn't that Hammy? I heard there's a combat plan today. Aren't you going to participate? She approached and patted Hamy's back a few times. Ji-yeon cheerfully continued, Perfect timing. I remade the curry. Come try some. Hamy muttered, I need to pinpoint its exact location, otherwise it will shatter into pieces. Ji-yeon wondered, What are you talking about? It was truly surprising. While the three of them were happily chatting, a purple light enveloped their bodies. A rare event of instant teleportation occurred. All three appeared in the center of the battle, surrounded by a scene of fierce fighting. Ji-yeon screamed in fear. Ah! What's happening here? Before she could even adapt to the situation, Hamy had moved with lightning speed and disappeared. Ji-yeon said worriedly, Wait, Hamy, don't leave us. Looking at the chaotic scene unfolding, both were extremely terrified. They felt that something serious had just happened. Ji-yeon continued to cry and recount. After that, we tried to escape. Haeyeon also said emotionally, I thought I was going to die for sure. Lee Ki-young, on the side, relentlessly comforted the two. She wondered to herself, how could they escape from there safely? Maybe they also have a talent for this? Lee Ki-young asked further, By the way, what are you two doing? Ji-yeon suddenly came to her senses and said, That's right. Turning towards the pile of rubble, Ji-yeon said worriedly, The person inside there just now was only heard crying for help. Lee Ki-young said in surprise, A person? Lee Ki-young approached and lifted the wall. The scene before her made her feel extremely surprised, Lee Ki-young muttered. She's right. Judging by the uniform, they must be slaves in Changwon. Ji-yeon, terrified, asked loudly, Oh my God, is he dead? Lee Ki-young reached out and touched the man's pulse, calmly saying, I can still feel his pulse. She looked up and said urgently, If we take him for treatment immediately, we can still make it. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out, interrupting her. It's too late. The man held up the paper in front and continued. You must be the one fighting against the half-zombies. I can't hold on any longer, so please save the others who still have a chance to survive. Instead, please read this after the battle ends. Lee Ki-young wondered. This is... The man tremblingly held out the paper, laboriously saying, This is a list of names of everyone in Changwon written by me. Most of them have forgotten their names. But we must never forget our names. We are not animals. We are not half-zombies. Ji-yeon and Haeyeon were both extremely surprised, listening intently. The man continued, We are free human beings. Hearing these words, Lee Ki-young bowed her head deep in thought. She muttered, Internal organs bleeding, dislocated joints, spinal muscle spasms. The man lay on the ground, screaming in pain. However, a miracle happened. After that, the man angrily shouted, What are you doing? Suddenly, he felt something strange. He muttered, My body, Lee Ki-young said seriously. Read the names on the list for me. Extending her hand towards the man, Lee Ki-young continued, Just as you need us, we also need people like you. She sat beside the man and continued, Stand up and join us. Let's call their names together. Lee Ki-young thought to herself, I don't know where we are, but there are always people seeking justice. Lee Ki-young smiled and muttered, You're right, Nuri. Heroes always exist in many different forms. The man reached out his hand and grasped hers. He said, Truly a bloodthirsty comrade. Let's try our best together. When helped up, the man wondered, But how did you do it? Did you study medicine? Lee Ki-young replied, It's just basic treatment. Ji-yeon and Haeyeon also relentlessly encouraged, their voices ringing out, Truly wonderful support between a strong man and a woman indeed. On Meyer's side, after hearing his mother's voice, he suddenly froze. Since his mother passed away, he had constantly thought about her. The number of hairs, every breath before speaking, her expression whenever she looked at him, and her expression when she lied. That's why he knew this wasn't his mother. But he did nothing. He just stood still and listened. Meyer muttered, I can tell it's fake without even turning around, I'm sure of it. But I want to keep it like this without having to turn back. Seeing Meyer standing motionless there, Natspace thought excitedly, Just as I thought, the answer is to control its mind. Good. I can chop it into 100 pieces. The illusory mother relentlessly advanced towards On Meyer, calling his name. On Meyer. Natspace muttered. Finding the deeply hidden emotions, I can push it deep into the abyss and destroy its mind. Childhood memories continuously surfaced in his mind. The calls echoed relentlessly. On Meyer! The footsteps of that figure relentlessly approached. The calls also sounded. On Meyer! On Meyer remembered the scene of his mother shielding him with her own body, sinking deep into painful memories. That figure grew increasingly blurry, its form indistinct. The voice continued to echo. On Meyer! It seems Natspace had angered On Meyer, he growled loudly. Enough! Saying that, he used all his strength to lunge forward, preparing for an attack. Natspace shrieked in shock. Damn it! This isn't working either. If that's the case, I'll have to dig deeper into its subconscious. The light on top of her head blazed even stronger. Natspace muttered. This method might affect my own mind, but there's no other way. A beam of light shot directly towards On Meyer. As he drew closer, that light shone brighter, blurring all the senses on his face. A silent space. Only white light appeared. Natspace was extremely surprised. In the distance was the figure of the young man, head bowed, sitting still. Natspace stood dumbfounded, looking. She muttered, What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. From where the young man sat, it began to appear, vaguely a shadow of a large, ferocious demon. Natspace's eyes widened in fear. Is that me? Why am I in its subconscious? That shadow relentlessly twisted and transformed. The monster, from an indistinct black mass, began to take on a clear form. Then Natspace's emotionless face appeared. The boy also began to change. He slowly stood up unconsciously. A dark face with indistinct features appeared. Immediately after, Natspace's illusory image was choked by countless hands and hung up. In reality, Natspace's neck was tilted to one side, fresh blood gushing out. On Meyer quickly used his sharp sword to sever her head. Looking at On Meyer's cold, emotionless face, Natspace trembled and said, What? She exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you pretending to be human? The battle seemed to be coming to an end. On Meyer looked truly tense. Natspace's head was severed, her face horrific, blood splattered everywhere. She stared at him with wide eyes. Her head fell from above, her mouth relentlessly calling, Dad! Then she fell to the ground. The earth stained a deep red with fresh blood. I rarely feel fear when it comes to the field of human science, but for a moment I was filled with terror. That was when I had to face this limitless power. You wouldn't know what Natspace had witnessed. She had completely lost her will to fight. She lay motionless, her eyes still wide open, crying out each word. Dad! She kept calling like that. At this moment, On Meyer stomped down with his foot. Her head shattered, blood splattering a whole area red. Dad! That was the last dying wish she could utter before dying. On Meyer remained silent, not saying anything, just quietly looking at the blood-soaked ground. Without stopping, he kept stomping, stomping repeatedly in the same spot where Natspace's head had been crushed by him. Thus, the battle between On Meyer and Natspace ended. Garam struggled to turn her head and look at him. On Meyer! She called, watching his retreating back. On Captain Lee Ki-young's side, Uncle Jin Jung-gu shouted, We can't keep running away forever. Let's join hands and contribute our strength. Everyone shouted in unison, their fighting spirit at the ready. Lee Ki-young looked at Jin Jung-gu and thought, Just him alone has lifted the spirits of the people in Changwon. What kind of person is he really? At this point, the combat plan was 60% complete. Thanks to the help of the citizens, the combat plan proceeded more smoothly, and they began to utilize the geographical features. Therefore, Changwon quickly fell. They had all contributed their strength to fight. At this time, the combat plan was 75% complete. Because there were no strong opponents to resist, the half-zombies began to become disorganized and lose all will. The combat plan seemed to proceed easily, but dealing with the scattered half-zombies was truly extremely difficult. This place seemed to be in great chaos. And of course, this problem was immediately resolved, it seems thanks to On Meyer fighting alongside. The combat plan was now 80% complete. On Junha's side, they were still fighting hard, reaching 85%. Uncle Ajusi was also very focused on protecting everyone. The percentage gradually increased to 90%. As for Dr. Kyuho, he also contributed, reaching 92%. On Garam's side, she was carrying an unconscious comrade on her back, tears streaming down her face, having reached the 95% mark. At On Meyer's location, he had killed Natspace. The percentage was now 99%. Kim Ye-jin, Lee Yong-rim, the last one is Kim Sang-rok. Below are 426 people belonging to Changwon. All 52 members of the suicide squad have worked hard. Jin Jung-gu read the information sheet. Then, Jin Jung-gu held up those information sheets like a trophy and announced, "We won!" Everyone cheered happily. The combat plan was 100% complete. The total time to complete the operation was 13 hours and 23 minutes. All half-zombies were dead, no human casualties. Lee Ki-young, looking like a captain, gazed into the distance. Lee Ki-young's promise not to let anyone sacrifice themselves had become a reality. The Changwon combat plan ended with victory belonging to the human side. Lee Ki-young turned her face and said to Jin Jung-gu, "Now that I remember, what's your name?" Jin Jung-gu immediately introduced himself again. "I am Jin Jung-gu." Garam approached from afar. She looked very tired. "Captain, I have something to tell you." "Jin Garam, is it really Garam?" Uncle Jin Jung-gu asked. She looked up, not understanding what was happening. "Dad!" Garam suddenly said loudly, which made Lee Ki-young feel strange. "Why are you here?" Jin Jung-gu asked Garam. "And Dad, why are you here?" Garam also asked back. Actually, these two had coincidentally met before, perhaps during the chaos. But because the situation at that time was too tense, plus many years had passed, so these two people didn't have enough time to clearly recognize each other. "Dad, is it really Dad?" Garam pressed. "It's Dad, right?" Jin Jung-gu approached from afar, calling her name, "Garam." She threw herself into Jin Jung-gu's arms, exclaiming joyfully, "Dad!" Jin Jung-gu also hugged her tightly, calling out happily, "My Garam!" "Dad?" Lee Ki-young wondered. So that's how it was when she was little. Jin Jung-gu had carried Garam out of the sea of fire. At that time, he cared. "Little one, are you okay?" Little Garam, sitting in the fire truck, said, "What's this? Dad, stop joking." Back then, Jin Jung-gu was covered in dust from work. He smiled at the little girl. "I'm sorry, okay? Thanks to Dad, you're less stressed now, right? That person is Garam's hero. I've heard about it before," Lee Ki-young thought, as she watched the two of them hug each other, sobbing. "Is fate real? There are still many chances to see a scene like this, huh?" She sighed lightly, watching them intently. "By the way, what did you want to say?" Lee Ki-young asked Garam. At this moment, the girl was still crying hysterically with happiness. After the stressful chaos with the zombies, it was finally peaceful. At that time, the sun had gradually set. A voice asked, "Are you saying this is Gong-ho?" "Yes." On the ground lay an unconscious man, his face covered in scratches. Due to the sudden change, this abnormal condition occurred. Of course, everyone doesn't need to worry too much because this isn't a serious injury. What's more worrying is... Dr. Kyuho hesitated. "I don't know how to handle Gong-ho transforming into a half-zombie like this." Lee Ki-young, hearing this, bowed her head low and said, "First, take him for treatment. We'll figure out how to deal with it later." Lee Ki-young asked Kyuho, "How many more injured people are there?" He replied, "I'm still checking. After confirming, I'll take him to the hospital for treatment." "All right, thank you, Kyuho," Lee Ki-young said to him. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Gong-ho. It's because of my incompetence that you ended up like this." Lee Ki-young gritted her teeth, blaming herself. On the street, On Meyer continued to walk. At this moment, the people in Changwon City were laughing and joking happily. Even the fighters in Letho's squad were also happy after the battle. On Meyer, with a pair of lifeless eyes, walked straight ahead. "What is family?" He stopped in the middle of the road amidst the crowd and asked himself such a question. "Hey, are you okay?" Suddenly a concerned voice asked, along with a hand patting his shoulder from behind. "Oh my God, look at this. The dark circles are even darker. Are you injured anywhere?" Ji-yeon patted On Meyer's face. He said confusedly, "What?" Ji-yeon cared. "What else is there to say? Do you know how worried she was? Even though she knows you can't die, she was still very worried. That's right. I missed you so much." Haeyeon beside him also shook him. They cared about him very much, looking like a family. "We almost died too anyway. It's good that you're safe. I really missed you," they sobbed happily. "Why?" On Meyer asked. "Why do you miss me?" On Meyer asked them back, emotionless. "Why?" They questioned themselves. "Do you need a reason to be missed?" Ji-yeon replied to him naturally, comfortably. On Meyer remained silent, not saying another word. On Meyer, "You must always remember to take care of everyone around you." He remembered that saying. "Why is that, sir?" Little On Meyer's voice asked. "If you do that, you can become president, kid." On Meyer remembered his childhood, sleeping with his mother. "Now I'm not easily fooled." Back then, On Meyer was very innocent. "You still don't know, but congratulations money, allowance money, Mom has to get it all. Until I get all this money, Mom can't die." His mother was very determined at that time. He said, "Mom, you're too greedy." "Don't talk about Mom like that. Everything Mom does is for you." She pinched On Meyer's cheeks. "Mom, let go," he said helplessly. "So cute." His mother praised him with delight. "Anyway, On Meyer, someday there will be people by your side without any reason. You must treat them well, because they are all important people." She touched On Meyer's face, reminding him. "Why is that, sir?" "I only have Mom as an important person." He wondered. His mother gently said, "That's right, but those who are always by our side without any reason, they are as important as Mom." At that time, she had gently explained it to him. Returning to the present, he remembered his mother's words from that time. He thanked the two people in front of him. Ji-yeon and Haeyeon were surprised. "Did you just say thank you?" The cute girl Haeyeon was also delighted. "Did you say you like me?" Ji-yeon couldn't believe it and said again, "No, he wouldn't say something like that." Ji-yeon and Haeyeon were flustered. They were frantic with this unbelievable surprise. "Hey everyone, On Meyer said thank you. Isn't that shocking? I like you too." Haeyeon was overjoyed, and a great journey had gradually unfolded. The fire exploded and then spread into a large blaze. After the battle, the scene was truly bleak. The history of the New World will be recorded on these scorched pages. This moment of peace existed after a tiring day. It seems On Meyer still has many problems to face. However, just when everything seemed to be over, suddenly, where On Meyer's group was standing, something attacked. Ji-yeon was attacked and fell, hitting her head hard on the ground quickly. On Meyer's arm was struck by something, severing his arm. Haeyeon, beside them, was extremely surprised. "Miss!" The little girl could do nothing at that moment but be terrified. On Meyer's face darkened at this moment. He could only remain silent because it happened too quickly. Target reached. Guidance complete. BC and the half-zombie Terate were standing in the sky, looking down at them. On Meyer was silent at this moment. His face seemed to be surging with immense hatred. Terate was observing with BC. On Meyer's face looked at Terate coldly. Terate said, "Did Zerio and Natspace try their best?" BC replied, "Yes, so that's how it is." They talked to each other. "All right." Terate finished speaking and then jumped down. He landed on the ground where On Meyer's group was standing and said, "I heard about it on the way here. You're the human named On Meyer, right? What's going on over there? Is that a half-zombie? It seems there's still one left." They were stunned when they saw Terate. They said, "Kill it!" "So noisy," Terate raised his sword. His sword began to reveal its blade and also emitted a red light. He quickly swung his sword, cutting in half those who were approaching him. He held his sword to Onmeyer's neck. When I heard about the human riot, I thought it was no big deal, but I didn't expect the riot to be this big. Of course, the appearance of an opponent of this caliber is truly fortunate for me, but I'm curious whether you can bring me a glorious death, Terate said doubtfully to Onmeyer. Then Onmeyer bent down. He didn't understand what he was doing. In that moment, Onmeyer didn't attack him, but quickly hugged Ji-yeon and disappeared, leaving Terate there. I didn't expect you to run away, he said. However, running away is also futile, he said, then swung his sword from afar, cutting Onmeyer's body in half. On Captain Lee Ki-young's side, she heard a loud sound. Smoke and dust filled the air. What's that? She wondered. At that time, Onmeyer had been cut in half, his upper and lower body lying in two different places. Suddenly, his upper body was thrown far away. But suddenly he regenerated his body. He quickly picked up Ji-yeon and ran away. Your ability is truly extraordinary, Terate said from afar. All right, I'll chase you to the end. Let's see how far you can run. Terate quickly chased after Onmeyer. Captain Lee Ki-young saw this from afar. She remembered Ritsuru once said, if you ask what kind of person the #1 Terate is, he's the one who always wears a super strange outfit regardless of the weather. He has a ponytail and carries a long sword. He thinks he looks cool doing that, but to me, he's like a sicko. But anyway, this doesn't matter. At that time, Ritsuru continued. The Guardians don't know each other's abilities clearly, because we don't need to communicate or fight each other. Actually, I don't have much information to tell you, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Our leader has disappeared. So the strongest pillar of the red team right now is Terate. Do you know what I mean? If you capture Terate, you won't need to look for the other Guardians. He explained. I mean, the red team will be shattered if you do this, Lee Ki-young realized. Those who can still fight, follow me, Lee Ki-young ordered everyone there. She quickly thought, if we do this well, then today, right here, we might be able to end everything. Terate was chasing Onmeyer when he suddenly stopped due to an obstacle. The crowd, Lee Ki-young, suddenly appeared before him. What's this? You are subordinates of the human named Onmeyer? He was slowed down by these people. Lee Ki-young asked, how did you know we attacked Changwon? Did you contact Ritsuru? He asked back. Ritsuru, you killed all the other Guardians except him. Your taste is quite strange. How did I know to come here? Why should I tell you? He taunted. What? I didn't expect you to ask that, but I guess you have no reason to listen, huh? Lee Ki-young replied to him. Today is the day you die. The era of your half-zombies will end here. The group quickly surrounded Terate, preparing to attack him. So confident, huh? Very well, come at me all at once, he taunted, then quickly disappeared. Where did he go? They wondered. Initially, I came here just to meet the human named Onmeyer, but if I achieve my goal, fighting anyone is the same. His voice came from somewhere. They continuously looked around to find him. He said, show me your strength. Lee Ki-young was also looking for him, she thought. I don't see anything. Isn't that instant teleportation? Where did he suddenly go? Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, unable to stand firm anymore. Garam quickly asked, worriedly, Captain, are you okay? Lee Ki-young felt uncomfortable at this moment, she remembered. My legs are starting to go numb. The side effects of the skill I used are starting to appear. Why now of all times? She felt desperate. First, Terate suddenly appeared from space. Starting with the weakest one, he attacked Hamey first. You can't even dodge such a simple attack. It seems you're weaker than I thought. Hamey immediately fell. Hey, are you serious? Are you okay? Junha rushed to help Hamey, who was covered in blood. Lee Ki-young thought, there's no sign of him appearing. Does he have an ability that transcends the laws of physics? I can't believe his ability is so different from the other Guardians. Garam could only stare blankly. Damn it, I have to stand up. I have to protect my team. She tried to force herself to get up, but she couldn't. She suddenly couldn't stand firm anymore. Garam shouted, Captain! Hey, stop kidding. Wake up. Are you okay? Junha kept calling Hamey, sitting beside her. He felt something was wrong. Where are you? Stop hiding and come out now! Come out and fight me, you dog! He cursed. If you want to hide, then... Before he finished his sentence, Terate appeared in front of him, swinging his sword down. He slashed his shoulder, a painful wound, causing blood to spurt from his shoulder. Junha grabbed his sword, then cursed, "Don't mess with me, you dog! Were you hiding behind me, you dirty player? Your spirit is quite strong, but that's enough." He swung his sword twice more at Junha. Pride alone can't kill an opponent. Only when you have enough skill do you have the right to show your pride, and you do have potential. He turned and left. At this moment, Ajusi rushed forward. "You dare touch the children? I won't allow it!" Very quickly, Ajusi's hand was severed. Commendable of you to try and overcome your fear. Terate seemed not to move at all, yet he could sever Uncle Ajusi's hand so cleanly. He was a formidable opponent, truly not to be underestimated. Terate raised his sword at this moment. "But you're too weak. Trash like you with no potential for growth shouldn't be kept around." Garam couldn't stand by and watch anymore. She started to rush forward. "Stop it, you!" But Lee Ka-young held Garam back tightly, ordering her to stop. Lee Ki-young used the skill in her eyes. "Move! Move!" Lee Ki-young quickly dashed towards Terate. Lee Ki-young somewhat blamed herself, shouting loudly for Garam to hear. "It was my misjudgment. Quickly lead everyone away, please." She knew she couldn't defeat him, but still tried to hold him off so they could escape. "Captain!" Garam could only call out to her. Lee Ki-young had used her power to push Terate far away. "Damn it, what should I do?" Garam was left alone, surrounded by her comrades who had been attacked by him, all lying motionless. On the other side, Lee Ki-young had successfully attacked Terate, moving him to another location to protect Garam's group. His sword was quickly knocked away. Terate was gradually pushed back. He squatted down, his sword returning to his hand. Then he praised, "I didn't expect your speed to be quite fast. So there's still someone useful." He looked at the opponent before him, Lee Ki-young. "I don't know where you rushed off to, but if you're coming, you have to come quickly, on Meyer. I don't know how much longer I can hold out." She seemed to pray that these words would reach on Meyer's ears. Inside the hospital, a voice called, "Dr. Kyuho." When he turned to look towards the voice, "It was on Meyer," he asked. "Can you save this person?" Before Dr. Kyuho's eyes was on Meyer carrying Ji-yeon in his arms. She was unconscious and covered in blood. "Hey!" On Meyer called Kyuho. He turned his head to look when he heard the call. On Meyer, carrying Ji-yeon's bloodied body, called from behind, "Sir, can you save this person?" Inside the treatment room, everyone was still tending to each other's wounds after the battle. "What's going on? Are there still some half-zombies left out there?" Kyuho wondered as he quickly rushed Ji-yeon to emergency treatment. He thought, "On Meyer left immediately, so I couldn't ask anything. No, asking at this time is useless anyway." He remembered earlier, when On Meyer brought Ji-yeon, Kyuho had asked, "Hey, On Meyer, what on earth happened out there?" On Meyer still didn't answer him, only asking, "Can she be saved, right? Say she can be saved, promise me." He just wanted him to say that. "I'll try my best." Kyuho stopped asking and said that to On Meyer. Returning to the present, Kyuho thought again. He looked very angry. In that state, he wouldn't answer for a long time. As he tried to run as fast as possible to save Ji-yeon, a man ran up and called out loudly, "Dr. Kyuho, I think you should come here quickly. There are many patients at the front door." Kyuho turned his head in astonishment. "Many patients? What's that?" The man hesitated. When they reached the front door of the hospital, Garam was there, and others were unconscious, their bodies covered in blood. She squatted there, exhausted. Garam fell into Kyuho's arms, begging, "Senior, please save everyone. Garam, wake up!" Kyuho exclaimed. The other man said, "Doctor, what about the other patients? What should we do?" Kyuho was flustered, then suddenly remembered, "Ah, that. First, take everyone to the operating room for me," Kyuho quickly decided. The man replied, "Yes." Everyone quickly put the patients on stretchers and immediately took them to the room for emergency treatment. Kyuho sighed in relief. He ruffled his hair in confusion. Suddenly, there are so many patients needing surgery like this. Right now, I'm the only doctor, so who should I treat first? He thought further, I can't treat everyone, damn it. Is doing this right? Depending on my decision, some will live and some will die. He felt confused, not knowing what to do in this situation to get the best outcome. He clutched his head, frantically thinking what to do. There must be some other way. At that moment, Ritsuru spoke from behind. Hey, human. I'm very good at entertaining, you know. Ritsuru had now shrunk, no longer looking fearsome. He held a bottle containing blood and said, This is Master's blood that fell on the ground. Then I'll drink it like this. He's happy. Kyuho looked at him and thought, Ritsuru lost his fighting spirit because he was electrocuted too much. He started to enjoy the small pleasures he just found. He enjoyed it with great satisfaction. If I flick my tongue like this, then like this, looking truly perverted, Kyuho gradually became angry. He shouted in his face, Shut up, can't you see how serious this situation is? He stuck out his tongue. On it was a small round object like a pill. Kyuho didn't know what it was. Kyuho held that round pellet in his hand, looking bewildered. See, a work of art made by me from blood. You like it very much, don't you? You said this is from Onmeyer's blood? Kyuho asked back. Suddenly he realized something. Wait a minute, Onmeyer's blood? He exclaimed, This is it! This is it! At this time, outside on the street, members of Letho's squad were talking to each other. What happened to the collapsed building just now? The other person replied, I don't know. Let's go find the captain. Something flew past them at Chongmat speed. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. They wondered, What was that? What just flashed by? It was Onmeyer. He dashed forward at incredible speed. Where are you? He thought as he walked. It turned out he was looking for the enemy. Although he didn't show it on the outside, it was clear Onmeyer was furious. On Captain Lee Ki-young's side, she was concentrating intensely, fighting the zombies. To rate, he used his sword to strike her from above. At that moment, Lee Ki-young also saw his blow. She raised her gun to block his blow, but his sword slash cut her gun in half. He taunted, Oh dear, the gun is broken! Then I won't use my sword either. Saying that, he sheathed his sword and kicked towards Lee Ki-young. She couldn't withstand it and immediately fell, planting her fist on the ground to endure. She threw small iron blades at him unexpectedly, but he reacted quickly and dodged to the side. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged straight at him. She jumped high quickly, intending to strike from above. But as she prepared to attack, Lee Ki-young immediately felt unwell. She fell to the ground before she could do anything to him. He just stood there looking at her and asked, What's wrong with you? Then he kicked her far away with his foot, causing her pain. Lee Ki-young was kicked and rolled on the ground, she thought. At such a critical moment, I'm gradually losing my strength. Now I can't even force myself to move. He turned his head to look elsewhere, saying, I thought this kid was worth fighting, but I guess I was wrong. Enough playing, what a waste of time. After speaking, he turned and left, his voice echoing back to her. As expected, the answer still lies with that human named Onmeyer. Lie still and don't bother me. She tried to prop herself up with her hands, ordering him to stop, but she couldn't do anything. She trembled, drenched in sweat, sitting there begging herself, Get up, please get up. I don't know what damage I'll take. Even so, I still have to stop him. But she couldn't. She once again lay flat on the ground. She couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, I can't move. My body just won't listen. At this moment, Lee Ki-young had truly lost all her strength. She lay there thinking, I have to get up. Although her will tried, her body refused to obey. She opened her blurry eyes towards him, who was gradually moving away. My team members, I must protect them, she resolved. Do you need any help? A voice spoke beside her, attracting her attention. What? Lee Ki-young wondered. I, Neria, a glowing light appeared, speaking to her, am a self-replicating AI system left behind by Nat Space. Lee Ki-young looked at Neria and thought, What is this? A self-replicating AI system. Is it the last fortress Nat Space left behind? No. Natspace didn't know about Neria's existence, which means that after Natspace died, this system still didn't disappear because this system is an independent evolutionary form. Thanks for the comment, narrator. Natspace cheerfully posed with her hands forming a heart shape. At this moment, Lee Ki-young was still struggling to support herself and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to help me? What are your intentions?" She replied, "Huh? No intentions at all. I just want to help humans because this is an interesting subject worthy of research right now." Naria had inherited Natspace's will to explore and discover. "This thought is already set, so I have no choice." She still spoke cheerfully to Lee Ki-young. Lee Ki-young looked tired. Panting continuously, she thought, calculating, "Damn it. I don't know what it's talking about, but will this system really help me? In this current situation, even if I have to sell my soul, I'll do it. There's no time to distinguish between friend and foe anymore." Lee Ki-young said to her, "All right, what should I do?" Naria replied, "You don't need to do anything." "What?" Lee Ki-young asked again. Naria took out a switch with a red button. She said, "I've already prepared it for detonation. Terate asked me to make this during the decisive battle, a defensive weapon that no one can break. Suppose it's a defensive weapon that even you can't stop." She explained, "Therefore, I put a lot of effort into creating this weapon." She was confident in her product. When the switch was pressed, a ray of light shot up from the sky. It descended and gradually approached Terate. He realized it and was surprised to see it. It was a super galaxy. It descended to where he was standing like a giant light appearing. Anyone looking in that direction could see it. It had attracted the attention of others. "What do you think? An aerial sniper rifle created by my own hands. This should be enough to kill Terate." Lee Ki-young was still intently watching him. Naria was still confident in herself. "Huh. No one there?" That mid-air light bullet, after heading straight for Terate, blew up an entire section of ground. The ground cracked into pieces, but after the smoke and dust gradually cleared, he was nowhere to be seen. Terate had disappeared without a trace. Captain Lee Ki-young used her skill to look deeply into that place to observe, but then she thought, "Even if I look inside, I can't see anything. I don't hear any sound either. Is he really dead?" She was still skeptical. Lee Ki-young began to open her mouth and smile lightly without speaking. Then she lay down comfortably on the ground and said, "I can't believe I defeated him so easily. I don't know whether to say thank you or not." Naria said to her, "It's great, right? Please leave a compliment in the comments section." She asked back, "Who are you talking to?" Lee Ki-young looked blankly, thinking, "So using that move caused Changwon to fall into this state, but a move like this might not even faze Terate. I shouldn't underestimate him." "Tell me, Naria, what should I do now?" she asked. Naria replied, "Actually, I already said you don't need to do anything. I just want to continue observing." This statement confused Lee Ki-young. Heavens, you truly are a strange friend. Lee Ki-young still lay there, smiling happily with crinkled eyes, thinking, "I can relax now. I'll think about that later. For now, it's thanks to this system that I was able to save the team members. So lucky, I feel so relieved." Then Terate's voice rang out again. "Didn't I tell you don't bother me anymore?" He appeared unexpectedly at a very close distance. He held his sword, its tip pressed against Lee Ki-young's neck. He thrust his sword into Lee Ki-young's chest, causing blood to splatter, making her cry out in pain. He continued, "The reason I didn't kill you wasn't because you still had value, it was just because you were too annoying." He despised her. He turned and left after stabbing her in the chest with his sword. "Stay there and feel the pain, die in silence, because a death like this suits you." Naria appeared and said, "This was beyond my expectations. AI sometimes also makes inaccurate predictions. You see, weather forecasts aren't always completely accurate, right? Since I don't want to get involved in this anymore, I'll be leaving now." Then Naria disappeared. Lee Ki-young at this moment tried to pull the sword out of her body, she thought. It just said that even if attacked, it wouldn't be harmed. What on earth happened to this AI? It seemed impossible to pull out the sword. Lee Ki-young began to try to lift her body up to stand. Please stand up again and fight, she urged herself. In the end, she managed to stand up. She tried to pull her body through the blade. If I let him go now, everyone will be in danger. She worried about the others. Suddenly, many blades were launched and rushed towards Lee Ki-young. It was Terate again, he said. Didn't you understand what I said, you worthless insect? Lee Ki-young could no longer stand firm. She began to stagger and panted heavily. In the end, she still couldn't hold on. She collapsed along with the sharp blades piercing her body. She tried to breathe to regulate her body's condition. Memories of the past returned. Someone asked, Nuri, what is your dream? Why are you suddenly asking that? A voice replied. You're changing the subject again, aren't you? We need to quickly draw up a battle plan and explain it to everyone, Nuri said. This will motivate us to do it faster, so speak up quickly. She remembered the memory of talking with Nuri. Nuri was angry. I don't know. I just want to sip a cup of coffee without thinking about anything. That's what I want. What about you? Are you going to use that cheesy way of talking again? Speak quickly and let's get it over with. Lee Ki-young was helpless. Truly an annoying person. At that time, Lee Ki-young had replied, That's right. I'll try to talk as cheesily as possible. That way everyone will remember me. So, even if it's embarrassing, I still have to try my best to achieve my dream, right? She spoke innocently. Nuri asked Lee Ki-young, So what is your dream? Lee Ki-young still hadn't answered that question. She hesitated, not saying more. The conversation stopped there. Her memory returned to the present. At this moment, she had stood up and approached him. He asked her, Are you still alive? Suddenly, he was flung into the air. At this moment, Lee Ki-young had returned to a fighting state. Her eyes were bloodshot, her body still riddled with his sharp blades, but she had gotten up and continued to fight. Lee Ki-young kicked down from above and sent Terate flying far away. He braced himself, but was still pushed far back. He said, Suddenly you've become like a different person. I couldn't even react to your movements. How could someone on the verge of death like you stand up? He pointed towards Lee Ki-young. He began to launch his attack. Many of his sharp blades appeared and continuously shot towards Lee Ki-young. No, it's not, he said, as if realizing something. He looked at Lee Ki-young, who had transformed into a different person. He said, This is almost like a moving corpse. Terate began to draw his sword. At this moment, he was no longer underestimating his opponent. Truly astonishing. To reveal such a wonderful appearance only at the very last moment. Very well. This time I will fight you with all my strength. Lee Ki-young changed her stance, leaning forward as if preparing to run. She started. Accelerating incredibly fast, she dashed towards Terate. Meanwhile, she thought, My dream is... She continued to rush forward, saying in her heart, As you can see, I still have many shortcomings. I can't make plans on my own. I can't even make decisions that satisfy everyone. Suddenly, she froze and slumped to the ground. Even so, the team members still chose to trust someone as flawed as me. I truly love my team. At this moment, she felt so grateful to them. On the other side, the teacup in someone's hand was accidentally flung, splattering everywhere. A concerned voice asked, Are you okay, Commander? Did you have a nightmare? There are tissues underneath. Inside the car, Ji-yoon was talking to Nuri. Nuri calmed down and said, I'm fine. Let's go quickly. Nuri looked at the spilled coffee stain on her clothes and said, Still no contact. Something must have happened. We have to go quickly. Yes, Ji-yoon replied, obeying the order. Nuri looked thoughtfully, remembering the previous conversation. Nuri was talking to Lee Ki-young. You said you wanted to protect me? Yes, I will protect you. Lee Ki-young's voice affirmed to Nuri. Then you have to live first. Is this as easy as you say? What era are we in now? Are you sure you'll survive? Nuri had asked Lee Ki-young back then. Lee Ki-young teased Nuri. Why are you so worried? Are you afraid I'll die? Nuri angrily reminded. Stop joking. Lee Ki-young continued. I'm not sure either, so you have to help me when I'm in danger, okay? Nuri said, What can I do? I don't even have any abilities. Lee Ki-young smiled cheerfully and told her, I can't let the team members see my weak side. I can only rely on you. You know, I told you to stop. At that time, their conversation was actually extremely comfortable and natural. Nuri returned to the present. At this moment, she brought the spilled coffee cup to her lips and bit down hard. She frowned, thinking, Lee Ki-young, please wait for me. I'll be there soon. She was truly very worried about Captain Lee Ki-young. On Lee Ki-young's side at this moment, she had been attacked by Terate. The wounds on her body were increasing and becoming more severe. Blood had flowed almost all over her body. Terate said, How should I put this? No matter how I look at it, you're someone who doesn't know when to stop. I will definitely kill all remaining humans. That way no one will blame someone who fought to the end like you, he said, feigning pity. Suddenly someone appeared behind him. He detected it and began to control the sharp blades to advance. It was On Meyer. He was standing behind him. He turned his head to look at him and thought, just now it was behind me and now it's behind me again. This guy is really interesting. He asked, Came looking for me? Glad to see you again. Your people are terrible, but you're different, right? On Meyer's eyes were almost lifeless. He looked at Captain Lee Ki-young. She was motionless with deep stab wounds looking truly painful. He said, In the end, nothing changed. He looked at him confusedly. It's meaningless to promise to kill him. Writing a story for Mom is also useless. Again, it feels like returning to that day. On Meyer at this moment remembered the image of standing before his mother's grave. What are you talking about? He asked On Meyer. One of his shoulders was slashed. Blood of a black color spurted from his body. Why is everything destroyed? He reached out his hand from the darkness, asking mysteriously. Suddenly, eyes arranged in rows emerged from the ground. They appeared and moved beside him. In front of him, something like a bright red tentacle suddenly emerged from under the ground, containing many horrifying eyes, and many more tentacles appeared, attacking Terate. Terate began to draw his sword. He did not underestimate his opponent. He swung his sword, severing the tentacles emerging from the ground. Looking so composed, not scared at all, truly a rare sight, he said, as if a demon. Isn't it supposed to be an angel? On Meyer at this moment had transformed into the appearance of an angel. Many eyes floated around. Good, good, you look completely different from those insects. I don't know what you're talking about, but this doesn't matter. He began to feel interested seeing On Meyer transform like that. Now I'll be serious. On Meyer stared blankly at him. Terate also faced him, he declared. I will use all my inner strength to fight you. Neria appeared at this moment and exclaimed at what she was seeing. They're really fighting. Oh my God. I'm so scared. How you feel is up to you, Neria. The angel of humanity will do what she has to do. Saying that, she began to pull Lee Ki-young's bloodied body and said, May I use this body? The fight began between the two, On Meyer still silently looking at him. He had declared, Now I will fight you seriously with my life, he said to On Meyer decisively. At that moment, behind On Meyer, the wings on his back began to move like human fingers. Terate was surprised to see that transformation. His body began to transform, sprouting masses of flesh. Those masses of flesh grew larger from head to toe. In an instant, he had transformed into a giant, horrifying mass of flesh standing before him. It was hard to tell who was the half-zombie here. He watched his transformation from beginning to end and then said, Strange sounds emitted from his body like boiling water. He used his body to crush him. At that moment, Terate had quickly escaped from this giant mass of flesh. He cut his way out from the inside and quickly jumped up. But he was caught by On Meyer's giant hand. He caught him and threw him away forcefully, causing him pain. He said, I thought you had regenerative abilities, but I didn't expect it to be almost innate. So wonderful, this guy is no longer someone to fight for victory or defeat. It's like a complicated knot. I have no idea where to start untangling it. He compared it to a tangled rope. He compared On Meyer's current state to that rope. While lost in thought, he suddenly realized On Meyer's hand advanced and crushed him, blood splattering from it. On Meyer still emitted strange sounds that echoed through the heavens and earth. "You're too noisy!" Terate's voice rang out, and Terate's blade stabbed straight towards his eye. He said, tired of this scene of barely surviving day after day, he suddenly restored his own body. He continued, "You've never thought you were all alone, have you?" The sky began to pour down heavy rain. At this moment, On Meyer's body sprouted more horrifying blue tentacles, attacking Terate. Turning the Dharma wheel, Terate began to perform some kind of magic that he hadn't used until now. At that moment, his advancing tentacles were suddenly countered by him and severed. He rushed straight towards him. "If it's a knot that can't be untied, just cut it off," he said as he lunged. "Separate!" He performed and separated this giant mass of flesh. He appeared in midair and fell. Surrounded by shattered pieces of flesh, he said, "I was planning to make it explode completely, but the main body regenerated immediately, huh? Truly fascinating. I see you have unlimited potential." On Meyer glared at him. "Why are you so angry? I find this battle quite interesting," he said with amusement. On Meyer began to attack him, but he quickly disappeared after that. Huh? On Meyer didn't understand what happened. On Meyer had never seen anyone disappear before his eyes. Because no one had ever been faster than him, he had quickly dodged the previous attack and was now standing behind him. "Your speed is slower than I thought," he said. On Meyer quickly turned his face and controlled the tentacles to advance towards him. Terate quickly countered, severing those bone masses. He said, "Useless!" He then began to use his fists to attack him. When attacking Terate, he reached out his hand to block. His attack force was very strong, very fast. The stone slabs behind were overturned. He had caught his fist, he said. "Truly disappointing. So you can't use much physical strength." On Meyer was angry now. He frantically punched him. "You have no desire to defeat me." He still dodged and counterattacked. Finally, he grabbed his head and said, "You're just having trouble releasing your emotions. The thought of how to defeat me?" He slammed his head into the ground with great force. He continued, "None of it works." In the rain, he trampled on his head. On Meyer lay motionless on the ground. He spoke to him again. "In this current state, no matter how many times you die, you can't defeat me. What if there's something like a catalyst or growth?" He cried out in pain. He had used force to step on his head. But thinking back, why did you run away hugging a woman? She seems very important to you. He reconsidered. "Or should I kill her?" The question startled him. "No," he said, each word hesitant. He didn't want that. He was surprised. And he said again, "Don't do that." At this moment, he quickly sprang up from his motionless state and struck him hard. He was quickly sent flying far away by another kick from him. He began to launch his next attack. He swung his arm up, controlling a giant bone to appear from above, and plunged down towards him. That giant bone moved towards where he pointed his hand. That massive bone quickly plunged into the ground where Terate was standing, causing a large crack in the earth. He panted from exhaustion. "Even better than the super galaxy technique, huh?" His voice rang out again. He was surprised that he wasn't dead yet. He reappeared and attacked him. "But sorry, what about this? Tricks like this can't kill me." He stabbed him straight in the neck with a knife. "I've already shown you what my abilities are like, yet you only have this. That's enough for now. I realize you could become even stronger. But if I can stimulate your inner emotions..." On Meyer struggled, trying to escape from the thing piercing his neck. "But even if I talk for 100 days, you probably still wouldn't understand." He put his hand on his chin, smiled eerily, and said, "Let me make you feel it. There are many ways to maximize physical strength. The most important thing is the determination to kill the opponent," he said, as if teaching him. "Depending on how you perceive it, it will show the appearance of breaking your own limits," he instructed. The image of Lee Ki-young from before appeared when she was stabbed by his blades. On Meyer was kicked up by him. "The physical difference between us isn't that big. Maybe your stronger side will prevail." On Meyer was kicked into the sky by him. From now on, the emotion you're feeling, remember it well. Tarate launched an attack, sending him flying far away. He still let out words, the feeling of failure, loss, and fear, whatever it is. Just because you're weak, you'll lose everything. From now on, I will be the one to lead you down the path you must take. A black sphere of some sort suddenly appeared in his hand, accumulating. That mass gradually grew larger, like a giant vortex. He pushed that giant thing towards him, a dark, gloomy vortex. The people in the city looked up when they saw that monstrous black mass. They were horrified. What is that flying thing? Kyuho, in the hospital, looked out in surprise. That's... Meyer was astonished when he saw it. That giant black sphere was heading towards him. He raised his hand to block it, but it seemed difficult. We'll repeat this soon. I hope you and I will have a different view of each other, Tarate told him. Meyer was still struggling painfully to hold on. That black vortex-like sphere spread out, overwhelming Meyer in the heavy rain. He cried out in pain as his hand was gradually swallowed by it. My hand! Kyuho heard it, surprised, and looked towards him. Ji-yeon was still unconscious in the hospital room. Today, Meyer experienced human emotions for the first time. He looked towards Meyer, deep in thought. The large sphere began to glow. In the vast, endless sky, everything was ethereal. Meyer leaned on his mother's shoulder. Meyer expressed his feelings. Mom, don't you miss me? But I miss you so much. Leaning on his mother's shoulder, he closed his eyes and smiled. Meyer whispered, What should we do now? Let's eat and talk together, okay? What do you think, Mom? I want to eat the curry Mom made. Meyer whispered, I'll eat with Mom. And with Mom. Before he could finish, his mother spoke. Lying is not allowed, okay? Meyer was still lost in his dream, his eyes still injured. After a long dream, he woke up, his hands clenched tightly, the wind blowing into the hospital room. Haeyeon saw him wake up and ran over, grasping Meyer's clenched hands. Haeyeon worried, Sir Meyer, are you okay? You're awake. Meyer was still drowsy, looking at his hand being held tightly. Haeyeon burst into tears. She wiped away her flowing tears with her hand. Haeyeon cried out, Thank goodness, you've been lying here for 3 whole days. I was so worried. Meyer was alarmed. 3 days? He couldn't believe he had been lying there for so long. He quickly put on his shoes, jumped out of bed, and ran quickly. Haeyeon cried out, Meyer, where are you going? Meyer had just woken up, his body not yet recovered. He panted heavily. The scene of the hospital lobby gradually blurred before his eyes. He passed by like a gust of wind. Kang-in, who was taking care of Ji-yeon, saw him running quickly and called out, Ah! His eyes were full of surprise. The person with Kang-in called out, Meyer, you're finally awake? Ji-yeon was still lying unconscious on the bed. Meyer was drenched in sweat. Garam asked in surprise, You said swallowed whole? Ji-yoon sat before her meal, her eyes downcast. Ji-yoon said, Meyer swallowed the black sphere Tarate launched whole. That's why everyone was able to survive. Garam held her chopsticks, looking at Ji-yoon. Garam's curiosity was piqued. Garam said, What do you mean? Tell me in more detail. Ji-yoon sighed and then recounted, It happened like this. Ji-yoon said, When we just arrived, Tarate's black sphere had already fallen. I was just standing there frozen. It was too terrifying. Ji-yoon described, The sphere was so big it covered the entire Changwon. Ji-yoon said, I don't know exactly what the power of that sphere was. It seemed that anything that touched the sphere disappeared instantly, even humans. Witnessing Meyer single-handedly stopping the sphere was very powerful, causing Meyer to use all his strength. Ji-yoon recounted at that time. Meyer had been holding back the sphere for a while. I really wanted to help him, but I didn't know where to start or how to help. And then at that moment, Meyer grew enormous. He opened his mouth wide and gradually swallowed the sphere. Haeyeon was very shocked. Haeyeon said, He swallowed the whole sphere? Is that so? Ji-yoon bowed her head, her mood not cheerful. Ji-yoon replied. Yes, Hyeon exclaimed. How is that possible? That day, Ji-yoon observed On Meyer. Ji-yoon judged, I saw him as if he were digesting it. On Meyer stood alone before the sphere, his arms outstretched, his abdomen seemed to stretch. Ji-yoon said, inside On Meyer's body, the process of destruction and formation was constantly repeating, and so, the result of repeating this for many hours, not almost a whole day, was that black sphere had disappeared. Changwon's sky was bright again. But more terrifyingly, Ji-yoon said, On Meyer's spirit was also gone. His body was lost. Only his head remained on the ground. In the hospital, light shone through the window from outside. Hyeon whispered, Although her wounds have completely healed, I don't know when she will wake up. On Meyer and Hyeon sat beside Ji-yeon's hospital bed, the atmosphere very sad. Hyeon looked at On Meyer. Hyeon asked him, On Meyer, do you know why she took care of you? The question confused On Meyer. On Meyer replied, No. Hyeon looked at Ji-yeon lying comatose on the hospital bed, her eyes full of pride for her aunt Ji-yeon. Hyeon said, When we were in Oryuk, your expression was as if you had lost your whole world. On Meyer's hair hung down, his eyes filled with sadness. He seemed to be thinking about something. Juicy had lost an arm, his face worried as he recounted the story of the sphere. Juicy said, But why are we still alive? I thought we were all dead. Did Kyu-ho save us? Ji-yoon's face darkened, her eyes closed. Ji-yoon replied, Yes, he used On Meyer's blood. I'll ask for details later. Unable to control the anger rising within him, Kim Jun-ha slammed his hand on the table. Kim Jun-ha shouted, Is that important now? The slam was so loud it made everyone look at Kim Jun-ha. Garam asked, What? Kim Jun-ha looked at Garam and shouted, Why didn't you help the captain? Kim Jun-ha frowned, his eyes angry. Kim Jun-ha yelled, You should have helped the captain with all your might. Why did you run away like a coward? Garam held her chopsticks. She bowed her head and looked at the bowl of food on the table. Garam said sadly, It was the captain who asked me. I definitely had to get everyone away. Kim Jun-ha blamed her. The captain said that, and you really ran away? Kim Jun-ha slammed his hands on the table, his voice growing louder. You should have fought together even if it meant dying. That way the captain could have survived with you, couldn't she? Kim Jun-ha added, Because of you, the captain... Garam couldn't take it anymore. She flung the food tray away. She slammed her hands on the table, bowed her head, and Garam shouted, Then what about you? The argument between the two was very tense. Garam grabbed Kim Jun-ha's collar. She leaned her face close to Kim Jun-ha's. Garam retorted, You fell on your ass before too. You talk as if you're so great. Kim Jun-ha gritted his teeth. Say that again, bitch. Kim Jun-ha pushed Garam away. Kim Jun-ha scolded. This guy tried his best, determined to fight to the death, you know? Ji-yoon cried out, Hey, you two! Garam was no pushover either. She punched him back hard in the face. Garam scolded back, You act like I wanted to run away. The captain asked me to. What do you want me to do? Tell me, what should I do? Ji-yoon cried, Stop them quickly. That's enough, you two. Ji-yoon held Garam back, while Juicy and Kim Hae-mi held back Kim Jun-ha, who was screaming uncontrollably. Garam said, The captain isn't dead. Garam's tears streamed down. Garam cried and shouted, She just went somewhere for a while. She'll definitely come back. Kim Jun-ha also cried and replied, Of course, you idiot. Do you think the captain is dead? The captain is a very strong person. Ji-yoon had let go of Garam. Ji-yoon thought to herself, The body hasn't been found yet, so I can't say if the captain is dead or not. The captain's absence is already a big deal, and the other members, even the commander-in-chief, has changed. In the room full of books, John Nuri turned around mysteriously. John Nuri wondered, So what is it you want to talk about? Jin Yong-gu stood beside Kyu-ho, raising his hand, both their faces worried. Jin Yong-gu said, As I said, this seems a bit too much. It's been 3 days since Terate left. Jin Jong-gu shared. During that time, we restored Changwon and also explored the surrounding area. Haven't we overworked ourselves? If this continues, all the survivors will die. John Nuri didn't care. John Nuri coldly said, "So what?" Jin Jong-gu was surprised. "What do you mean? Everyone needs to rest. Their bodies are still injured. Their mental health isn't stable." Jin Jong-gu, hands on his back, his face defiant. Jin Jong-gu suggested, "Guarding against zombies is good, but at the same time, we need to rest." John Nuri shouted, "If that's all you want to say, then get out immediately." Jin Jong-gu was surprised by John Nuri's words and actions. Jin Jong-gu asked, "What? What?" John Nuri's face became fierce. John Nuri shouted, "Right now, even missing a single day is a waste. We need to quickly do something to kill them." John Nuri turned to look at Jin Jong-gu and Kyu-ho, her voice full of anger. "Don't you feel sorry for those who sacrificed themselves? What's the point of complaining for those who are still alive because they are suffering?" Jin Jong-gu, hearing this, also refused to yield. Jin Jong-gu frowned and decided, "This person is really all right. Can't say anymore. We, the people of Changwon, won't do it anymore. Whatever you guys stir-fry, you can do it yourselves." After Jin Jong-gu finished speaking, he went out and slammed the door, leaving Kyu-ho and John Nuri. Kyu-ho quickly called, "Hey, wait a minute! I didn't come here to see this!" Seeing John Nuri huddled up, Kyu-ho comforted her. "Commander-in-Chief, I know you're very sad, but you need to calm down to make a judgment." John Nuri spoke up. "Kyu-ho, go outside." John Nuri made a bolder decision. John Nuri added a warning. "Bring on Meyer here as soon as he wakes up. Relying on Meyer, I will wipe out those zombies. That's what we survivors should do." Lee Ki-young was silent. Lee Ki-young had another wish. "I want to use my ability to calm the commander down, but perhaps it would be disrespectful." Lee Ki-young quickly said goodbye. "I'm leaving now. If you need anything, call me." Clear blue sky, hope good things will come. On the table was Captain Lee Ki-young's familiar hat. John Nuri still stood there, her hands clutching her body, trembling. Lee Ki-young wore the captain's uniform, still that familiar hat, her face radiant. Lee Ki-young said, "Hey, what did you say to the team members again? I don't know why it's so different before and after. What's going on? I'm listening." A stack of flag documents was overturned, falling to the ground in the large room. John Nuri alone bowed her head in pain. John Nuri's tears fell. She was tormenting herself. John Nuri sobbed, "Lee Ki-young, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Please come back." She quickly regained her composure, wiped her tears with her hand. John Nuri comforted herself. "What's this? Who's crying like this? I still have a lot of work to do. I'll do it later." Suddenly, Naria appeared beside her, startling her. Naria spoke up, "Seeing you cry so miserably, it's truly pitiful." When she imagined it, John Nuri's whole body had fallen to the floor. John Nuri screamed, "Ah, what is it?" Naria, in the form of a cloud, emitted light. Naria said, "I didn't mean to peek. I'm sorry, but of course, for Naria, this information is also useful." John Nuri asked, "Who sent you? How did you get in here?" Naria provided information. Lee Ki-young is still alive. The statement surprised John Nuri. John Nuri asked again, "What did you say?" John Nuri sat on the floor. John Nuri repeated, "You said Lee Ki-young is still alive? So where is she now?" To exchange information, Naria requested, "If you listen to Naria's lovely proposal, I will send Lee Ki-young here immediately." John Nuri, hands on the floor, couldn't maintain her composure. John Nuri said, "What proposal?" Naria replied, "I want on Meyer." John Nuri exclaimed, "What?" Naria's eyes sparkled. Naria explained, "To me, he is a subject worthy of research regarding the errors that occurred. We exchange with each other to get what we want. This is also a reasonable matter, right?" Naria suggested, "In 3 seconds, please answer yes or no." John Nuri's eyes were suspicious. Sweat dripped down her face. Naria began to count down. 3. On the table was still Lee Ki-young's hat. Naria's eyes lit up. She continued to count. Naria spoke. 2. John Nuri swallowed. She was very tense. John Nuri screamed. It was also when Naria said 1. Naria requested John Nuri to answer, "In 3 seconds, please answer yes or no." John Nuri hesitated, sweat dripping. On Meyer's footsteps grew clearer. John Nuri screamed. The door opened. On Meyer stood before John Nuri. On Meyer spoke, "Hey." John Nuri looked up at him. John Nuri stammered, "On Meyer." John Nuri's face was haggard. John Nuri pressed, "Are you awake?" Seeing On Meyer standing before her, Naria admired him and exclaimed, "Oh!" Naria cried out, "There, finally a chance to greet properly." Seeing Naria flying towards him, On Meyer thought to himself, "Green jelly?" Naria spoke up, "What are you doing here?" On Meyer coldly replied, "Came to ask how to defeat Terate." Naria praised him. "Wow, so good." Naria cutely played with On Meyer's hair with her hand. Naria exchanged with John Nuri. "Commander, according to what you just said, I can do anything to On Meyer, right?" John Nuri bowed her head, sighing. After thinking for a while, John Nuri sat up. She had made a decision. John Nuri replied to Naria, "That's right, do whatever you want." John Nuri stood up, stood beside On Meyer. John Nuri let out a word. Instead, "You must keep your word," John Nuri had used On Meyer as an exchange. The pieces of the jigsaw puzzle were fitted together. Kyuho sat beside John Nuri. He looked at her curiously. Kyuho asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what is this?" "I only did this because I was told to, but—" John Nuri doubted his understanding. John Nuri replied, "Kyuho, don't you know what a jigsaw puzzle is? This game—" Kyuho quickly interrupted her. Kyuho said, "Ah, no, I do know this game, but why do we suddenly have to put this together?" She silently looked at the puzzle piece. John Nuri explained, "Playing jigsaw puzzles helps us stabilize our minds. It helps us make the right choices through the secretion of neurotransmitters." He was surprised by her words. Kyuho exclaimed. "Really?" Kyuho whispered. "No matter how I look at it, it's confusing." On the table, Garam, Ji-yoon, and Ritsuru were also playing together. Kyuho rested his chin in his hand. He was thinking about the commander-in-chief. Kyuho said to himself, "Just now she looked so stubborn. How can she be so calm now? Seeing her discuss things so leisurely, it's a relief that she's better, but—" Everyone's puzzle progress was increasingly deadlocked. Garam got into an argument with Ritsuru. Garam shouted in Ritsuru's face, "Oh my God, I told you it's not that spot, you idiot!" Ritsuru, though tied up, refused to back down. Ritsuru retorted, "Why do you guys keep calling me an idiot? You want to die, don't you?" Ji-yoon couldn't take it anymore. She took out the remote control. She frowned, her face tense. Ji-yoon cried out, "Before I make you two disappear, listen to me. Aren't you too afraid of this?" Kyuho saw the tense situation of the jigsaw puzzle. Holding the puzzle piece made him scared. Kyuho thought to himself, "I don't want to do this at all." While bored, Kyuho suddenly remembered On Meyer. He looked around to find him. Kyuho whispered, "Oh right, where did On Meyer go? A meeting without On Meyer is not right." John Nuri knew Kyuho was looking for On Meyer, her hand holding a puzzle piece. John Nuri said, "On Meyer will be leaving soon." Kyuho was surprised. What? Despite Kyuho's curiosity, John Nuri changed the subject of the meeting. John Nuri spoke up, "There are still many issues to discuss, such as rebuilding the capital, treating Gong-ho, food supplies, internal affairs, and so on." Her hand placed the puzzle piece down. John Nuri added, "Let's start with the most pressing issue first." Kyuho was still stunned. Kyuho pressed for information. "What do you mean On Meyer will be leaving soon?" John Nuri spoke up, "Come in!" Mir, Heian, and Naria all stood before everyone, all three carrying bags. Heian was still cheerful. Mir was as calm as usual. Kyuho was very shocked to see them. Kyuho exclaimed, "Huh?" John Nuri's face was cold. She was still focused on the puzzle. John Nuri said, "Now all three of them are going to meet the number 3 arrow." Kyuho was uneasy. Kyuho cried out, "What? But On Meyer isn't fully recovered yet." John Nuri completed another new puzzle piece. John Nuri added, "This matter, I have already made a decision with Lee Ki-young." Ji-yoon exclaimed, "What did you say?" John Nuri remained cold, without a ripple of emotion. Naria cheerfully greeted her new friend. John Nuri remembered that day, during the exchange with Naria. John Nuri wondered, shouting, "Hand on Meyer over to you? That's impossible." John Nuri said, "You probably only see On Meyer as a tool. He is one of the members Lee Ki-young values. To Lee Ki-young, the lives of the team members are paramount." John Nuri was resolute before Naria's proposal. "Even if my spirit is unstable, but—" Naria was surprised by John Nuri's actions and words. John Nuri said, "I will absolutely never betray Lee Ki-young's trust." Her tears flowed. John Nuri screamed, "Get out of here now! I said get out of here!" John Nuri sat slumped on the floor, surrounded, and laughed loudly. Naria spoke up. "Pfft." John Nuri heard and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Naria explained, "Just kidding. I was just kidding you. Naria is the fairy of mankind. I couldn't possibly make such a cruel offer." John Nuri looked up at Naria, her tears still flowing, her expression doubtful. Naria extended her hand towards John Nuri, causing her to startle and fall back. John Nuri whispered, "Ah, yes." In Naria's palm was a small speaker. Lee Ki-young's voice echoed. "Nuri, can you hear me?" John Nuri quietly called Lee Ki-young. John Nuri stared intently at the puzzle piece and continued. "Lee Ki-young is still alive, and as a result of discussing the current situation, we will prioritize training for On Meyer, regardless of whether the previous outcome was a win or a loss. Right now, only On Meyer can fight that Tarady guy." Ji-yoon's eyes were full of hope. Ji-yoon spoke up, "But where is the captain now? Why didn't she come and tell us directly?" Naria's voice came. Naria said, I'm treating the captain because she's quite seriously injured." Naria twirled her goatee. Naria confidently said, "She'll be back soon, so everyone doesn't need to worry." John Nuri pointed towards Naria. John Nuri introduced, "That's Naria, the self-generating AI system NatSpace left behind." John Nuri added, "Because this AI system is interested in humans, it promised to cooperate with us." Ritsuru hummed a song. He heard the information about AI. Ritsuru thought to himself, "NatSpace's system, huh? She created a useless system. Who needs a teacher to teach them, because he'll catch up to Tarate on his own anyway?" Kyuho whispered in John Nuri's ear. Kyuho said, "It's really appreciated to get help from this system, but anyway, this is still a remnant of NatSpace. Can we trust it?" John Nuri was also worried like Kyuho. John Nuri hesitated. "To be honest, I'm not at ease with the remnants NatSpace left behind either, but there's definitely one thing I can trust." She remembered Lee Ki-young's assurance about Naria. Lee Ki-young said, "Nuri, don't worry. Naria may seem strange, but this is a good system." John Nuri knelt before the speaker. Lee Ki-young instructed her, "We still haven't met Senior Taram. Until then, I won't die, so please take care of the team." John Nuri speculated, "This system couldn't possibly know about Senior Taram. It can only be Lee Ki-young. At least Naria's words aren't wrong." Naria cried out, "Everyone don't worry," her hand propped up high, the other hand making a cute peace sign. Naria assured, "I will help On Meyer catch those managers and—" Naria shouted, "Train him to become a formidable person." John Nuri spoke up, "All right, all three of you go now." The door opened. John Nuri, hands on the table, stood up seriously. John Nuri reminded, "On Meyer, whether the training is successful or not, the fate of humanity depends on you." On Meyer, hand on the door, turned his face to look at everyone. On Meyer replied, "I don't care about that, but I will definitely kill Tarate." Hyan turned back and smiled, her eyes full of pride. On Meyer, along with Hyan and Naria, flew off. Kyuho shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Kyuho curiously asked John Nuri, "But why did you send Hyan along?" John Nuri said casually, "I didn't send her. Naria said she had to bring the little girl." Kyuho, hearing this, his eyes widened and his mouth formed an O. Kyuho asked, "Why?" John Nuri replied, The system said because the little girl is cute, so it wanted to take her along. You don't need to worry too much. I've already asked On Meyer to protect her. Q-Ho worried. It'll probably be fine, huh? John Nuri quickly asked everyone to settle down. John Nuri suggested, everyone take a short break and let's resume the unfinished meeting. We still have a lot of work to do. Q-Ho looked at Ritsuru. Q-Ho wondered, but thinking back, why didn't you chase after On Meyer? Ritsuru was just as sharp. Ritsuru bluntly replied, so if I begged, would you let me go? I'm past puberty, you know. Let's focus on the meeting. Ritsuru's mind is now only on his career. Ji-yoon and Garam, hearing this, exclaimed, "Oh, Ritsuru!" After speaking, Ritsuru cried out, I'm going to the restroom for a bit. He walked away with his tightly bound body. Q-Ho saw this and smiled, his eyes crinkling. Q-Ho reminded, all right, remember to come back. The door slammed shut. Ritsuru covered his mouth tightly with two bones to prevent himself from laughing. He was secretly pleased, making his cheeks blush. Ritsuru thought to himself, Master is going to meet that arrow guy, right? Ritsuru skipped happily after On Meyer. Ritsuru whispered, then wait for me. I'll be there immediately. Suddenly, Ritsuru was electrocuted, causing his body to glow. Ritsuru cried out, ah! Q-Ho, holding the electric shock remote, and Ji-yoon, standing at the door, saw Ritsuru smoking and sighed. Q-Ho exclaimed, seriously? Clear blue sky. A new land appeared. It was Jeju Island. Naria spoke up, we've arrived. Where is Arrow? On Meyer's footsteps had already landed on Jeju Island. Arrow saw On Meyer, Haeon, and Naria appear. Then Arrow spoke up, who are you? What are you doing here? On Meyer was cold, his face full of killing intent without a trace of fear. On Meyer replied, came to kill you. Arrow, hearing he came to kill him, arrogantly laughed and sneered. Arrow exclaimed, at the start of the manager hunt. Lee Ki-young's voice was broadcast from the speaker. We still haven't met Senior Taram. Until then, I won't die, so the whole team. Arrow's back appeared. He looked behind him. John Nuri walked along the corridor, sighed, and said, for now, the meeting is over. I still have many important things to do. I have to talk about that first. I really don't want to. But there's no other way. John Nuri bit her hand, thinking. Returning to the meeting room, John Nuri said to Q-Ho, Q-Ho, you've worked hard. Go rest. Leave the rest to me. Q-Ho looked at her and asked, Commander-in-Chief, I have something to tell you. What is it? She wondered. Q-Ho stammered. That, as we discussed in the meeting, if you want to rebuild the facilities or increase military strength, shouldn't we go to that person first? Q-Ho said. John Nuri replied, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Anyway, I was planning to go find him. It's not just a manpower issue, but in this situation, I have no face to meet anyone else. John Nuri tapped the stack of documents on the table. I know what I should do. Don't worry, I'm the Commander-in-Chief. I have to distinguish between public and private matters, she said as she stood up and walked away. Q-Ho was surprised, smiled awkwardly. You're right, Commander-in-Chief. Good luck. Returning to the present, John Nuri was tense, digging her nails into her face, thinking, although I said that, my self-respect still doesn't allow it. Hey! A voice spoke from behind Jin Jung-gu, who was sitting in front of a pile of rocks. He turned around doubtfully. What's wrong? You told me to get out, didn't you? Is there anything else you want to say? Jin Jung-gu asked when he saw John Nuri. She covered her face, sighed awkwardly. Why are you working so hard when you said you wouldn't work anymore? Suddenly I feel even more guilty. I'm sorry. John Nuri bowed her head and said. Jin Jung-gu remained silent. She continued, you also rest on time and do this and that, so let's get together again. Jin Jung-gu interrupted her. I still have work to do, so go over there. John Nuri was surprised. What? I already said I'm doing what I was assigned, so go away. I'm sure you're busy with your own work, too. Go do your work. Jin Jung-gu said while she was very confused, thinking, what is this person? I gathered all my courage, apologized, yet... John Nuri shouted loudly, embarrassed, and ran away. All right, I don't know what you're hoping for, but please work hard. I'll call you often. You must come then. Jin Jung-gu suddenly said, Hey! She shouted, What? What is it? If you want to cry, please cry silently. I heard everything from outside the door, Jin Jung-gu said. John Nuri was surprised. Then, her face froze as she turned back. What did you say? Who's crying? I really don't understand. I wasn't crying at all. You know that, right? Go do your work. I'm not the type to burst into tears over little things. John Nuri shouted loudly in embarrassment and then ran off. Jin Jung-gu watched her run away and chuckled to himself, thinking, She's really different from my first impression. A control panel appeared with the content, On Meyer, kill him. On Meyer advanced straight towards Arrow. This guy was surprised. The control panel appeared again. Number 3 or number 2, just kill them all. Hurry up, we still have to kill Terate. Haeyeon thought. It's also because of me that Ji-yeon got injured. I can't keep running away. I'm sure I also have some ability. That's why Neria brought me along. If On Meyer is in danger, this time I'll gather all my courage to save him. On Meyer continuously spoke and pointed forward. Hey, don't be careless, okay? Because from number 3 onwards, they are the real children of the boss. Kill them all, crush them, Neria shouted excitedly. Suddenly, On Meyer's head flew back in front of Haeyeon. She screamed in alarm. On Meyer? Neria was surprised. Huh? Suddenly, On Meyer recovered his body and lunged straight ahead. Neria shouted, That's right. Get back to fighting. I already told you not to be careless. Haeyeon also shouted encouragement. On Meyer, hang in there. Arrow launched a blow, sending On Meyer's head. He continued to sever On Meyer's head. His head flew off, then flew over to the other side. On Meyer, despite being hit so hard his head was severed, felt no pain, remaining very calm. Haeyeon, however, couldn't bear it and screamed. On Meyer? Neria crossed her arms, thinking, How strange. The data shows this guy isn't strong at all. Why can't On Meyer fight him? On Meyer continued to run towards Arrow, while Neria used a magnifying glass, saying, What's going on? I need to examine this carefully. On Meyer ran while thinking, I have to kill Terate to kill him. I have to do this. As you can see, even if you die many times, you still can't kill me. Moreover, the determination to defeat me. You don't have it. Someone's voice echoed. The scene of On Meyer's battle with someone appeared. Returning to reality as he approached Arrow, On Meyer suddenly stopped. Neria wondered, What? What is it? Why are you standing there like that? Arrow launched a blow, sending On Meyer's head flying again. He shouted loudly, Please stop it! Why are you doing this to me? On Meyer's head rolled a few times at Haeyeon and Neria's feet. Neria said, On Meyer, you have to attack. Why are you looking at me? On Meyer spoke up, Hey! The determination to win, what is that? On Meyer asked. Neria was surprised. So that's it. I know where the problem lies, Neria said happily. Why are you guys like this? Because of you, I've already broken all the wine bottles, haven't I? I don't like fighting, Arrow shouted angrily. Arrow grabbed On Meyer's head. He threw his head far away and shouted, Get out of here! Disappear from my sight! Haeyeon also screamed in fear. The head! No! On Meyer got thrown away! You evil bastard! How dare you lay a hand on Meyer? Haeyeon shouted loudly and ran to hit Arrow's leg. Arrow looked down. And what kind of creature are you? He raised his hand, forming a fist towards Haeyeon, shouting, Please leave me alone. Seriously, just looking at the appearance is already unappealing, Neria said. There's no other way, Neria said, and 2 hands suddenly appeared from within Neria. Arrow was kicked straight in the chest by someone's high heels. The impact was too strong, sending him flying very far. Let's start again from the basics, a girl appeared and said, Is Neria really a human? Haeyeon was surprised to learn it was Neria. Neria smiled cheerfully and replied, Not really. I can only transform into this form for a little while. Haeyeon said excitedly, Amazing! So Neria is also this strong. Neria ran off and said, First, let's go find On Meyer. Haeyeon also ran after her, saying, Arrow stood up from afar. "Humph, those evil people, they finally all left," Arrow said. He looked up at the sky and shouted very loudly, Don't come back here anymore! Don't bother me anymore!" Somewhere else, someone heard the scream, thinking to themselves, "Screaming, it's so noisy today, what's going on?" Hyunjin was sitting on a rock thinking again, "No, now I should focus on meditation. I mustn't let myself be distracted by personal thoughts anymore." Hyunjin stood up, raised both hands towards the waterfall. He said, "I sincerely pray to the great ancestor Yushin, please grant me strength." Hyunjin opened his eyes wide, continuing, "I beseech you to share your great power to console the unjust deaths of all people. I beseech you to share your sacred power." A strange object fell into Hyunjin's hands. He was surprised and immediately thought to himself, "Heavens, oh heavens! Finally the ancestors have answered my prayers. It really isn't a myth. Sacred power has finally been bestowed upon me." Hyunjin held the object down in front of him. It turned out to be on Meyer's head. He wondered, "Who is it?" Hyunjin saw it and immediately screamed in terror. On Meyer's head was lying in Hyunjin's hands, staring intently at him. Hyunjin panicked, screaming loudly. "What the hell is this?" Hyunjin screamed and then threw On Meyer's head into the sky. On Meyer's head continued to return to the air. He thought to himself, "Where did I fall just now?" On Meyer, body fully formed, landed in front of Hyunjin saying, "Excuse me." Hyunjin was even more panicked now. He shouted, "The head has turned into a person." On Meyer stood before Hyunjin and asked, "Do you know where Arrow is?" Hyunjin was surprised. Hyunjin froze, skeptical. "You scared me to death. You must have extraordinary power." Hyunjin calmed down and said, Hyunjin extended his hand towards On Meyer, asking, "You don't look like you're from around here. Is this your first time here? It's normal for everyone to make the same mistakes when they come here. Don't worry. I'll be your guide." On Meyer was confused. "I know you want to get out of here as soon as possible, but you have to be careful. It's more dangerous here than outside the forest. Now let's go back to the guild," Hyunjin said, and took On Meyer's hand, leading him away. On Meyer thought to himself, "Is he taking me to Arrow?" "What's wrong, Arrow? Why are you screaming so loudly?" Yoku appeared before Arrow and said. Arrow was surprised to see Yoku. "Yoku!" Arrow hugged Yoku's leg and wailed, "There's a weird human who tried to kill me. You said I could live peacefully if I stayed here?" Yoku said, "Arrow, calm down first." Arrow continued to wail, "He tried to kill me." Yoku gently said, "Calm down," then lightly tossed a strawberry into the air. "I told you to calm down," Yoku said. Arrow looked at the strawberry on the ground. Arrow immediately pounced and excitedly shouted, "Strawberries! Give me more! Lots more!" Yoku rested his chin in his hand, thinking to himself, "I guess more and more people are moving to the outskirts, those foolish bastards. Why do they keep coming back even though they know there's no way out if they enter? I need to strengthen the protection of the outskirts." Yoku poured a basket of strawberries in front of Arrow and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of those troublesome issues." Arrow opened his mouth and continuously gobbled down strawberries. Yoku continued, "I hope you can help maintain our guild as you usually do and say good things to the other leaders." Arrow replied while eating, "Yes, sir. I will make sure they never set foot on Jeju Island. I will tell them immediately." "All right. Thank you for your cooperation," Yoku said with a smile, while secretly sneering in his heart. Truly a naive fool. Scene changed to Nakuan Guild. Hyunjin and On Meyer stood before the elevator door. Hyunjin said, "This is your first visit, so you can go to the 50th basement floor. Hurry, get in." On Meyer entered the elevator, thinking to himself, 50th basement floor. Suddenly, Hyunjin called him, "Hey, for a young kid like you, this place is a bit hard to deal with. I hope you can make it up there. Don't give up, no matter what anyone says," Hyunjin instructed. On Meyer was skeptical. 50th basement floor, On Meyer appeared. The people there were surprised and asked, "Who's that? A rookie?" "Just a newcomer kid," a burly guy among them sneered. Another said, "I called dibs on him, so don't you dare touch him." On Meyer was surprised to see them, thinking, "Is this Arrow?" No, since when did they multiply like this? This isn't Arrow. Should I kill them all? No, I shouldn't. Which one should I start killing first? He shouldn't kill all of them. Meyer thought as he walked past them. Suddenly he met Heian and Neria here. Heian said happily, Meyer, you came too. We also got here while looking for you. Neria also chimed in. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about picking you up. Meyer looked at Neria and asked, Who is it? Heian immediately replied, It's Neria. She can transform into this form. Meyer understood, while Heian said in surprise, You're really easily convinced. Heian immediately said seriously, Now that we've found Meyer, let's quickly go back and kill Arrow. Because there are still many people alive on Jeju Island, we need to save them. Neria interrupted, objecting. Impossible! I can't miss such a good opportunity, Neria chuckled to herself and said. Heian wondered, A good opportunity? Neria continued, Look around, don't you feel anything? There are many people here who possess something Meyer doesn't. Blood-red eyes were staring at the three of them. This is the earthly hell of Jeju Island. This is a place for those who didn't become slaves on Oryuk Island or any other place. Neria began to explain. Initially, humans were sent to slaughterhouses to be used like livestock. However, the Nakuan Guild gave him another chance. That opportunity was a one-on-one challenge. The image of two boxing gloves symbolizing boxing. The image of a ranking scale from 4B to 4F appeared. Neria continued. Whoever wins 10 one-on-one matches will be moved to the next floor until the end. Once someone reaches the 50th floor, they can choose to leave or live on Jeju Island. Conversely, if you are defeated 5 times, you will immediately be turned into a pet. This is also the first time I've known about the existence of such a place in the slaughterhouse. Humans will be forced to fight each other. But I don't know what benefit this will bring to the Nakuan when they built this place, Neria said. Heian exclaimed, Well done, Neria. How did you find out so much? Neria smiled and replied, I don't know. When you ask. Neria approached Meyer, looked straight into his eyes, and said, Anyway, humans are still fighting with all their might to win. As for the compassion you lack, instead of being flicked on the head by Arrow for 100 days, I'm sure the experience here will be much more valuable, right? Meyer pondered thoughtfully. Compassion? I don't have it. Heian spoke again hastily. But doesn't that mean we have to kill everyone here? Neria coldly replied, So what about that? The reason we're here is for Meyer's development. If killing a few people means that experience will help Meyer develop, it also means he'll be able to save more people. Isn't that a good thing? Neria said with a demonic glint in her eyes. Neria immediately pushed Meyer away and said, Go in, you have to fight one-on-one. Heian cried out in surprise, Wait a minute, we should go together. Basement, 50th building, one-on-one combat area, 2 participants were fighting fiercely. The audience was extremely excited, shouting and cheering. Go hit him! Hit him harder, you idiot! Finish it! No matter who the winner is or both will die and become delicious livestock. Screams echoed as the two launched fatal blows. A one-on-one combat area, where human lives hang in the balance, an arena packed with spectators. 500 registered participants for the day will fight in order, starting from number 1. The criteria for winning are surrender, inability to fight, or delivering 20 punches as judged by the referee. Once a winner is determined, the next contestant will be replaced. And the fight continues like that, everyone bearing their corresponding numbers. Losers can register to fight again. Number 355 wins, number 356, please enter the ring, the referee's voice announced. Meyer, it's your turn, Heian said while Neria cheered. You can do it, hang in there. The referee announced, Both contestants, please step into the center. The other guy looked at Meyer contemptuously and said, Just a kid? The fat guy, number 399, below said, So jealous, I also want to fight that kid. The guy next to him, number 444, also replied, I'll aim straight for his number. Meyer's opponent arrogantly said, This match is like a freebie for me. Thanks, kid. Referee signals, begin! That guy rushed forward and punched On Meyer straight in the face. Don't blame me, I'm just doing what I was told. The announcement rang out. 1 point for number 355. The guy suddenly panicked and thought to himself, "What's this? It's like I'm punching a brick." His hand trembled violently. "The kid must have trained very regularly, but it's impossible," he said, and continuously punched On Meyer. Again, the announcement, number 355, 2, 3, 14, 15 blows. Haeyeon outside was alarmed. "Oh my God, I think there's still something wrong with On Meyer. On Meyer is about to lose." Naria, on the other hand, was deep in thought. While being attacked by the other, On Meyer showed no reaction. In his mind was only, "I have no ambition to win." On Meyer seemed to be floating in mid-air. He kept thinking, "What is it? I still don't know." The audience grew increasingly excited, shouting, "Hooray, hooray! Finish him off quickly. It's been a long time since we had a kid. He must be delicious." The announcement continued, "No, 355, 19 blows." That guy punched On Meyer, sending him to the ground. He lunged towards On Meyer and shouted, "This will be the final blow. It was a good match, huh? Kid." On Meyer still stood motionless. On Meyer just bowed his head. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. "Tilt your head 53 degrees to the left." Unexpectedly, he dodged the other guy's kick. "Excellent!" It was still that voice. It continued, "Don't think of it as fighting an opponent. Think of it as extending your arm." On Meyer advanced and punched him straight in the stomach. The punch sent him flying to the edge of the fighting ring. Everyone was stunned. "Very good. Now don't think too much about it. Hesitating to extend your fist won't bring any benefits." That voice continued to ring out, and On Meyer still stood there. "Fight, as you usually do." On Meyer looked behind him. "You did very well on your own, On Meyer." A strange person was standing under the ring and said. On Meyer glanced behind him, his eyes cold. A mysterious person was standing behind the separating net, watching On Meyer intently. On this side, Haeyeon was happy because On Meyer had won. She couldn't contain her joy and cried out, "On Meyer won! I thought he really lost, so I was worried to death." Standing on the winner's podium and looking down into the distance made Haeyeon, outside, wonder where he was looking. Naria at this moment looked at On Meyer with a seductive gaze and said, "It was I who made On Meyer like that. I created a welcoming image for On Meyer. Standing before On Meyer right now is a reliable figure, but who that figure is, I don't know." The image of the mysterious person standing and observing earlier gradually blurred and disappeared. On Meyer realized and said to himself, "Ah, so it wasn't real." The referee spoke up. "Number 355 loses, number 356 wins." Below the stage was the image of the opponent lying outstretched with a very expressive face. The referee held up the name tag 355 and wondered, hasn't this guy lost 5 times already? So then, number 355 confirmed to become food. The referee spoke as he threw number 355 towards the starving people in the cage not far away. They fought over the person who had just been thrown in, trampling each other to get food. The scene was truly chaotic. They enjoyed their meal and complained, but eventually accepted it because 355 was of poor quality. Haeyeon and Naria stood outside, observing with completely different attitudes. Haeyeon seemed terrified, covering her mouth with her hand, trembling and saying, "Is this what becoming food is like? It's too much. Why is it so cruel?" Naria, on the other hand, saw this as normal, her face expressionless, indifferently saying, "What's so surprising? This is the current reality of humanity." On Meyer, on this side, watching this scene, could only ponder, his heart undoubtedly filled with turbulent waves. On Meyer continued with the matches. He defeated opponents one after another without wasting too much time. The mysterious, illusionary figure appeared fleetingly in On Meyer's matches. The referee's voice rang out again, "Number 356 wins." System displays notification. First floor above ground. With the help of the welcoming image of that reliable figure, On Meyer quickly advanced straight to the first floor above ground. On Meyer, along with Neria and Hyon, stepped out of the elevator. Hyon, walking behind, relentlessly expressed her admiration for On Meyer. Her eyes lit up as she said, "I didn't expect to reach the first floor this quickly. On Meyer is truly amazing. Moreover, we can even form a team. So lucky." In this Nakuan club, there is also a team system. A team consists of 2 to 5 members. Then the whole team will advance to the next floor. Neria looked at On Meyer and said, "I feel relieved that you no longer hesitate when you strike, but I still feel like something is missing." Neria began to calculate. On Meyer's physical strength is too strong, so even without the will to fight, he wins as easily as playing. On the contrary, this makes him behave more like a machine next time I have to do something. While calculating, Neria was interrupted by Hayon. Hayon excitedly said to everyone, "I just heard someone is going to the flea market. Can we try going there once?" Neria, finding it too childish, immediately stopped her. "Do you think this is a tourist spot, little girl? Not a chance." Inside Jeju Island, Nakuan Market, the whole market was bustling with people coming and going. Hayon, seeing this liveliness, couldn't contain her excitement and happily said, "There really is a flea market." The 3 of them were walking in the market when Neria's true form appeared. She said in surprise, "How can there be a place like this in a slaughterhouse? It seems there are no zombies here at all. The data I have on Jeju Island doesn't match this at all. Clearly the managing official should have reported on the management status of the slaughterhouse, right? It seems someone falsified the report." Hayon's voice echoed through the market. She and On Meyer went to a fried chicken stall. Hayon said, "Uncle, can I have 1 fried chicken hot dog, please?" The vendor was also very cheerful selling to them. Hayon saw a strange item and wondered, "What is that win coin?" The vendor, hearing this, thought Hayon was trying to get away without paying, and immediately shouted, "What's this? You don't have money and still want to trick me?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, shooing the customers away. Only innocent Hayon was still diligently explaining that she didn't know what it was. So she asked. While struggling, not knowing what to do, a hand reached out, along with money paid to the vendor, saying, "Here, 10 win coins. Get 1 for each of the 2 kids for me." This surprised Hayon, while On Meyer didn't seem to care much. He just stood there silently all this time. The person who just paid looked at On Meyer and said, "So you safely made it to the upper floor, thank goodness. It's been a long time since a kid participated, so I was very worried. Anyway, you're amazing. Although your abilities are a bit unusual, I didn't expect you to reach the upper floor so quickly. It took me several months, and moreover, I'm still struggling because I've already lost 4 matches." It turned out the person who paid for On Meyer and Hayon was Hyun Jin, but it seemed neither of them remembered who he was. Conversely, Hyun Jin was very impressed with On Meyer and was quite excited to meet him again. Hyun Jin was also very enthusiastic in introducing the general layout of this area to On Meyer and Hayon. "If you want to walk around, be careful of the outer area. Walking around the inner area is also safe, but in the outer area, just making eye contact with a guard is enough to get you shot." Hayon then had a chance to wonder, she asked Hyun Jin, "But what is that win coin?" Hyun Jin also patiently explained to her, "Ah, this is the first time you've heard of win coins, huh? This is the currency used in this place. As its name suggests, victories achieved in matches will be converted into currency. 1 coin is equivalent to 1 win. People can exchange money at the exchange station. This station is located on the ground floor of the club. There's a rumor that if you accumulate 10,000 win coins, you'll be able to escape Jeju Island immediately." Hayon, eating a hot dog, heard this and her eyes lit up. She said with wide eyes, "So that's why there's this flea market." Neria didn't want to let them stay outside for long, so she reached out and hugged both On Meyer and Hayon, saying to them, all right, enough fun. Let's go back to training." Hayon still bargained with Neria, but of course Neria didn't agree, so Hayon could only cry out, "Neria, you're so mean." Neria hugged both of them and carried them away, saying as she walked, "What's so mean? A fairy of humanity like Naria here must quickly help On Meyer become strong as fast as possible. They just left like that, leaving Hyun-jin standing alone behind, only able to smile wryly and wave goodbye. On the first floor above ground, in the players' waiting room, Naria had brought both of them back to the competition area, she said. Starting from the floor above ground, you only fight one match a day because we have to ensure the quality of the food source. We've already agreed on this, so when there's a match, we'll go straight to the arena. Hyeon went to secure the food source and was a little alarmed. Naria, on the other hand, looked at the problem seriously and said, "Let's see. There's a lot of incorrect information in the data, so Naria doesn't know either. First, I will lower On Meyer's abilities. If On Meyer keeps fighting like this for the next 100 days, it won't help improve his strength at all. If I touch his muscle fibers, I can control them to some extent." As Naria spoke, she used magic on Meyer's body and abilities. The loudspeaker announcement rang out. "Contestant number 356, please proceed to the arena." Hyeon heard the name and couldn't hide her excitement, saying, "On Meyer, it's your turn, let's go." On the first floor above ground in the arena, the surrounding crowd was very excited, shouting, their voices echoing, "Start quickly! Hasn't anyone lost 5 matches today yet? It's number 356, kill them all! I bet these 2 morsels will win." On Meyer had stepped out. Hyeon and Naria stood below, observing. Hyeon looked somewhat worried, looking up at the stands and saying, "So nervous. What if the people on the upper floor are stronger?" Naria, however, still had that emotionless face and said, "If that's the case, it would be great." A foot stepped onto the stage. It seems this person caught Hyeon's attention. The person who appeared on the stage was Hyun-jin. He appeared, saw On Meyer, and immediately said, "What a coincidence, to meet again in such circumstances." The referee's voice rang out, "Both contestants, prepare." On Meyer seemed to be calculating something. Hyun-jin, looking at On Meyer in front of him, seemed unhappy and said to himself, "Having to fight a child. I don't feel good about this at all." The referee didn't wait long and immediately said, "Match begin!" On Meyer didn't say much and immediately attacked Hyun-jin. The unexpected attack caught Hyun-jin off guard, but he still managed to dodge it. Hyeon and Naria were surprised. He dodged On Meyer's attack. As expected, people on the upper floor are different. Naria also no longer maintained her cold expression. She too was eagerly watching and added, "Finally, a worthy opponent." Hyun-jin, though he had anticipated On Meyer's abilities, was also quite surprised by the techniques On Meyer unleashed. He thought, "So fast. This kid advancing to the upper floor so quickly isn't due to luck. I can't let my guard down just because he's a kid." Both again launched their attacks towards the opponent. The people below shouted wildly, "Fight well, number 356, beat him to death." Hyeon looked at the situation on the field with regret and said, "Only On Meyer is attacking. So frustrating. I thought I found an opponent." But shortly after, Hyeon discovered something was wrong. "Hey, wait. That person has already lost 4 matches. What does that mean? If he loses now, won't he become food for those guys?" Hyeon realized and immediately worried, not knowing who to cheer for. On Meyer and Hyun-jin were still in battle. Not long after, heavy panting came from Hyun-jin. He was now lying on the floor of the arena, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I'm about to be done for. Because I underestimated a kid, this is my karma. No, even if I didn't underestimate him, it would still be hard to bridge such a large gap." "You've suffered too much until now. Perhaps this is it, master." Hyun-jin suddenly remembered his master and almost resolved to do something. It seems he will gather his strength and use his strongest technique. Hyun-jin was still talking to himself. "The promise not to attract attention from master. Perhaps I can't keep it anymore." Hyun-jin seemed to have officially entered the game now. He counterattacked On Meyer and landed a hit, causing On Meyer to be cursed by the crowd below. This also surprised Hyeon. What's wrong? Does On Meyer suddenly want to lose the match? Naria, on the other hand, was focused on playing something and not paying attention to the match. Though she seemed uninterested, Neria was still secretly watching the match, her eyes assessing. I don't know what's happening, but the opponent's strength is different now. Of course, this isn't surprising, but this power is very similar to... Hyunjin's image appeared in Neria's mind, along with a name. Terate. Onmeyer's face became ferocious. He said Terate with deep resentment. His body immediately trembled, completely different from his demeanor just now. Haeyeon, below the stands, looked on and wondered. Why is he suddenly like that? Something seems a bit strange. Neria, on the contrary, was feeling thrilled, thinking to herself, isn't he trying too hard? Just because the opponent exudes an aura similar to Terate's? Just in case I told Onmeyer not to use his abilities, how will he deal with this interesting situation? I'm really looking forward to it. Onmeyer seemed to lose control. He let out a shout and then lunged straight at his opponent. Different from his hesitant demeanor earlier, Hyunjin became more confident, ready to retaliate against his attacks. He swung his arm, Hyunjin, immediately ducked down to avoid it, then struck from above, sending him flying. Seeing his strange expression, he immediately thought to himself, strange. Just now this kid was moving like a machine now, on the contrary, he's like a wild animal. Onmeyer flipped over, delivering a kick with his leg. Hyunjin, immediately blocked it. He caught his leg with both hands, flinging him far to the other side of the stands. He seemed to have lost control, quickly turning around, his eyes like those of a wild beast, lunging towards Hyunjin. Seeing this, he immediately blurted out, "Damn it, how can you still endure this, kid?" Then he immediately used a continuous palm strike, hitting him mercilessly. Extremely professional demeanor. The audience, seeing the situation change so drastically, angrily shouted, "You were fighting so well just now. What the hell are you doing, number 365? Can't you even fight properly? Then you might as well die. That's right. You'd rather become food for us." Onmeyer, inside, knelt down, panting heavily. His eyes blazed, letting out a roar like an out-of-control beast. It seemed he wanted to break the rules, unleashing his abilities. Neria, observing the situation from below, reminded, oh my, no. I clearly said not to use abilities. If this place blows up, it'll be a lot of trouble. Are you planning to repeat that?" Hearing this, Onmeyer froze. The strange girl with the hat appeared again and said, "Letting emotions erupt is useless. You've experienced it before. You want to defeat Terate. But is what you're doing now any different from back then? Do you only realize it when you've lost everything?" His emotionless eyes seemed to be moved by her words. He quickly retracted his energy. Seeing this, she continued, "Control your own emotions. Think of a way to defeat the opponent with reason." Then he quickly regained his composure and stood up. Sensing this, Hyunjin was startled and thought, what? His surrounding atmosphere has changed again. On this side, she continued, "How have you been fighting until now? You scream and run straight at the opponent, right? Think until now How did you fight?" Onmeyer raised his hand, his posture resembling Hyunjin's from before. Realizing that, he immediately said, "That move, are you imitating me?" It seemed so. The energy he emitted was also as terrifying as Hyunjin's display just now. The entire arena suddenly emitted a strange light, illuminating a vast area. The audience, seeing this, immediately became agitated and worried. What's suddenly wrong? Why does it feel like the air has suddenly become heavy? Neria's pupils trembled, her face flushed with excitement as she witnessed the scene before her. Unlike the atmosphere over there, this old man, relaxing, suddenly realized something. Holding a pipe in his hand, leisurely sitting on a cushion, he said, "Finally it has arrived." Returning to the fight, Hyunjin, drenched in sweat, dodged Onmeyer's blows. He hit him on the head with his hand. The referee immediately ruled, "Number 42, 20 hits. Number 356 loses." Onmeyer looked at the person before him, panting heavily, and suddenly said, "Huh?" Neria below spoke up. "This kid, this is too interesting." Haeyeon, not understanding, turned and asked, What? What happened?" He let out a puff of air and then laughed. "Surprising, just by looking, he could learn a part of the technique. I feel so pathetic for underestimating this kid." However, it's best you don't learn this skill. Master said this is a dangerous skill. Hearing this, he immediately asked, "A dangerous skill?" On this side, a voice was uttered. "Lord Yoku, it seems I have found a high-quality food source." The other end of the line replied, "Oh, really? Proceed according to the process. Ah, and on my way there, please make some more strawberries because I have to feed that idiot Arrow too." The large man heard this and immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." In the arena, the referee approached him and said, "Number 356, give me your name tag." Meanwhile, Hyun-jin, who had just left, said, "Anyway, thanks to you, kid, I learned a lot. If there's a chance, I'd like to fight you again." "Hey," On Meyer, ignoring the referee, called Hyun-jin, "that technique just now, explain it to me in detail." "Huh?" he replied. "Let's see, unfortunately, this isn't something I can decide. Sorry." Naria, below the stands, observed everything, her face full of amusement as she thought. It's quite a pity not to get the desired results, but I'm sure On Meyer really needs that human skill. I can't miss this. "No way," Hyun-jin said in alarm. "That's not something I can decide on my own." After the battle between On Meyer and Hyun-jin, Naria followed him everywhere, begging him to teach her his skills, but Hyun-jin continuously avoided this. They appeared at all times, asking him to teach them, even crawled out of the toilet to beg him, causing him to scream in terror, tears streaming down his face as he ran away because Hyun-jin hated scary things like that. Feeling unbearable, he turned and berated. "Why are you like this, kid? Aren't you strong enough already? What's the reason you absolutely have to learn that power?" On Meyer, hearing this, fell silent in thought. Then he spoke up. "Because I don't want to repeat that again." "What?" he asked back. Although I don't understand what he means, I can feel the weight in those words. Has he been through something terrible? Thinking this, he immediately sighed and said, "All right, first let me take you to see Master." Hearing this, she immediately cheered with joy. He thought, because even if I take him, it won't be any use. Master will definitely refuse decisively. "Very good," he said. "Begin training immediately," he said while picking his nose with his finger. "This is the great sage Kim Ji-ho, Kim Hyun-jin's master." Hearing this, Hyun-jin was immediately startled and said, "What, sir?" "Because this power is very dangerous. Master said not to use it carelessly." He calmly replied, "Because you are weak. You cannot use it carelessly." He also said, "But that kid is on par with me." "Do you really think you're on par with that boy? That's why I said you're still weak. I don't know what method that boy used to suppress his power. You fought a child who was only using less than half of his strength." He explained to him. "If you fought with the boy's inherent strength, you wouldn't stand a chance. No, you'd be dead already." Hearing this, Naria immediately laughed and said, "Oh my, an old man trapped in this place actually knows that." He jumped down from the chair and replied, "Our tribe lives separately from human civilization. Since birth, we have had spiritual powers passed down from generation to generation. Not long ago, I had a premonition that something bad would happen. Right now, my homeland, the place where I was born and raised, is being ravaged by those zombies. I didn't expect Master to say that. What kind of power does that kid really possess?" Saying that, he turned around and said, "So let's start right away. No need to drag out this boring time since we agreed to train. That's why we gathered here, right? I'll test your current abilities first, of course, before that. There must be etiquette. Follow me." "It's all up to you," he said, then bowed. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "What's this?" He explained, observing etiquette before battle will greatly help in controlling power. Hearing this, he immediately said, "Too troublesome." Hearing this, he was flustered and said to himself, "This kid is stranger than I thought." Then he immediately turned back and explained in detail, "From now on, the power I guide you will be similar to your own will. The core foundation for handling this is a calm mind that is not swayed by anything. Observing etiquette before an opponent will bring a righteous will that is not caught up in private distractions. Your own useless thoughts. Throw them away and focus on yourself. Don't let emotions take over. Focus on why you must defeat the opponent, why you must become strong. Hearing his instructions, he also muttered to himself, "Why must I become strong?" At this moment, the image of the strange girl with the white hat appeared again. Hyun-jin watched them practice, observing intently. Haeyeon was also equally focused, only Naria was unusually excited and thrilled. "Can you do it, kid?" he asked him. At this moment, the image of that girl was also made to disappear by those words. He clasped his hands together, held them out in front, and firmly replied, "Of course." "Can you do it?" he asked Meyer. He firmly replied, "Of course." He said, "Very good. First, can you show me your killing intent?" Hearing him say that, he immediately asked, "How do I show it?" "How to do it? Act as if you literally want to kill me. Like this, like this. It will greatly help your training later on," he said while gesturing with his hands to help him visualize. Hyun-jin, observing on this side, immediately said, "Speaking of killing intent, is that how that kid looked when he fought me?" Naria, beside him, excitedly shouted with great delight, "I'm so looking forward to it, I want to see Meyer's killing intent." "Then you try it," he urged him. But he just grimaced, trying to put on a terrible expression. It even caused laughter. Haeyeon, on this side, seeing this, shrieked. So cute! Give me another wink, please, more!" she shouted happily. Kim Ji-ho observed him for a while and said, confused, "It seems this kid doesn't grasp emotions at all. Don't worry. Let me explain slowly." Saying that, he returned to the lesson. "Do you know how animals live? Since ancient times, our Yushin tribe has learned how to survive through them. On the outside, they look very simple, but in reality, it's not like that because every action is linked to their own survival. Later on, what you need to learn is not individual actions, but about their fierceness, intelligence, and cold-bloodedness. Seeing is believing. With your current level, just a few practice sessions and you'll get it. Come on, try attacking me," he said, then immediately assumed a fighting stance like a bird. He quickly struck with his hand, but he, Kim Ji-ho, easily dodged it. Not knowing where he got it from, he used a ladle to hit him hard on the head. The three of them sat eating persimmons, watching the two on the other side practice diligently. Only Naria was dejected, not eating, and sighed once. She assessed. "At first, the old man didn't seem trustworthy at all, but now I see he's truly a wonderful old man. Even though Meyer's physical abilities have been limited, he fights better than I thought. Meyer, too, he can release his physical limits through his own will. Meyer's will has become stronger than before." Thinking this, she turned to Haeyeon and said, "But anyway, I really want to quickly see Meyer's wonderful appearance." Haeyeon, her mouth full of cute persimmons, offered her one and said, "Eat this, Naria." Oh, thank you," she replied. The sky had turned yellow. Meyer would be training frantically for the next few days. Training like this is truly hard to do. Kim Ji-ho was training with Meyer when he suddenly realized something. He immediately thought, "Strange. This physical strength clearly seems to want to pierce through the sky, but the punches this child throws are no different from rhythmic movements. What is making this child hesitate so much?" Meyer kicked him once. He immediately leaned back, dodging, while saying to Meyer, "Do you know about the battle between the best hunters?" "Yes," he replied. He continued, "Even though they already have everything, they still always fight to the end. Can you think of a reason for that?" "I don't know," he replied nonchalantly. Actually, the answer lies right in the question. Because they already have everything, they fight even harder. If they fail, they will lose everything. Saying that, the training stopped. He sat on a rock and said, "You right now, why are you fighting?" He asked back, "Why am I fighting?" "Yes," he replied. He said, "Because I'm angry." "What?" he asked back. He also pondered. Then he immediately said, "Important people keep getting killed, so I feel angry." Kim Ji-ho silently looked at him. Then he pointed at him and said, "Show me your fist." On Meyer showed his fist. He observed it for a while and then said, "In short, you don't want to lose what you have, right? Is because you are protecting something. That's why you fight. The end point of this fist is the reason why you must win. Come on, use what I taught you and finish this match. From tomorrow, come back and try your luck at the club." Hearing this, Haeyeon immediately said cheerfully, "Wow, everyone worked hard." Naria looked at them and thought, "This inspiration is more wonderful than I thought. That old man knows exactly what On Meyer's problem is. This is something I've never said." Kim Ji-ho raised his old eyes and looked at him once, then said, "I hope what I taught you today will be helpful to you." After hearing this, he looked at his fist and pondered for a moment. "Go to sleep quickly." He took out a pink blanket and fluffed it. Then he gently lay down and said, "Sleeping is also a training method." Hyunjin beside him also said, "Everyone worked hard today. It's cozy, huh?" Haeyeon excitedly replied, sharing a blanket with On Meyer. She looked up at the ceiling and saw a strange object, so she asked, "Ah, what's that on the ceiling?" "Ah, that," Hyunjin explained, "this is one of our tribe's traditional dolls. I made it to remember those who passed away before. According to legend, when we encounter misfortune, the spirits in the dolls will protect us through the accident." Kim Ji-ho, hearing this, immediately urged them, "Go to sleep, it's very late." Haeyeon, hearing this, obediently replied, "Yes." Early in the morning, a voice from the loudspeaker at the stadium headquarters suddenly announced, "Number 42, please proceed to the 50th floor of the club." Hyunjin woke up, heard the announcement, and immediately blurted out, "What's this, so early in the morning?" Kim Ji-ho beside him replied wearily, "That's why I told you not to attract attention. Why not On Meyer but me? Anyway, I have to go back." He wondered as he walked. He, Kim Ji-ho, immediately called him. "I don't know what will happen. You must always be careful." Hearing this, he immediately smiled, turned his head back, and obediently replied, "Yes, I will remember, Father." "Huh? These two guys? They usually call me Master. This is also a training method." He let out a puff of smoke, reprimanding him. He immediately smiled wryly and explained, "I was at home, so I didn't pay attention." "I'll be right back," he said, then quickly left the house. Kim Ji-ho inside pondered for a moment and then thought, "Truly strange. Why do I feel so uneasy today? I hope this is just a silly worry." Meanwhile, on the 50th floor, Nakuan Club, the elevator just reached number 50 on the LED screen. A voice suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, you've arrived?" A half-zombie guard appeared, smiling and talking. "Please go to Lord Yoku's office at the end of the corridor." He replied, "Yes." He immediately bowed deeply and said, "Please take your time." Noticing something strange, he turned his head back to look at him, thinking to himself, "Why is the guard so friendly? Or does each floor have different etiquette? Let's go see what's going on first. This is the first time I've met Yoku in person, so I'm a bit nervous." Seeing he had turned his back and left, the guard revealed his true nature, sticking out his ugly tongue and smiling sinisterly. As soon as the door opened, a voice spoke. "Oh, number 42. No, it's you, Hyunjin. Come in. I assume you don't need me to explain any more, huh?" Yoku, sitting at his desk, glanced at him. Hearing this, he said seriously, "Huh. Not explaining to me is also strange of you, sir. Why did you call me here?" This guy leaned back nonchalantly and replied, "You know what? Lately it's not easy to find good quality prey. I don't know if it's because there are no more talented people these days, but there were many in the old days. Therefore I called." He hadn't finished his sentence when a dark pink hand covered his mouth. Yoku turned and said, "What else did you come for?" "Is because high-quality bait tastes better." At this moment, he seemed to have realized all their intentions. In his heart, he called out, "Father!" And his father on this side was sitting under the eaves, gazing at the moon, waiting for him to return. "This kid has been gone for a long time and still hasn't come back," he blurted out. Suddenly, in the distance, the sound of someone's footsteps approached. Hearing it, he immediately shouted, "Tsk! This kid, Hyunjin!" Don't you know I'm worried? Why are you back so late?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large man appeared, placing a large black plastic bag in front of him. Seeing a stranger, he immediately shouted, "Hey, who are you? Where's Yun Jin?" He quickly replied, "Number 42 is here. Where is number 356? He didn't answer his words, but quickly grabbed the plastic bag to look. His face darkened when he saw the head of his beloved son lying motionless inside.